Here's Peter. He's gonna stream all night and day. Here's Peter. What kind of games will he play? Here's Peter. Dedicating his page to you. Here's Peter. His Mega Man hat is so blue. Here's Peter.
Here's Peter! It's me, it's Peter, that's who I am. That's my name. That's who I is, that's who I am, that's who I be. I continue to be that boy. I am the boy that is me, and it is me. It's me, it's Super Peter. Hello everyone! Ginger, Eli, Tivo, hello! Coco, msgordin, Thalia, hello! Rhetoric, Joe, Karina, hello! Hello everyone! That's right, we're going 101% glitchless, no major skips. We're doing all bosses, that's right, because every single one of my guests is a boss. That's terrible. I hated that. Bran, Llama, hello! Oh my god. Ox, hello! Oh, Ox. It was very sweet. I'm sorry. But I'm so well rested. Y'all, I slept for like 17 hours on Sunday.
The only thing better than a meatball sub
Maximus,
is a Twitch sub.
Hello!
Yeah, all right, we'll take it.
Interesting.
The only thing better than a meatball sub is a Twitch sub. Yeah, all right, we'll take it.
Huh. That's interesting. Lily, Max, hello. Thank you for the resubs. 19 and 22 months. That is fucking wild. So I thought that I had muted the alert box, but apparently I had not. So, that's interesting. Let's try doing this. And then let's try doing this. And then this. And then I really tried. I was like, I'm gonna be so ready for this shit. I'm gonna fucking do all my prep ahead of time. I put my contact lenses in before the stream started. There's Iago. Hi, Iago. It's been so nice today. Thor, hello. Slushy, hello. Quotebot is awake. Quotebot is up. What the hell? Huh? The fuck? That's weird. Quotebot was open, but like disconnected. Of course I did, Sabatsu. Of course I did. Iago, how'd you get to be so cute? I dropped a sock. He's a very good interview guest. What the heck, though? Well, I don't know what the fuck is up. My quote bot is not connecting. So it's possible that we might need to not have a quote bot tonight because I don't have time to. Y'all, this stream's gonna be fucking wild. For me at least, because we have something like 20 plus special guests, and like we are doing interviews back to back to back to back to back to back to back, and I'm terrified about falling behind. Remember to reset the numbers on the goals. Eli, I don't do it at the end of the week. I just do it whenever I feel like it because I'm a capricious bee. Oh my god. There's so much happening. There's so much happening already. Guys, I'm terrified. Cantourus, hello! We are not behind schedule. The first interview starts at 8:15. 8:15, baby! Did that hype train no, the hype train's still going. Okay. Oh, that came from the cheer. Thalia, oh my god, with the 1000, 1000. Oh my god, look at all these multi-balls. Just reminding everyone, new arcade system means that top score at the end of the week still gets a wheel of their choice. However, places 2 through 5, i.e. everyone else on the high score board on screen, gets to vote on the community one-shot for the next month. Which means, and we'll deal with this tomorrow, because we, like, in 8 minutes, I'm calling our first guest, and then we're not gonna flip and stop. Hey, Crane! Last week, Deuce was the winner with the score of something. I didn't write it down. But also, Suze, Mikey, Joe, and Zabatsu are all gonna get... There's Deuce right now! There's the winner! There's the winner, Deuce! Hello! Congratulations, hello! Suze, Mikey, Joe, and Zabatsu, yeah. You will all get to vote on the community one-shot, which is one of these games. We'll do a stream of one of these games next month. Competition on the leaderboard already fast and furious. Although I have not seen any scores over 9,000, which means there's still a lot of room at the top, folks. Still a lot of room at the top. Seashell is working on that paw. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? I am regrettably not going to be able to do a lot of checking in with the chat today. Right. The truth. Investigating the truth. Who am I most nervous to interview? Probably Alejandra, Claire's partner and New York politician, just because I don't know her at all. She's the only total stranger on this list. So what if she hates me? That's the only thing I care about. Does everyone like me? Am I liked? So stupid. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's my gut answer. I should have done my makeup. I'm not camera ready. Thank you, Lily. I appreciate that. I would have thought to do that if I were smart, but you've seen the stream. Oh my god. Crane, that's very understandable. Very understandable. Look, we could do a little Sal. It's all right. We can get a little Sal in, before things get going. Just a little free Sal. I don't necessarily always need to be, proposed to make a Sal happen in necessarily that fashion or manner. I could just do a Sal. Ginger, no, sorry, weirding. There's both W's in both of them. I'm not good at numbers or letters.
Hello, Suze. Thank you for stopping in. I'm very excited for the stream, and your well wishes mean the world to me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh boy. All right. Oh boy. All right. Noir, hello. Marimo, hello. I'm so sorry to hear your internet is crap. I'm so sorry to hear that your internet is crap. That is a shame. Get it all out now. Do it now. Do it. Do it now. Remember that movie? Aliens? I love that movie. Okay. Oh, hey, nice, Eli. Hello. I hope that call went well. Thank you, everyone, so much for all of these arcade bits. You nice boo-boos. You fucking sweet trash kitten babies. Ooh, someone followed us called Tomats Gaming. I hope they only play tomato-themed games. For the record, all wheels that happen tonight will be honored, but they will happen either tomorrow or like later on in the evening when we have a little more breathing room. I do still want to do a bunch of viewer interviews. That is still very much the plan. Those will have to happen in the back half of the night, just because most of the people I know are on the East Coast and want to go to bed before 1 a.m. So, also, by the way, oh shit, Crane! Thank you so much for the gift subs! Hot diggly dang! Eli, you don't have to feel bad. You can use that anytime you want. Interviews are all going to be audio. I thought about doing video. If I do this again, and I might do another interview stream depending on how this one goes. Excuse me. If I do another one of these, I might try and do video for some of them. But like, I knew this was going to be like bam, 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 super fast. Starbuck, what up? I knew this was going to be super fast, and video just takes a little more time to set up. So I wanted to be able to just like boom, boom, call, boom, call, boom. Nightbot's not on the schedule because we are going to interview Nightbot, but Nightbot's available anytime. Nightbot's unemployed. That's not true. Nightbot's hyper-employed, and yet still always has time for us. Isn't they amazing? That's interesting. To reset the wheel goals. I mean, I'm just not going to touch the wheel goals. And so wherever they are at the end is where they will be, you know. It'll work out. It'll be fine. I can keep track. I also have a whole list of like everything that anyone has donated, like in my little mod queue. Excuse me. Crabstar, hello. Did I say hi to Noir when they came in? Hello, Noir. Thank you again for the bits. Eli, Ginger, Slushy, Joe, Thalia, Eli again, J-Dubs, Deuce, Geggies followed. Thanks for following, Geggies. Geeges, Gudges. Good. That's probably what it is. It's probably Gudges. Thank you for following. Welcome to the dumpster. Starbuck, thank you for the resub. Crane, thank you again for those gift subs. Yeah, TiVo, chat interviews are going to be happening pretty much in all those spots. Although there is one. I just added an interview that is not on the schedule. It's going to be like 12:30. It was a very last minute schedule. Where is my telephone? Fred will talk to us about whatever comes up because Fred's a super interesting dude, you know. Who could it be? I will tell you this. It is someone who you have sort of heard on the stream before. Sort of. Noodly, hello! Okay. All right. It's only 8:14, but in the interest of getting ahead of the game, I'm going to call up our very first guest. I have all of the shit right here to make this easy, because I planned ahead, because I'm a smart boy. I'm one of those boys. Dan, hello. Monterey, hello.
Hello.
Clara.
Hey.
Hello. You're live on the air.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. Everyone, meet our first guest. This is Clara Kundin. Is it Kundin or Kundin? It's Kundin, right?
Kundin.
I've known you for so long. It's embarrassing. I don't know that. Clara is an actor, dancer, producer, and was in the first ever production of Torn Up Theater and has been in several since. Hello, Clara.
Hi. I'm happy to be here.
How are you, Clara? It's been a minute since we spoke in human voices.
Yes. I'm pretty good. Just busy and working.
I saw you actually, it's perfect. You just sent out a newsletter.
I did. I'm doing a show. I'm really excited.
Tell us about the show.
Okay. So it's with a company called Spit and Vigor, who make really cool work. The shows are pretty dark and spooky and awesome. I was working on a show with them we got shut down the week before we opened from COVID, which was very crushing for me. So I'm really excited to be working with them again. But the show is called Luna Eclipse. And it's about a woman, Ina Luna, who has been told she's going mad, and she doesn't believe it. So she decides to hold a seance, and so you get to meet her ancestors going back to like the 1500s or something, and see them all in their various states of madness. So it's pretty dark and fun. And we're performing it live, which is what's so cool. The Center at Park West is hosting residencies, so we'll be performing live and then live streaming it to your home, and then there'll be some pre-recorded shows as well that you can watch if you can't make the live ones. But
this is in
exciting.
The church, right? West Park?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
This isn't going to mean anything to almost anyone, but which space are you doing it in?
I think it's in the like kind of balcony area.
Oh yeah, the Balcony Theater, where once upon a time we were thinking of doing a production of The Balcony.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That would have been a very cool show. I'm very sad that didn't happen.
It could still happen. It's still on my list.
Okay. Well, that's exciting.
So, are you guys doing a like quarantine bubble? Are you guys doing like what the NBA did beforehand? What's the plan?
Not quite. I mean, we don't have the funds of the NBA, so
sure.
Spit and Vigor, I think their website is just spitandvigor.com if you want to donate. But we're all getting tested and wearing masks in rehearsal. And then the way the play is written is that it's a lot of vignettes. So most people are doing solo scenes. There's a couple scenes with multiple actors. I'm in one that's a solo scene, and then I have a different scene with two other actors. And so when I rehearse with those actors, we keep our masks on the whole time. When I rehearse solo, for that scene is particularly challenging, so I'll take my mask on off when I'm performing and rehearsal, but everybody else has theirs on. But then we're all just getting COVID tests all the time.
Sure.
Pretty much.
How many tests have you had?
Well, I've been getting a bunch anyways because I'm teaching fourth grade in person.
Right.
Yes. So
how's that going?
That's good. It's weird. I never thought I'd be like a teacher. But I like it. It's kind of a year of me testing, like, is this something I want to do? Mm-hmm. I don't know. But the kids are great, and it's at a school that is well funded, so it's very safe, and we have all the fancy HVAC systems and air purifiers and
that's great.
Whatever. But for my own sanity, I was getting tested every 2 weeks anyways, just in case. So
sure.
That seems to be the standard. Yeah, so it's a very weird way to rehearse. And they're very small rehearsals and minimal rehearsals. Everybody's doing a lot of work at home. And like we did the read through, everybody's at home on their computer. But it's nice to feel like we're creating something and get to leave your house and go do something. Also, I got a car, so I'm like driving to rehearsals and avoiding
You have a
subway.
car?
I got a car. Isn't that weird?
That's very fancy. You're now one of the very few New Yorkers I know with a car.
I know. And I hate myself for it, but the moment I had a kid, it became very clear that I needed a car.
Sure.
Yeah.
What,
and then
so,
COVID just kind of nailed that down.
What has been the strangest or like most surprising thing about owning a car in the city? Because I can't even imagine what that would be like.
Well, I mean, I guess nothing. So I had used a car for a long time when I was touring. I used to tour with a show about traffic safety.
That's right.
That performed in all the public elementary schools in New York. And I, as tour manager, had the company van, which sounds fancier by a long shot than it was. We often called it the death trap van because it was very scary.
How wonderful for a traffic safety show to be in an unsafe vehicle.
Yeah, they did eventually switch me to a different van after the first van ceased to turn on.
That's a good reason to switch.
Yeah, but so I was used to like the parking dilemmas and driving in the city, and I have my like routine. You know, if I'm driving early in the morning and stressed, I put on the class WQXR, the classical radio station. That kind of calms me down.
That's
I don't know. Yeah, so I've been driving for several years, and it's even better because alternate side parking has been like suspended halfway, so I don't have to move the car back and forth as often.
Alternate side parking is
the stupidest. I'm just ludicrous.
I mean, I guess I get it, right? It's so they can clean the streets, but I mean,
no, it's so they can make money.
Well, I suppose. But I mean, if they didn't do it, I don't know. My main experience with it, as you may or may not recall, is with the torn out theater van during show weeks. As people watching the show may or may not know, the way that we used to do our torn out shows in the park is we couldn't store anything in the park itself. So our solution was to rent a U-Haul van and keep the entire show in a van parked outside the park and then cart everything in and out of the park every night. Which,
like the diva I am, I so rarely helped with.
Yeah, you know, you were one of those people, because Diana and I always felt very, very guilty about asking any of the performers to help. Because it's not the job you signed up for, it's not the job you're being paid for, and it's not the job that you've trained for. But at the same time, we couldn't afford to not ask. So whenever a diva like you would just refuse, our policy was always just like, okay, that's totally fine. It's not your job.
Who was the actor who she like went around? I can't remember. Which one? She like went around asking people to like sign up, and I just said no to her face. I think I like really shocked her.
Oh, I wish I could remember.
She was a yoga.
Was it Sasha?
Yes, Sasha.
Sasha, who actually briefly was going to be on this show tonight. And so it's funny you bring her up, but we had to move things around, so it didn't end up happening.
Oh, a different time. But she's like sweetest, and like she's like, "Hey, Claire, would you sign up?" I was like, "No." I have boundaries.
You know what? And Clara, I would say this on or off the air. You know that is one of the things I've always loved the most about you. I think both you and I share a complete impatience and lack of tolerance with people who let themselves get walked over.
Yeah.
Like, I understand it, but it hurts me to see.
And I've definitely been in the position of being walked over. So
of course.
Can't, cast too much shade on people. But I don't know. I've like sabotaged some relationships because I like say no. Like, there's a company that won't work with me anymore because they kept asking me to do work that was beyond my job description. I don't want to drop names and like talk trash on them, but I didn't get asked back because I wouldn't help them do some of their marketing without, which is something like I do marketing and more mostly press for shows and get paid for it. I'm like, sure, I will do this for fun money, but
a couple of people in the chat are begging you to drop names. I don't think you should, but I just wanted you to know that is happening in the chat right now.
No. See, I already am not employed by this company. I don't need to have other companies.
Right.
People.
Well, here, I have to let you go in a couple minutes, but I will invite you to drop some names and spill some tea that I think is allowed, which is, how do I want to phrase this? Can you share with our audience a story that you remember from working with me and Torn Out that maybe you think I haven't told them, or something you haven't even told me?
Oh, gosh. I was not prepared for this.
I know, neither was I. I just thought of this.
You were doing whippets. And as was I.
Wow, I didn't expect you to jump right to drug use. This show is unscripted, folks.
I mean, is that not kosher for...
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not famous enough to get in trouble. Also, are whippets illegal? Oh God.
They can't be. You can buy them, right? I don't know how
right,
it works.
But like...
I've never done them since, I will say that.
People are telling me to tap the sign, which is a sign that someone made me that says, "Be gay, do crimes, don't confess on stream."
Yes,
so I am now holding up the stream.
But what I'll say is that, Peter is a very professional seeming human in rehearsals. And so it was then there's we work the show, it's very professional, and then we could do the cast party and just a very different side of Peter.
That's right. That was the very first cast party for the first Tempest. Yeah, I remember you being scandalized at the time.
Yes, and then how far I came, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
You know the joy I take in dragging people down to the muck with me.
Yes, indeed. Peter, am I allowed to make a plug, because I'm poor, am I allowed to make a plug to get people to follow me on Instagram?
I was, in fact, I had opened my mouth to say, do you have any plugs? Please plug anything and everything.
Great. Well, Spit and Vigor is the company I'm doing the show with. My acting suite handle is Clara Kundin, which is...
Sorry, you cut out a little there. Say what's your stage name?
It's at Clara K all day is my actor Instagram, which is sweet and stupid. But my real Instagram, where all the fun stuff is at Maybe Mabelle. Maybe spelled maybe, and then MABELLE. And I'm much more fun on that Instagram account.
It's a very good Instagram.
Yes. Yes. Viewers won't be disappointed. I don't know what it is.
I think that's true. I think they won't be disappointed.
I don't know who your listeners view. Do you watch Twitch? Listen to Twitch? I don't understand.
They're watching. They're looking at my adorable face, and your name is up on the screen in a very professional-looking font.
Well, you could be looking at a much more adorable face on Instagram.
Wow.
I'm joking.
I
couldn't resist.
As the host, it would be in poor taste for me to challenge that, so I'm just going to let it happen.
You can challenge. I give you permission.
Anything else you want to plug?
No, I mean, those are it. Myself. I've plugged myself. I've plugged my show. Yeah, I don't know. What else is there?
Nothing. That's all there is
Torn
to
Out
life.
Theater. Whenever
Torn Out
you're
Theater,
working on something
right.
there.
Yeah, we're figuring that out. Claire, tell you what, if you send me a little email reminder, I just had this idea. I should have had this idea before. I'll make a little a list of everyone's plugs and put it up on our Discord and everything. So if you want to just shoot me an email with that stuff, I'll make sure that gets in there.
Oh, awesome.
Clara,
cool.
Thank you so much. You've been such a wonderful first interview.
That was the first. How exciting.
Yeah. We just started the stream. I got hours and hours of this to go.
Wow. I do not envy this lifestyle, but I hope you have a wonderful night.
All right. Thank you, Claire. Good night.
Good night.
Bye. That's Clara, everybody. I love her so much. Yeah, I will, thank you, Starbuck. It's exactly as coarse and bristly as ever. Excuse me. Claire is wonderful, and yeah, like I said, I will make sure that all of her plugs end up on the Discord and wherever else it makes sense for me to put them. Claire's great. We did it! One interview! No one shat themselves, and we're still on schedule, but it's now 8:30, so it's time to go right into the next interview. I live a blessed life, Crane.
Hello.
Hey, Lane.
How's it going?
It is going great. You're live on the air. Welcome to the show.
Yay! Hi, everyone. Hi.
It's Lane Moore, everyone. Lane, I'm not as good at this as Paulo is, but I did try and write up little like Paulo Quiros style intros.
Do it. Let's do it.
Lane is a writer, performer, Twitch streamer, host of the massively successful show Tinder Live, and the author of the book How to Be Alone, whose name also festoons her Twitch show.
Yeah.
That is the first time I've
able to shoehorn that word in there.
I believe that's the first time I have ever said the word festoons. It's not the word I was looking for.
I think it's the first time I've ever heard it.
I think it is technically correct, but it's my show, so I'm going to say it is.
You know what? Now everybody who's watching the show can be like, yes, festoons.
Yes. Yeah. Look, I always say you got to file my show under E for educational. You're always going to learn something. It might be a lie, but you will learn something. Lane, how are you?
I am good. I got hit with like a sudden, I don't know if you're going through this in quarantine, but like just a sudden wave of like exhaustion. So
yeah, every day.
Yeah. So I was like watching a movie and then I was like, let's just go to sleep and we'll just leave the ringer on and then we'll just wake up when that's time. And I was like, this is so funny and like ridiculous.
Wait, did you just wake up?
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's fantastic. Our next interview after you is emailed me ahead of time, like, just so you know, I'm going to be super loopy. And I said, great, loopy makes for fantastic content.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like half awake, kind of stressed, full of fake burger meat. I'm bringing it all tonight.
Yes. Honestly, like half awake, pretty exhausted for quarantine levels is like pretty fucking good.
That's what I'm saying. I just like, I got hit with just be like, oh my God, my whole body feels like there's a weighted blanket on me, but it like wants me to die. Like that kind of exhaustion. Yeah,
a weighted blanket if it was like a Stephen King sentient object.
Yes, and it's like pushing me into a coffin and they're about to bury me alive and I can't move to stop them. Yeah, it's fun.
There's no anxiety in the grave.
Exactly.
I'll soothe you to death.
But there is, because I'm being pushed into a grave, Stephen.
Yeah, well, look, he goes for impact, not really for profundity, you know?
I guess. Fine,
how do you feel about death, Lane?
How do I feel about death?
Let's get into it.
It depends on the day. Some days I feel like I already died. Like that happens a decent amount, especially in quarantine. I'm like, did we already die? Did we all die in March? And then we're just like all pretending that we're still alive.
Like Lost season 7 style?
Like what? Buffy season 7?
I said Lost season 7, which is an equally outdated reference.
I was gonna say, and both work in my opinion.
Yeah,
because I do feel like the last few seasons of Buffy, you're like, did they die already?
Is this still happening? Should it still be happening?
I feel like they're in hell. Yeah. So that's possible, but then apparently I'm not dead because I still have to pay bills. So that's how I know.
Yeah, although I am worried they're going to find a way for us to still have to pay bills when we're dead.
I'm going to protest that. I don't know how.
Ooh, zombie protest?
Yes, I guess, which, you know, is probably something that we should all be doing right now anyway. I don't really know how, but it does feel like we all died. I don't know if anybody else is feeling that way, but like,
I feel like if we did a zombie protest now, we'd be very unsuccessful zombies, because the last few months have shown that protesters actually are really good at not spreading infectious diseases.
That's true. And those protesters still have to pay rent, I know.
Ugh.
So no one was like, did you protest? Then we could like opt you out of rent. Like no one has said that to me, which I think is rude.
Interesting.
I know.
I don't hate that idea. Because at first I was like, oh, wouldn't you then just get like a lot of bad faith protesters who are just doing it to get out of rent? And I was like, I'd be fine with that, actually.
Yeah.
Landlords get less money and there are more people at protests. I think that's pretty good.
Right. I feel like it's a win-win for us all. So I don't think this is especially since so many of us are dead.
Right. It's a win-win-win.
Yes, it's freaking fair.
Lane, I have no ability to make this into a smooth segue, but someone in the chat has asked it. I was like, we're talking about zombies, and I'm totally down with this, but I don't have that skill to segue from that into. So, Lane, are you working on anything right now? Are you writing anything? But someone did want to know, are you writing anything new these days?
Oh, love it. Yeah, I actually I just started a horror blog on my Patreon.
That's right.
Called Practical Tragic, which is basically all I do during quarantine. I mean, not all I do. There's lots I've been doing, but
Sure.
One of the things I've been doing to cope is I watch, I don't know, 10 horror movies a week by myself. I'm sure that's having a great impact on my mental health.
Well, I think it probably is. Honestly.
I mean, honestly, it's really soothing to me, and it's just I'm watching them by myself. And when I used to, see friends and loved ones and whatever, we'd watch them together and we'd talk about them. So then I was like, well, I'm doing these alone and I want to talk to someone about them, whether this person sees them or not. Once I finish a horror movie, especially one that I loved, and maybe even more so one that I did not love, all I want to do is be like, oh my God, I have to tell you about this.
Yeah.
Either, to pan it or be like, you got to go watch it so we can talk about it. So I'm doing that, and then, I've been working on a lot of projects that, I hope I'll be able to, talk about soon. So I've been pretty productive for quarantine. That's what I think. And then, I have other days where I'm just today's the day that we're a pile of mush.
Again, I can't stress this enough. I say this to you as much as I say it to me. Any amount of productive during quarantine is above and beyond.
I think so, and I have I wrote some horror stuff myself recently,
Really?
and a whole bunch of oh hell yeah. So that's the whole thing. I love horror so much, and there's so many people I think who I've loved it my whole life, and there's so many people who are like, oh, horror, I don't know, and I'm like, well,
Right.
I don't know what you're thinking of in terms of horror, but you need to open up your mind, because there's a lot of horror I don't like, but
It's
there's
such
a lot of horror that
wildly
I've lived
diverse.
for.
Yeah, it's such a huge genre.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with okay. People talk about oh, I love comedies. And I'm like, well, what the fuck does that even mean to you? Because honestly, if someone was like, do you want to watch a comedy? I'd be like, no. Because it's a comedy I want to watch.
Right.
No, I really don't want to watch what your version of or is it Christmas with the Cranks? I don't want to watch a comedy.
Yeah.
I don't. What is this? What do you think is funny? Is it Airplane? I don't know how I feel about that, but I don't want to watch that either.
You're not a Zucker fan? Is that who made it? Isn't Airplane the Zucker brothers, maybe?
Oh, I don't know. I've never seen it, but it's I just.
But it's not for you.
I know it's not for me. Maybe 5 years from now, you're gonna hear Lee Moore's favorite movie is Aeroplane. But
Sure.
I just don't. I don't think I'm gonna go there because I think it's a lot of like, I don't know, just like really weird like puns. I mean, like I like puns, but like I think it's the only thing I know about Airplane is I think I've just like seen clips of it, and it's like people doing things like that are really literal, but they're plays on words, but they're adults. I can't. And
I should say I have not seen Airplane since I was like 9. So my ability to confirm or deny that impression is pretty limited. But I love that as a rundown. Like, oh,
they jam the airwaves, but they like push jam into the speakers or something. Like I'm dying inside even thinking about it.
You might be thinking of Spaceballs.
Whatever. I'm over it.
Great. Let me be clear. Literally less than 0% of me is trying to convince you to watch Airplane or Spaceballs or anything. Like I'm very big on just like letting people watch what they want to watch, and if they haven't seen like the classics, fuck it. Who cares?
Yeah, well, exactly, because like I love TV and movies so much. Like, and it just doesn't, even when like when we did the reroll episode of Princess Bride, I've never seen Princess Bride.
Right.
I'm sure I actually would love Princess Bride, but Paulo was like, oh, this is great that you haven't seen Princess Bride. And then if anybody like listened to that episode, I invented like a bizarre I think woodland lesbian who looks like Kate Blanchett, and it's like, that's definitely not.
Wasn't there something about her vagina gets bigger every time something happens?
Yes, it did.
I have yet to listen to that
episode. My version better.
Look, I think that's fantastic. I think your recap of Airplane, having never seen, is fantastic.
I do love doing that with people. Like when I get really sleepy, my old roommate, I would just like recap. He'd be like, you seem really out of it. What was Scream 1, 2, 3, and 4 about? I'm like, okay, so first of all, and like it would just be like,
yeah,
I know all those movies really well. My recaps are, yeah, they're good.
I used to have this little bit I would do with my friend, also named Peter, who has, I think, never played a video game in his life. We would just sit around and I would ask him what different video games were about and that he had never heard of, and he would just very confidently say like, oh yeah, Bioshock is a game where you play a doula in middle America in the late 60s, and you have to stop an oppressive government from coming in and shutting down your clinic. And it's shocking that they understand biology so poorly. So, Bioshock. We would just do that for an hour.
I love this. That's exactly the type of fun I have with myself and others.
It's perfect. Going back to your blog, what is the last horror movie you saw?
Well, actually, before I took this exhaustion nap, I'm watching a movie. I'm still in the middle of it. I took a break to have that heavy death sleep. Called Monster Party. Have you heard of it?
I have heard of it. I have never seen it. It's like super campy ? Or no?
So far, it's super boring. I don't know. But the premise is like really cool. But so far, it's like kind of aggravating. Like I'm at the point in a horror movie where like, depending on what the horror movie is and depending on how good it is, you're like, does everybody die yet? Like I'm at that point where I'm like, I want these characters gone. I don't like anyone in here. Someone better start knifing or I'm changing the channel. But like Robin Tunney is in it from The Craft, and Julian McMahon, I think from like Nip Tuck or whatever, is in it, and from Charnstein. And it's about like the premise is so fucking good, and that's why I'm keeping with it, because I'm like, I don't know what this is. This is so far not good.
But you're dedicated to finishing it.
Yeah, well, because like, I don't know, it's just getting cooking. I don't know, but like basically these kids are trying to rob this rich person's house, but then they find out that this party is a party for recovering serial killers. hello, I'm in.
Whoa.
You know, I gotta
that's what
watch
that
that.
movie's about?
Yeah.
That is an amazing premise.
Yeah, I'm like, I was looking at that. It's on Shudder. If anybody is interested, of course, I have Shudder. This is all I was living for.
This stream is brought to you by Shudder.
Yes. If it is, I am expecting a check, Shudder.
Yeah, call me Shudder.
Yeah, call me Shudder. We know you're watching. But yeah, when I saw that as like the description, I was like, oh hell yes, and press play in my like I'm about to fall asleep in about 20, but it'll give you a shot. I want more horror movies to watch all the time, but you know, even the bad ones will be like fun to make fun of. So
Sure.
I mean, so far like some of these performances are not the best. So
Well, now I want to try Monster Party just to match it up and see if I get the same vibe you do.
Yeah, it's just like so far the main characters are a bunch of like rich kids doing coke a lot, and I can't.
Yeah,
like
hard
watching
to lock
that,
into
I'm like,
that.
yeah, I'm like, when do they get killed? Are they gonna get killed? Do they kill each other? I can't watch them anymore. It's just them like giggling and being mean, you know, like. I don't like a heavy-handed, mean character in any movie. You know what I mean?
Well, I wish for you lots of mean kid murder in your future. On and off screen.
One of these guys has one dangly earring, and and it's not even in like a fun, queer way.
He's gotta go.
It's in like an annoying, straight, rich way. And I just am ready for it to be ripped out along with his guts.
Oh my god. Lane, I gotta kick you off. I'm so sorry. I wish I could talk to you longer.
Fair. We'll do it another time. Well, thanks for having me on, and bye everybody. Have a good night.
Before you go, plug your shit.
Oh, yeah. You can find me at Hello Lane Moore on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok and all those things. My Patreon is patreon.com/Lane Moore. And you can find my Twitch stream at How to Be Alone Official. I think those are all the things.
Yes, you should all go follow Lane's Twitch channel and also all those other things, obviously. Lane, everyone is very happy you were here, by the way. The chat is going wild.
I'm so glad. Yay. Good. New friends. I love it.
All right, Lane. Thanks so much. Talk to you later.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Okay, we're behind schedule. I gotta go on to the next guest right away. I'm sorry the audio quality isn't great. I'll do better for the next interview stream. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. Enter. What is happening? Oh, I have to actually click the button. It's fine. It's fine. We got this. I put in 5-minute buffers. We can do this.
Hello?
Hello, John.
Hey, Peter.
How's it going?
Oh, you know, it's going.
It's Jon Miller, everybody. Science man, master chef, high school graduate, and knows how to throw a damn good party. Hello, John.
Hey, Peter. Hey, everybody. I'm glad I could be here in my own home.
Is that a question mark? Have you not decided how you feel about this yet?
No, I don't know, man. I've had a couple of months to get used to it, but I'm still on the edge.
So it's only been a couple of months?
No, I've been locked down 100% since March, but
okay. You're a homeowner now, right?
Yeah, I am. Which happened at just the right time, bizarrely, weirdly.
Yeah, you hit the jackpot timing wise.
Yeah, we bought this thing, and then what do you know? I have to live on it.
How's that been?
It's been great, honestly. I'm in upstate New York now. I'm out of the city, so I can.
What's your address? What's the address?
I live in the middle of nowhere. I'm in rural upstate New York, right. And I can walk for an hour without seeing another human.
That's wild.
It's totally wild. My next door neighbor is a horse. His name is Otis.
Otis! What a good horse name!
Great name for a horse. He's a great. I think the horse is dying. Like nobody rides the horse. He's sort of out to pasture, and the rumor I heard is that Otis has some sort of horse cancer, and is dying, and like he's just living out his last days on beautiful upstate New York pasture, and the carrots that the mailman feeds. Literally, the mailman stops on his rounds. I kid you, across the street from me, I can see him from my office window, and gives Otis carrots. He's basically already in horsey heaven.
Oh my god! You went straight into horse cancer so quickly.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
I love it. I mentioned this in the email. I usually am doing these interviews with viewers, and I never plan anything because I never know who I'm going to interview. And I figure for this one, I know who I'm going to interview, but why mess with the format? Don't plan anything. But there is, like, the little fear in the back of my mind, like, oh, what if there's, like, nothing to talk? Like, there's interesting people, but, like, you can have a conversation with two very interesting people and have nothing happen for 10 minutes. But you just went right to horse cancer.
I don't know. I led with my best material. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. All killer, no filler.
Yeah.
Do you
I
feel
don't
like...
know. My life is still weird now, so...
Your what's still weird?
My life is weird. I just, as you know, I just had a baby, so I'm a new father. And we're I'm starting to work full time again, but I'm working after taking a few weeks off after the baby was born. But I'm working from home, of course. So I'm like, I've got the newborn. I'm changing diapers while I'm on conference calls. It's weird.
So how old is your daughter at this point?
She's like 5 weeks and 3 days.
Oh my God.
She was born I kid you not, she was born on September 11th. September 11th, 2020.
Oh. Well, I'm legally obligated to make the joke. Now no one will ever forget her birthday.
Yes, that is true.
If I don't make that joke, Twitch will shut my channel down.
I appreciate that. That's her. She chose it. She wasn't scheduled to be born for another couple of weeks, but she punched her way out.
Wow. I'm not going to make the next joke.
That's good.
I did have a friend in college, a very dear friend of mine, whose birthday was September 11th. And I did once make him a very inappropriate birthday cake.
I mean, all babies are basically all tiny terrorists.
That's true, man. And you can say you're not going to negotiate with them, but they will follow through on their threats.
Oh yeah, she's like she doesn't move around a lot, but she has very clear directives, and she doesn't like being put down. You put her down, she'd be like, "Hey, you can't put me down. I'm the baby. You have to hold me." You got to hold her, and she has favorite positions that she likes to be in, and she lets you know in no uncertain terms if you're not doing them right. But,
has she discovered her feet yet?
Oh no! Her whole body is still a mystery to her. Basically, she's
same.
She's still she's close. She's getting there. She tracks a little better, and she's you can see that she's more interested in people, and she's figuring stuff out. But she's still very small.
Do you feel comfortable sharing her name?
Her name is Riley.
Riley, very good name.
Thank you.
Why'd you pick Riley?
You
can, by the way, you can veto any of these questions. I just had Lane on a minute ago, and I asked her, "How do you feel about death?" You can just say next question, and I'll move on with no resistance.
It started as a joke because my last name is Miller, so she's Rye Miller. We were looking for grain names, so we came up with Rye.
Okay. Took me a second.
Her sister is going to be Quinoa Amaranth Miller.
No.
That's the second. That's the second one.
Riley really lucked out on being the firstborn.
Yeah, but it's Riley seemed it was punny on that level. We have some, my wife more than I, but some Celtic heritage. It's an Irish name. Her middle name is for my great-grandmother, who died when I was very young, but I still have fond memories.
That's
so
wonderful.
it hit the right balance of family name plus, we're millennials, so it's all like punny bullshit joke troll names.
Is that what you think is a defining characteristic of millennials? Is we love puns?
No, not puns, but like bad troll.
Yeah, you can't name your kid. I was gonna say John anymore, right? It's too simple.
Anyway,
I'm sorry. I was gonna say
No.
Jeff at first, but then I thought of the reroll character, and my brain was already on J names. You have a lovely name, John.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But whatever, man. Fuck you.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, man. I was gonna. What I was going to say before I accidentally slurred your name, slandered, whatever. I think
I don't know. You may have also slurred it.
Right. I'm not drunk enough for that quite yet. Riley, one of the things that strikes me about it that I love about it is that it's fairly androgynous, right?
Yeah. We actually would like that too.
Yeah, I at this point the potential of me having kids seems pretty unlikely, but I've always loved like a girl named Charlie or something like that. I've always enjoyed things like that.
Yeah. But we knew relatively few people named Riley.
That's important.
Nobody in our immediate circle. It was a name we liked. So we went around quite a few times. I mean, we ran around for a long time.
Sure.
Thinking of names. It took us a while. I think as it takes a lot of people. It took us a while. But when
it's a big decision.
We came up with Riley, we loved it immediately, and then we sort of set about justifying why we loved it and came up with all these other reasons. But
interesting. Do you feel like if you hadn't been able to come up with sort of like intellectual justifications, you still would have gone with it, or would you have talked yourself out of it?
Peter, how long have you known me? I will always be able to come up with intellectual justifications.
All right, fair enough. Dumb question.
Pseudo-intellectual justifications for bullshit are like my whole raison d'etre.
Yeah, that should have been your intro. I should have left out all the shit about how you're good at cooking. Well, you mentioned before, sort of in jest, but are you looking into the future into having more kids?
I think we're well. Look, let's get this one out of the danger zone first.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know. I grew up with a brother. My wife was a child. But so she doesn't know what it was like with a sibling. But I can't imagine life without a sibling.
Right.
And I do think that having a default friend is like a particularly heartless way to put it. But
no, yeah, I think it makes sense.
Socialization at home is important.
Yeah.
And when you're an only child, it's not that you can't get that, but it's a very different dynamic. Sibling dynamics are clearly different from friend dynamics. They're different from dynamics with other family members. It's a unique sort of social engagement that I really value having had growing up myself.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah, it appeals to me philosophically from a child-rearing perspective. But, from a practical matter, like, in for a penny, in for a pound. Once you got one, you might as well have two. And then,
right, two has to be no more or less difficult than one, right?
That's what everybody says. And then what I hear is once you've had two, you go, oh no, this is way too much. We can't possibly have another.
Right. And then some people have another anyway.
Well, I have one. We have some friends that were a little ahead of us. Their first kid is a little over a year old now, and they are starting on the second. But their original plan was like two. But then they had the first. They liked it. It's a him.
Early reviews were good.
Early reviews were good, and they're like, yeah, let's have four.
4?
Which that's like the opposite direction that I think of people going these days. Like, yeah, let's just a dozen babies.
Oh my god. 4, okay, I'm gonna own that this is somewhat nonsensical, but 4 seems like a ridiculous number, like more ridiculous than 5. Because I feel like
if you have 5, you're like, you're in it. We get it. You're a breeder. That's your shtick. Fine.
Yeah.
4 is like too many for normal people, but too few for something really serious.
That's exactly what it is. And then like no one's the middle child, so you have 2 middle children, and like I don't know. Even numbers are just gross anyway.
5 is a good number from a symmetry perspective.
Yes.
4. I mean, you get 4 elements, but it for being 2 and 2, it feels weirdly unbalanced. Like you say, there's no middle child. There's no center.
Right. If the center cannot hold, we all know that things fall apart.
I read that in a poem once.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Avatar: The Last Airbender?
It's funny. I finished it recently, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Partly on your recommendation of Legend of Korra, which I haven't gotten to yet.
I am actually doing a Korra rewatch right now.
You told me I didn't need to see Avatar: The Last Airbender to watch Korra, but I didn't believe you, so I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender anyway.
Fair enough.
And I loved it. I'm glad I did. And now I'm making my wife work her way through it so that we can watch Korra together.
Well, then I guess my closing question for you is, what kind of bender would you and your wife be?
Oh, shit, man.
I know it's a big one.
Yeah, that's interesting. From a elemental affinity perspective, it's interesting. Well, all right. So there are a couple of different ways to answer this question. So from an elemental affinity perspective, I've always thought of myself that I was sort of a water or fire, sort of those dueling poles as being indicative for me. But I don't find the Bender universe philosophy of the elements to be quite the same, to have the same valences as the way I felt affinity to sort of Western 4 elements sort of before I watched Avatar. In Avatar: The Last Airbender sense, I feel more like an earthbender, I guess.
Chat is saying Earth for you.
Yeah, just by being stubborn and bullheaded in general, and
pain in the ass, impossible to be around.
Exactly so.
Yeah.
Toph is my spirit animal, but it's
Did you just call her Toph?
Toph, whatever.
You just watched the show.
I did just watch the show.
She's a major character for half of the series, and she's your favorite, and you don't know how to pronounce it. All right.
I didn't say she was my favorite. I said she was my spirit animal.
Right, which you shouldn't say, by the way.
Oh, is that rude?
I'm going to cancel you live on air.
Fair enough. There we go. But I was going to extend your question about elemental affinities. I'll see you the 4 traditional alchemical elements and raise you one of any number of 5 element schemes and say, I prefer wood.
Yeah, that checks out. If you're a woodbender, you're a waterbender, though, according to Avatar.
Well, in the Bender universe, according to that,
Sure. I feel bad because I know I want to talk about this way longer, but we are over time, and I got to cut you loose, John.
Oh, fair enough. That's all right.
But thank you so much for being on the show. It's wonderful to talk to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. I
know you love this part of anything, but do you have anything to plug?
Well, interestingly enough, when you called, I was just doing some work on a new re-roll campaign that I'm gonna be GMing. Something coming.
Am I in it?
You're not in it.
Fuck! I'm being pushed out of the show.
It's Paulo, Jaws, Scott, and Andy.
Oh, cool. So the entire original cast, but I've been replaced by Scott.
It's better than the default entire original cast, but I've been replaced by Scott, which is how it usually goes.
Well, that's because you're busy all the time. I gotta let you go. We're way over time, but I'm mad at you.
All right, I love you, Peter.
Bye. Thanks so much, John.
Anytime, man. Have a good one.
You too. Oh, God, I shouldn't have asked him about bending. We're so over schedule now. We're a full 5 minutes behind. I'm furious. I'm getting pushed out of the show, you guys.
Jon Miller is 100% a firebender.
Wow, someone's been watching the show. It's Kate Stahl. Welcome to the show, Kate.
Thanks, Peter.
Kate is a producer, a filmmaker, and one of my oldest friends that I still am in touch with. Hello, Kate.
Hi, Peter.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. Well, you were listening to the last interview, so you already know. I feel bad because I asked John what in hindsight is a super John question right at the end of his time.
Yeah.
If I had a stage manager, they'd be furious with me right now.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
And they would be right to do so. You think he's a firebender?
I mean, I think John. I think of John as a firebender, but I would say earthbender secondarily.
Yeah, I think Earth
so
too.
I'm okay with him as an earthbender.
I think that John has not enough, like, kind of explosive, emotional passion to be sort of like the Zuko-ish bender, but neither does he have the sort of like Zen piece of. Well, he gets very like ramped up, but I think he does not get ramped up in an emotional way.
Do we think he's listening?
No,
Hi,
he's
John.
absolutely not listening.
Hi,
I mean, if he is,
Kathy.
I would love it, but I promise you he isn't. But anyway, I did not ask you on the show to interview you about John.
I appreciate that.
So what kind of bender would you be?
Oh, I'm a waterbender.
I wonder if I agree with that.
I'm either a waterbender or an earthbender.
Yeah, I lean Earth for you as well. But I could see water.
I mean, similarly, like, I think in astrology speak and whatever, I'm very much earth signs.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there is that, but I think I'm a waterbender. I've always thought I was a waterbender. Just saying.
Are you someone who is learned on astrology?
I'm someone who is learning on astrology.
Oh, as of recently?
I'm not at all. I am not. Yeah, it's just been a fairly recent thing.
What prompted
that? I've tried to like actually gain more information. It's like something I've always enjoyed, and the world is falling apart, and I just want like anything that can explain anything to me.
Sure,
so
understandable.
I'm trying to learn a little bit more.
Well, I think that it's very good.
I am looking at the chat, which I realize is unusual.
No, it's great.
But I have to. But DARPA, Dan saying that I am waterbender to Shibby's earthbender. Shibby might be earthbender, but
No.
Shibby might be firebender.
Siobhan
is she coming on tonight?
Yeah, Siobhan's on about half an hour.
Okay, great.
So I can ask her then, but she's 100% a firebender. Are you kidding me?
I'm 99% sure Siobhan will have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that is true. So I'm curious to go back to the astrology thing, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Because it is something that I have in my life felt many different ways about. And
I think I feel similarly many different ways about it, which won't surprise you.
No, it doesn't surprise me, but I am curious to find out more. One, I'd love more info about like what the various ways are and what you think sort of your path has been to giving it sort of a real shot now. But also like what has been, in the relatively short time you've been looking more into it, what has been sort of the most engaging, or what's brought out the most kind of not inspired in sort of like the lofty way, but just like, oh, that hits me in a certain way.
Yeah. In a very, to use Jon Miller's millennial phrase, in a very millennial way, it started with the CoStar app, which I got very into.
I don't know what that is.
So it is an astrology app where you can see, you put in basically your birth date, time, and place. And it runs your chart, and you can see your chart compared to your friend's chart. But what really resonates, I'm trying to find it because I've screenshotted it, like the really major ones. And I don't know that this is what you want, but no one should be surprised, or you and I shouldn't be surprised, because it's you and I, and we are going to talk about our mental health.
Yes.
But I was like very deep in a like panic attack spiral one day, and I flipped open my CoStar just for funsies and found, now I'm just going to scroll for a sec to find it, because it was like one of those
primary sources.
Came in. Yeah. Let's see, it was in February. See, I know that. Let's
so
see.
this
One
is
of them
pre-quarantine.
It started like just pre-quarantine, and then I've gotten more into it.
Sure.
So don't be so hard on yourself. Other people will do that job for you. Was one of them.
That's great. That's legit really good advice.
I know. And there was another, I'm trying to find, there was another equally good one that I am not seeing right now. But there were other ones, and it was just like, oh, okay, there's something that feels very grounding about it, even though that's kind of insane. And then more recently, I started reading Hani Nicholas's book called You Were Born for This, which is basically what I'm using to try to learn more. But it's like at the same time, I'm very into my friends reading tarot for me. Like that's not something that I've learned how to do, but as like many of our friends have learned how to do that.
Yeah, tarot's been on a big upswing, at least in our part of the world, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So this is gonna sound like a leading question, but I trust you to trust me that it isn't.
Yeah.
Things like don't be so hard on yourself, other people do that job for you. It sounds like that was, I think you used the word grounding before, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like that would have been as grounding if it had not been attached to something like your star chart? And I promise this isn't like a gotcha. I'm not shitting on astrology at all.
No. I mean, I go back and forth on that. Like, it felt a little bit more, like, directed at me because of that, whether that's real or not. Like, I'm 99% sure that this app is listening to me. So, like, that helps.
So this is like the one app that you would be okay with abusing your surveillance permissions.
I'm kind of okay with it.
Sure, man.
Because it gives me like good life advice because it's listening to me. But then also, I don't know. I mean, like, I definitely spend too much time on Instagram scrolling through with plenty of friends who post a lot of like very self-helpy things that I can look at and be like, yeah, I get that, but it doesn't actually sink in at all. And I think because it is slightly, it at least has the appearance, whether it is real or not, of being personalized, of being directed specifically at me, that it is more grounding.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really easy to talk shit on the placebo effect, right? Like when people say like, oh, it's just a placebo. I feel like it's often said with some degree of derision, or like, oh, it's not as good because it's not quote unquote real. But like, if it makes you feel better and not doing it doesn't make you feel better, then fuck it.
Yeah.
Like, do what works. I think that's great. Do you feel comfortable sharing any information about your chart for people in the in the chat?
Sure.
Who might be
Let
curious?
me pull it up so I can tell you. I mean, like, I'm a triple Virgo. I can tell you that, which
Whoa.
for people who both know me and know astrology, like,
I
is
don't
not
know
actually a
astrology,
surprise.
but even to me that sounds intense.
I know. Yeah, so that's like my biggest thing is I'm a triple Virgo. I'm Virgo, Moon, Mars, and Sun.
Wow.
So that's a lot.
The third one is
Of who I
Mars.
am.
I gotta learn more about
and there's
astrology.
a lot that goes from there. Is someone asking me if I have a therapist? You bet I do.
Yeah, are you kidding? She's one of my dearest friends in the world. Of course she has a therapist.
Like, it also feels important for me to point out that according to CoStar, and if you would let us do a joint interview as we requested, you'd know this, I'm sure, that CoStar tells Katherine Howitt and I that we are perfectly matched human beings.
Well, that is true. Howitt is going to be on later.
I know. I'm not sure I'm going to stay awake for her, but I'm going to try.
If she had cooperated with my scheduling email, we could have made it happen.
Yeah.
Well, Kate, I gotta let you go. We didn't talk at all
I think you need
about
to
your
do-
fascinating life.
I know. We just talked about like benders and astrology.
Right. Well, those are pretty important things to your life, to anyone's life, I think, right? We talked about mental health.
We did talk about mental health.
Well, it seems likely that I'll do another one of these shows in the future, so maybe we can get more into who you actually are in earthly terms.
Yeah, I do a lot of, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, there's not actually. I'm pretty boring, but...
Okay, I'm going to edit that out in post because it's a lie. Do you have anything that you want to plug before you go?
Nothing super specific, but I run an arts incubator called the NYU Production Lab. So if you want to check us out, that's the thing.
How would we check them out? Is there a website? Is there a thing?
Yeah, we've got a website. If you just Google NYU Production Lab, we're on Instagram, NYU Production Lab. It's all those fun things. But there's a lot of, that's doing a lot of stuff. And that's what most of my life goes to these days.
Well, Kate, thank you so much. It's been wonderful. That and therapy, yeah. It's been wonderful to have you, Kate. I love you dearly.
I love you dearly.
I'll talk to you soon.
I love your cats dearly. I miss them.
They're doing so good. I want you to know that they're thriving.
That's really, really important to me because they're like, I don't know, I feel like your audience, viewer people may not know them in real life.
They know them pretty well at this point.
They probably know them, like, better than I do, but, like, I miss cuddling with them.
Yeah, well, one day when the plague, when the Red Death has passed over our country.
Yeah.
All right, Kate, take care. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Bye. Love you.
Bye.
Oh, I cut her off. Okay, we gotta go right into the next one. I'm still behind. I can do this. I hope everyone's having a good time out there.
Hello?
Sasha?
Yes?
Hello, Sasha. You're live on the air.
Hello, Peter. Hello? Wait, what's the name of your fans?
Trash Kittens?
Trash Kittens. Hello, Trash Kittens.
Ah, she's so good. It's Sasha, everyone. This is Sasha, therapist, cemetery lover, former roommate, and very sensible person. Hello, Sasha.
Hello, Peter. And Trash Kittens.
How are you tonight? Thanks for
I'm
being
good.
on the show.
Thanks. I'm with Boris, and we just looked at some bad men's anatomy.
Oh, I know Bad Women's Anatomy. I did not know there was a Bad Men's Anatomy.
Definitely is.
What were the best wrong things you learned?
Best wrong things that your foreskin is supposed to fall off, at around the age of 7.
Oh no! The whole thing?
And apparently I learned something new today. Yeah, the whole thing. I don't know how long it's supposed to take. I don't know, like, if it's a process, if there's blood, or it just, like, shrivels up and dies. That was my favorite one.
Horrifying. That's,
Learned something new today.
I was having a conversation with someone recently about the definition of body horror, and that's pretty much it. Like, that's the nail on the head. If I describe body horror, like, it's like if your whole foreskin fell off at age 7. That's body horror.
Imagine how that sounds incredibly traumatic.
Hey, anyone out there in the chat or watching the VOD, if your foreskin fell off at age 7, we're here for you. I'm sorry that happened to you, and I hope that you've recovered since then.
Yeah. Get some therapy for that.
So Sasha, you are the person on this whole interview show, I believe, who I saw the most recently.
Cool.
Because you and I just took a long cemetery walk this past Saturday.
Yes, it was so lovely.
It was. Do you want to talk a bit about, I mean, I know you and I talked about this. Do you want to talk a bit about why you love cemeteries so much?
Right now I'm at Boris's house, and now I see you on the screen, and this is freaking me out a little bit. So I'm going to turn around so I can not look at the screen. Yeah,
it's for the best. If you're not used to it, the multi-phase time delay can be very disorienting.
Yeah, I think I did that last time I was on your show, and it was just, like, hard to
Yeah, it hits everyone.
Why do I like cemeteries so much? I just feel like, I think I was telling you this earlier, but I will tell your stream that I think that we're sort of removed from death, and death is a part of life. So when I go to cemeteries, I feel very peacefully connected to life. And also, I like the idea of, like, not celebrating, but honoring those that have passed, even if no one has seen them in, like, 100, 200 years.
Sure. What does that feel like to you, to feel like to honor someone that you never knew?
Well, I think everyone deserves to be honored. It just feels like, well, if no one else can, then I will, even for a brief second.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious though. What is that experience like for you? Do you take a moment to imagine their life? Do you just sort of try and exist in the space? What is that like?
I don't try to imagine their life because I'll probably get it wrong, but I just, like, kind of imagine me being there with them and being part of a collective. Like, it makes me feel less alone, too, to know that this is also what's coming for me.
Interesting. And I know you and I talked a bit about your experience with going to cemeteries with other people. Did you just see Iago?
Oh my god, I did. He's so precious. The best. Look at his tiny little paws.
I know, he's perfect. We talked about, I told you this when you were visiting the other day, that that is the exact spot in which he sleeps for basically my entire stream every night, more or less without moving.
Yeah, that's his nap time. It's the perfect nap time, so he gets quality dad focus afterwards. He knows when you're done, and then he's like, okay, well, you're not working anymore, so now it's Iago time.
Yeah, I think he also likes the ambient dad noise.
No.
Because, he's an anxious boy. And if I'm talking the whole time, he knows that I'm there.
So skittish.
He is. Skittish is the perfect word for it. Now, I remember you were talking about how you really wanted to get your own cat when you moved on past our, not from this mortal coil, but from our terrible Bushwick apartments?
One day, it's definitely in the cards. I'm not sure when. So right now, I'm living with my parents, probably for the next few years, so I can save up to buy an apartment. Yeah, super reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom doesn't want a cat, but I have convinced her to possibly, see how many qualifiers there are?
I love it.
Possibly getting a hamster.
Okay. Now, do you view a hamster as a stepping stone to a cat?
No, it's something completely different, but it lasts like 2 or 3 years, which is about how long I'll be with my parents, and it's furry and fuzzy.
I see.
And I can just like hold it in my hand.
So it's not a means towards getting a cat while you're with your parents, but it is a
No.
stopgap for the time you plan to be there.
Yeah. And my mom asked me, so what are you going to name the hamster? And I'm like, Mom, I have to meet the hamster.
Yeah, that's like super disrespectful, Sasha's mom.
Yeah, like, what if the hamster's name is Shelly? Or what if it's Frankenstein? Like, who knows? I have to meet the hamster first.
Did you go Shelley because of Mary Shelley?
Yes.
Okay. There's been a lot of Frankenstein talk on the channel this month, so that's very appropriate.
Oh, interesting.
Well, you know, it's October. It's spooky season.
Yeah. Do you play more spooky games now that it's spooky season?
I have been doing more spooky games.
Yago's bigger.
Yeah, I was wondering when you were going to notice that Yago was bigger.
Oh, he's so bad.
I wish the focus were better, but for whatever reason, the white balance is always gets super confused because he's got such a white belly.
His little toe is like was stitching there for a second.
Yeah, he's got little Yago dreams. People in the chat are offering to buy him a beer, and I have to remind you that he is too young, okay? He's not old enough for a beer.
Well, when you're old enough for a beer, you'll be close to dying.
Yeah, he can never have a beer. He's a baby. No beards for Yagos.
He can have some catnip.
Yes, that's fine. I should get some more catnip. I haven't had catnip from him in a long time.
There's that toy like the fish toy that moves up and down, and you can put, I think, catnip into it. It's pretty dope.
Well, maybe I'll get that for Yago. Oh, there's some good twitches. I had a question for you about the hamster, but then you started talking about Yago, and I all thoughts fell out of my brain. I got a hamster. Oh, so I guess, how has your mother been taking to the idea of getting a hamster?
Not great.
Okay. What are her concerns?
I feel like that I won't take care of it, that she'll have to take care of it, because, actually, I think I know why my mom is so against getting a hamster, because I offered her the idea. Well, she's not, like, totally against it, but she's a little bit worried, because I told her that I was going to get a hamster, and then my mom was like, do you know what they do? And I'm like, no, Mom, what do they do? And she's like, they eat their babies. And then she started graphically describing her watching my sister's hamster eating the babies, and the look was just like, she's so wide-eyed. But I was like, Mom, I'm just going to get one male hamster.
Right. There's a very easy fix to that particular problem.
She's like, yeah, we don't need to be raising any baby hamsters here.
Yeah. No one's talking about a nursery.
And once I told her I will get one male hamster, she's like, okay, fine.
Okay, so that's good. There's progress.
Yeah.
I was right to include sensible person in your introduction.
Yeah. That's what my therapist says.
I love your therapist. Big fan of your therapist. I said that on Saturday. I'll say it again.
Sure.
Sasha, I gotta let you go.
All right.
But
bye.
thank you so much for being on the show. I'm glad you got to see Iago.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having Iago and people that watch your stream.
Iago, baby. Do you want to say goodbye to Sasha? He's too asleep. He's completely zonked out. Sasha, do you have anything you want to plug before you go?
No.
All right. I thought I'd ask, just in case.
Bye.
Bye, Sasha. Thank you.
Thank you.
The famous window ghost. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, God. Oh, no. Hold on. Everything's going to be fine. Hold on. I didn't think this through very clearly. Ah, fuck it. I was trying to keep the name a surprise. Too close! Yeah, Sasha's wonderful. We're back on schedule, baby! We're back on schedule!
Hello?
Hello, Siobhan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be a part of whatever this is.
Are you in an automobile?
I am indeed in an automobile. I'm in the wild environs of New Jersey, of scenic New Jersey.
Very adventurous.
It is.
In many ways.
In many ways.
Well, officially welcome to Siobhan Gilbert, who is a writer, a world traveler, and COVID survivor.
Yes. All three of those things are true.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
What are you? What's happening in New Jersey right now?
I am going home to my mom's house because I am packing.
Yes.
Basically, all of my life up to go to Ireland. So that is what I am doing.
How soon is the Ireland departure?
The Ireland departure is November 1st. So very,
very soon.
Very, very, very soon. Yeah. And you know, what I've realized is like I get the minimalist appeal. I never realized how much shit I've had, like in my life.
I thought you meant the minimalist appeal of Ireland. I'm like, that's not really what I associate with Ireland, but okay. I mean, I haven't been there. I don't know.
Yeah. It's just incredible the amount of like stuff one accumulates. I'm like, I moved apartments already. I've like purged.
Yeah. Are you doing another stage of purging for this move?
I am. Yeah. So it's like anything. Unfortunately, what's happened is now my wardrobe, after having done like this new purge, I just look like an Italian widow in everything.
That sounds like a win to me, man.
I mean, I'm not saying it looks bad. It looked pretty good. But
if you look like an Italian widow, you're legally allowed to slap any man in town across the face, and no one can question it. No one can stop you.
Yeah. See, the nice thing is I've already been living that part of my life.
Right, so it'll really just be your outside catching up to your inside, ultimately.
Correct.
So how long has the Ireland move? I know some of this. So partially this is for the people at home, but also I don't know the full story. How long has the Ireland move been in the works?
The Ireland, okay, so I got COVID in June.
Mm-hmm. And you were in LA at the time, right?
No, I was in New York.
Oh, really?
When I got sick. Yeah.
For some reason I thought you were still in LA at the time.
No. So I was in New York, and then I was actually out at my mom's house, and I wound up getting COVID out in New Jersey. And yeah, it was just like a bad kind of luck thing. But so the entire month of June I was sick. And then like July 1st or July 2nd, I wound up flying back to LA. And I got there, and for like 48 hours I was there, and I was like, you know what? No, I'm not doing this anymore.
What do you think it was that pushed you over the edge?
So it was the fact that like I was walking around and people weren't masked up and and like there's just like a level of denial out there that is otherworldly, and you can see why. Like the whole culture, like permits, like,
Right.
you know, rewards that. So that was part of it. I was like, you know, this is a little too much bullshit for me. I'm developing, it's like shellfish. I'm developing an allergy.
Right. Later in life.
Yeah, much later in life than like is good for me. So there was that, and then, you know, the protests were going on, and where I was living in East Hollywood, that was like where a lot of them were. You know, the cops don't have a good relationship with the neighborhood, and which you know was fine. And then there was one day I'm like walking down Hollywood Boulevard to this coffee place, and I see this guy, and he's, you know, like normal guy, you know, really normal guy, and he's got coffee in his hands, and then this like minivan pulls up, and these two like huge white dudes like come out, grab this dude, throw him down to the ground, he hits his head on the pavement, and they put him in the minivan and just drive off. And they look kind of like cops, like, you know how, anyway.
Yeah,
so like
yeah.
that, literally that happened, and I went, I'm done with this.
Yeah, it's time to
Get the hell out of
go.
here. Meanwhile, on Instagram, my cousins, one of whom you've met, the
Right.
famous one, they're like just in fields, just having a blast.
Yeah.
You know,
The
they're
appeal
like,
of
"Oh, yeah,
seeing people standing in fields is very powerful. I've had that as well.
it's true. Yeah, it's so true. You know, and like their life didn't really change that much. And, you know, I'm a writer. I can do what I do really anywhere.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask. You know, writer is, because I think of writer, as you say, as sort of one of those, like, you can, as long as you have a typewriter, quote unquote, whatever, you can do it anywhere. But I wonder, and this is not a leading question, I legitimately have no idea, being specifically a screenwriter, which I know is not the only thing that you do, but it is one of the things you do.
Yeah.
I think of that as being a much more locally bound field of writing.
Sure. Yeah.
Are you anticipating doing less screenwriting and more other types of writing? Are you what is your sort of professional forecast for yourself in that regard?
Well, it's interesting because I would actually say I'll probably wind up doing more screenwriting. The difference and the thing that tends to get lumped in together is TV writing and screenwriting.
Mm-hmm.
So TV writing, yes, that is incredibly local because you're in a writer's room. You're in a room with 10 other people, and there's a showrunner. You generally have to be on a studio lot, or you have to go on location and kind of supervise, you know, the shooting of your episode. So in that respect, yes, that is incredibly localized.
Mm-hmm.
Screenwriting, you know, where you're writing a feature, unless you have a partner, you're effectively by yourself. And yes, before the pandemic, there was a lot of, you know, you go to the Sony lot, you meet with this executive, you go to this production company, and you have lunch, and you do, they call it like the water bottle tour, where you kind of go to all these different studios.
The water bottle tour?
Yeah. So
do you get souvenir water bottles at each studio?
Yeah, they're not fancy though. Like it's just like, you know, like like some very nervous, like slightly hungover 21-year-old assistant is like, "Do you want still or sparkling?" Just like go around. If you do like enough of them in a day, you have like a graveyard of like, you know, $6, you know, a pop water bottles like just in the like bottom of your car.
I love
so
that.
For some reason, yeah, because like, you know, they're like, "Oh, we could do cappuccino or whatever." You never get the cappuccino. You never get anything but the water. You want to be as low maintenance as possible.
It's sort of like a kabuki drama to like bring up the cappuccino, but the cappuccino never is even intended to arrive.
Exactly.
That's wonderful.
So, yeah. So it's, you know, so in that respect, yeah, screenwriting before was very local. But, you know, I haven't had an in-person meeting. Obviously, no one has
since
March. And, you know, I'm in this women in film group, and it's a bunch of, like, you know, future showrunners and some agents and stuff like that. And they're like, "Oh, yeah, we're not going back till July." So
yeah.
I'm like, and July of 2021. So I'm well, what the hell do I need to do? Like paying a stupid amount of rent
Yeah.
to be in a place that I don't necessarily love. But yeah, so, and then the other thing is most of the work that I've been getting has actually not been with U.S. production companies. And because I'm an Irish citizen, there's actually a pool of money that I'm eligible to kind of be able to get if
That's great.
certain projects go into production. So, yeah, I think, you know, kind of the future of that side of the business, it's going to actually get more international. For example, like I know a couple people who are working on different shows, and, you know, they're either in New Zealand shooting, like I think the Lord of the Rings Amazon show is shooting there now, and they're fine.
Yeah,
Totally
New Zealand's doing great.
Oh yeah, but you know, like even like I know Ethan Hawke's shooting something in, I want to say Wicklow in Ireland or whatever, and like Vikings is shooting there, and they're, you know, for the most part doing okay. You know, they're just in a much better place. So I think actually it's going to be really interesting. I think the world's going to open up for that side of screenwriting.
That'd be really exciting.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take a breath.
You what?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm not shutting up. But
you understand that the point of an interview is that you talk, right?
Oh,
I invited you on the show so that you could talk.
Right. Yeah, that old chestnut.
Shit. Fuck, that really got me. I wasn't prepared. For that old chestnut. Fuck. Siobhan, question from the chat. People would love to hear about what kind of stuff you have worked on.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Which I imagine is probably a pretty extensive list, but, you know, some of your faves.
Yeah, some of my faves. I did a lot of, like, weird theater. That's what I started off doing. We did, like, a weird live wine review thing at, like, here Arts Center a while back.
Interesting.
Yeah. We, let's see, I've worked on a couple short films. I did a PSA that was about enthusiastic consent.
Yes.
That was actually really fun.
I was just talking, actually, to someone else about that because Tobin Mitnick was in that, right?
Yes, he was!
Yes. Another old college friend of ours. And someone was like, oh, do you know Toby? I was like, oh, Siobhan put him in a short about enthusiastic consent that was wonderful.
Oh, yeah, he's the best. Yeah, he was like, I'll play the creepy one. I was like, I know you will.
Yeah.
And I know you'll do it well.
It's an important job.
Listen, you gotta love people who embrace their, like, inner creep. You know, it's a gift.
It's out there in the world. We need people who are enthusiastic about modeling it for educational purposes.
Exactly. So that was the thing I did. And then a lot of what I've been writing in terms of features has been, like, grounded, like, genre stuff. So it's been a lot of, like, horror.
That's right.
Small budget horror stuff. One of the things that I wrote that made the Blood List, which is sort of like an annual list of, like, the best horror scripts and pilots and stuff.
It's like a genre-focused version of the Blacklist, basically, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so one script that I wrote made it there, and it's called The Maddening Filth. It was optioned by this, like, really weird Austrian director, and then nothing happened.
Do you want to talk? Is there anything you can tell us about that project in particular?
Yeah, sure. So it's set in the 1850s, and it's about the guy who developed germ theory. Mm-hmm. And his name is Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis. And
great name.
Right? Like, incredible. You're like, oh yeah, this guy must, like, be crazy, and he was. So he was an obstetrician, and
I think I did know that.
And he sort of noticed that, like, so the hospital that he was in was split in half. So it was like the clinic where all the men were doctors, and then there was the midwife clinic. And he realized that the mortality rate in the male like doctor clinic was significantly higher than the midwife clinic. And he was like, why is that? So he followed these midwives around, and it turns out that like, oh, they weren't practicing on cadavers in the morning and delivering babies at night.
Right.
Without washing their hands.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that had in reality, that had a really profound psychological effect on him.
Mm-hmm.
In the script, he kind of starts to get these hallucinations. It's a psychological thriller, so there's like hallucinations about these like dead mothers who start to like follow him everywhere.
Yeah.
As he develops this like protocol of washing, like of developing hand washing for doctors as they examine patients, the medical field and his boss are like, a gentleman's hands are never unclean. This is a hoax. This is false science. You can't prove this. You can't prove that this is how things get contaminated.
A gentleman's hands are never unclean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
that
my
is
God.
actually word for word what a guy said.
I'm
what
sure.
his boss said. It was wild.
Wow.
So effectively, it's interesting because like with COVID happening, I'm like, oh, this I recall, this feels correct.
Yeah. And did you write it before COVID hit?
I wrote it in 2013. Yeah.
That's wild.
I wrote the first draft. Yeah, I wrote the first draft in 2013. So, yeah. And so basically it's like an entire institution says like, you're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy. He literally goes insane. He gets committed. He cuts his hand the third day he's there. They won't give him soap and water. He dies of the same infection that all of these patients have.
Yeah, that boy needs a movie.
That boy needs a movie. So yeah, that made the blood list, and that was really cool, and that was that got me my first agent, which was great. And yeah, so then there's just been some other stuff that I've done on spec, and I've had to pitch a few things, but nothing like some things I can't talk about because they make you like sign agreements to not say anything. But yeah, so a lot of the things that I have pitched or sold nothing has been based in the U.S., which is very weird.
Perfect.
But as of right now, it kind of works out. So yeah. Well,
I gotta let you go, but before you go, is there anything immediate that you'd like to plug? Any social, any projects that are happening now? Or coming up soon?
Coming up soon. Oh, I am putting together. I'm doing the edit. I shot my first short film over during COVID times.
That's very exciting.
And I did it socially distant. So, I'm probably going to release that on YouTube. So, look out for that.
Yeah, if you, I'll email you afterwards to get links and stuff, and I'll put it up on the Discord and everything.
Awesome.
The chat, by the way, loves you. Chat's going wild.
Oh, that's so nice. Thanks, guys. I'm also recording my progress. I'm doing a YouTube channel about moving to Ireland.
Ooh.
So that, and there's an Instagram. I think it's at The Irish Runaway.
The Irish Runaway.
It's really stupid. It's very dumb.
I love stupid. You know I love stupid.
If you love dumb content of me being awkward, you're getting ready for a bounty of content. So there you go.
Well, Siobhan, thank you so much. This has been fantastic. I always love hearing from you. Thank you for being on the show.
Peter. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah,
Enjoy
I'll talk to you
rest of your
soon.
night.
Bye. We're behind schedule again, folks. Ginger had a great idea. If there's a question that you want me to ask the guest, just highlight the message. That's the easiest way for me to see it. Don't at me. I might see that, but highlighting it is way better in terms of chances of me actually seeing it. Oh, we're 4 minutes behind.
Hello.
Hello, Scott.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Good. How are you? Welcome to the show.
Oh man, it's good to be on.
You're live on the air.
This is so cool, man. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited.
Of course. For anyone unfamiliar, this is Scott Aiello, actor, writer, audiobook king, arch rival of mine.
I was going to say, where's the nemesis fit in? It's in the ranking. I feel like that's probably number one.
Well, Scott, I'll let you know right up top. I'm already upset with you for something that is completely not your fault.
Fantastic. What would that be?
I had Jon Miller on a little earlier tonight, and he mentioned that he is working on an upcoming campaign for the podcast.
Yes, you're jealous because I'm playing Hudson.
Well, don't shut up, man. Don't tell people what it is.
Oh, it's true.
But I did hear that the cast is the entire original cast except you instead of me. And I'm furious. It corroborates my theory that I'm being stealth fired from the show. I don't like it.
Peter, no chance. No chance does that ever, in any world, does that ever happen, that you are stealth fired from anything.
It's going to be very public and abrupt.
When we take you out of the show, it's going to be like a group. I'm going to hire a bunch of guys to drag you, kicking and screaming.
I'm going to start my own podcast just to shit on you guys afterwards.
Oh man, I hate to say this. It pains me, but it's good to hear your voice.
Likewise. I will let you know, people in chat are very excited to hear from you. They're very excited to hear your voice.
Oh, well, thanks, guys.
We have a lot of big fans. You know what? I'm just going to start right off with a question from the chat, if that's all right.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
They want to know, Warning Wild Ginger, friend of the stream Ginger, wants to know if you have any book recommendations.
Oh, let's see. Audiobook-wise or, like, book-wise? I guess we can't really specify.
Well, another question has come in about audiobooks. I think this one is just like, what have you been reading or listening to or consuming in book form?
Boy, I'll tell you, I haven't read a book for pleasure in years. I mean, I wish I said that I could, but really, and especially since COVID hit, it's just been nonstop.
Sure.
As I like to joke, I mainly narrate books about angry white men in space. That is my forte. That's
your wheelhouse.
It's almost like if you were to take the movie Total Recall and make it over and over and over again with slightly different plots, and I mean slightly. That's
so a Total Recall of Total Recall.
Exactly. But let's see. Lately,
do you listen to audiobooks?
I tell everybody. I do sometimes. When I'm on the tread, I do. But like the cool thing is that I get free downloads because every time I put a book up on Audible, they give me something for my reel, quote unquote, and I usually use that credit to download something else.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got all the Martin books. I have gone through the complete compendium of Ice and Fire so many times. That really long. It's something ridiculous, like 48 hours of Roy Dotrice. Talking about the world of Ice and Fire is for hours and hours, and learning all the different
sounds
names
scintillating.
And it's. I normally what I've been doing lately is a lot of podcasts listening to. I got really into Radiolab, and I went through their whole thing.
Radiolab's great.
Yeah, man, This American Life, stuff like that. Stuff just like I need something a little real because I spend so much time. And I love the world of fantasy, or I wouldn't do what I do, But I would say that if they're looking for a good recommendation, it hasn't come out yet, but I just narrated a great new series. It's going to be fantastic. It's called Earth at War, and the first book is called First to Fight. And I'll tell you, the guy he's got some chops and some really cool character development, and I won't give too much of the plot away. I mean,
can you give us like an elevator pitch?
The series is called Earth at War. You could take a wild guess what that is. But it's, I guess I can't say this because it's kind of fun. His premise is kind of neat. His premise is basically that, of course, aliens show up at Earth, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And, it turns out that these poor aliens, and I won't give away what they are because it's kind of funny, but these poor aliens are at war with humans, okay? And what the premise of the book is that early on in the beginnings of the universe or beginnings of the galaxy, whatever, a sort of like master alien race went out into the world, went out into the galaxy, found that there was no life anywhere, and so like basically found one planet where there was life, which is Earth, and took all the species from our planet and then seeded the rest of the galaxy with like the DNA from all of the species on Earth. So there's like snake aliens and, you know, bear aliens and tiger aliens. And of course there's a planet of humans. And of course, the most evil bastards in the galaxy is the other planet of humans that is, you know, basically forming an empire and is basically like conquering the entire galaxy, enslaving everyone, viciously killing everyone. It's a wonderful little, you know, look at humanity. It's basically if the prime directive on Star Trek, because what happens is like these humans on their planet were like in the Bronze Age, and aliens landed on their planet and gave them all this technology. And of course, they immediately took that technology, copied it, and conquered, you know, that race and continued to conquer other races. So it's kind of a cool premise. And I'll tell you, you know, like he does a really nice job of making you care about the characters. And I had a great time voicing it. As far as stuff that is out right now, I always tell everybody to, and I've said this on the pre-roll, everyone should go and if you want to, the one that I narrated called Emperor Mollusk for the Sinister Brain by A. Martinez. Oh my God, it's so much fun, you guys. To this day, it's the first audiobook I ever narrated, and it's still my number one recommendation to everybody.
That's amazing.
Yeah, dude, it was great. I mean, it's about an alien mollusk that like basically takes over the earth and is kind of a bored demagogue, and it's very funny. It's very Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, tongue-in-cheek, great satire, really, really good stuff. And then the other thing I would say is go listen to The Case of the Damaged Detective, which I can't remember the name of the author for that, but that's a great one. It's really fun. It's another one of these, I guess I'm really into these sort of like different spins on modern tales. It's a Sherlock Holmes. It's a new take on Sherlock Holmes, sort of a modern take, with a guy who's an American who actually has a disorder where he thinks he has an intellectual disorder where he thinks he's Sherlock Holmes, or one of the ancestors of Sherlock Holmes, and it's really great because he does have kind of a superpower, which is kind of neat, but without giving too much away, he's like he is how can I put this? Peter, he infuriates me. Maybe even more than you do.
The character does?
It's really a lot of fun. Yes, it's a very infuriating character.
Why am I
really,
getting
really
stacked up against fictional characters? At least rank me against other real humans.
Peter, that's impossible. There is no one in the world like you. It can't be done.
I'm going to take this opportunity where you have breathed between sentences to commend you, unironically, on the fact that the chat's been throwing other questions at me for you, but you've been answering all of them before I have the chance to ask them, so you've been doing great. They're like, you know, the person who asked about book recommendations, they're like, well, I don't really read anymore, and they're like, well, what about podcasts? And before I could ask, like, I guess I've been doing a lot of podcasts lately, and I was like, well, I should ask which ones. Like, oh, these ones. I'm like, this is great. Like, I'm not being shitty at all. I can just sit here, man. Although, this is the hardest question someone just threw in. Do you have anything nice to say about me?
Oh.
I promise you,
I have nothing but nice.
Someone else said that.
You know, it's funny. I was just talking to my girlfriend about you not too long ago. No, I'm answering it. I was just talking to my girlfriend about you. I think that, you know, for reals, you know, you and I. You and I have very different playing styles when we do the reroll, as we know. Yeah. I sort of like to, you know, throw myself into the character, and, you know, you are there for your incredible wit and humor. And, you know,
it's a very nice way of saying I'm a shitty actor. Thank you.
No. You have gotten, but here's the thing, you've gotten so much better. Like, you really, when you play scenes now, man, you are deadly. I mean, your acting chops are right on, and you are just throwing yourself into the character. When we're in there, I have so much fun when we are acting together, and it's just major props because I think that we absolutely, the show would be nothing without your sense of humor. But at the same time, I think that I really love that you've kind of embraced the other side of it a little bit. You know what I mean?
Now I regret asking this.
I think you're redeemable. I think that you can be taken from the dark side.
Redeemable. I'm corrigible. Would you say? Well, Scott, people are insisting I say something nice about you in return, which is very easy for me to do.
Okay.
But I will say something nice about you that I don't. I've probably said this to you in some form or another, but it is not one of the things that I am most often openly appreciative of. Just that I really have always admired and appreciated your ability to stick up not just for yourself but for others and for projects and for principles. Like you do not let boundaries be crossed lightly. You know?
Thanks, buddy.
And
thanks, man. That is not what I expect you to say, and that means a lot.
Well, it's true. I mean, you know this, that a number of times over the past few years, you've been there for some really good real talk with me and for me that can be difficult to give to someone you've known for a really long time. And you and I have only known each other. It feels like longer than it is. It's only been like 3 years.
Feels like 47 years.
I know. It feels like I wish I were dead, you know? But I really I appreciate the real talk.
Well, thanks, man. That quality about me is not something that everybody appreciates. That it makes a lot of sense that you would see something.
Yeah, I don't think it'll
something that not many other people do.
I don't think it'll surprise you to hear that I tend to not have a lot of love for qualities that everyone appreciates.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. How did this turn into a love fest? This is ridiculous. What is wrong with us?
You should know that the people who watch this show love you and are big fans of you and I together on the show. And people are losing their minds at me blushing right now.
No.
Also, dude, it's because I haven't seen you or talked to you in forever. I mean, we texted a little bit a couple months ago, but even that was pretty short. Whereas, like, you and I are used to seeing each other, like, every month or a couple months. And, like, when we see each other, seeing each other for, like, a whole fucking day.
Yeah.
It's a dynamic that I miss.
I was telling my lady that, too. I mean, like, we were talking about how nice it is that, like, I'm going to Atlanta next week, and I'm still going to re-roll our next show because, now I can just take my mic with me. And it's like, that's nice, but at the same time, don't get angry. But, like, at the same time, it's nice, but, like, I was like, it's no substitute for playing the game in a room.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? We're like, we're all drinking together. No, it's not. It's just not.
Yeah.
It's fun, but I swear to God, it almost feels like, I'm just doing another... it's too close to me what I do when I record audiobooks now, which is
right.
Like, I remember by myself in my closet.
Ocean's 11, we got to see your little closet studio.
my janky ass setup. Yeah,
I loved it.
It's really funny. If only people knew. If only like Audible and like Penguin and all these producers knew like how ridiculously janky my setup is. People are like, oh, I pitch it as the most like professional studio,
of
and
course.
Believe me, I get a good sound quality out of it.
Yeah,
but it's like 1,000 blankets and a bunch of clothes and like a bunch of boards that I made at Home Depot. And like I send people sound samples and they're like, that is a great booth. I'm like, thanks. It cost me $150.
Dude, if it works, it fucking works.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's the mic. I got a killer mic, but everything else was like,
I might email you for some mic recommendations. I'm looking to upgrade, to be honest.
Yeah. No. It really makes a difference, especially with the show.
Scott, I could talk to you forever, but I got to let you go.
Hey, buddy, this is fun.
This was great. Yeah. Is there anything you want to plug before I let you go?
I think I plugged that book, which is pretty cool. What else did I want to? No, I would love. Actually, you know what? I would love if since your audience is all gamers, and since you got them on the stream right now, I'm playing this game called. I'm a big RPG guy. Diablo 3, which is more of a hack and slash dungeon thing, is something that I used to be super into, and I'm sort of looking for something like that. So if they have recommendations for like a really good hack and slash where you like it's all about finding the greatest weapons and upgrading, but not so much like I love the storyline. I appreciate D&D. God knows, you know, I'm a fan of all of Paulo Quiros' intricacies and all of his plot devices, but sometimes I just want to go in a fucking dungeon and slash a bunch of demons, and that's what Diablo 3 always gave to me. And I'm doing this Divinity 2 game right now, which is okay, but I'm sort of looking for something.
Scott, do you want to stop talking long enough for me to give you the recommendations?
Sorry. Sorry, yes, you gotta go.
People are saying Hades, which is a game that just came out on Switch. It's been on early access on PC for a while, but just came out on Switch and people love it. I'm actually doing a Hades marathon this Sunday. That's right. I'll slip my own plug in. Grim Dawn. You know what? I'll just compile these and send you an email because there's a bunch of them, and I really do have to let you go.
Yeah, it's cool, man. That sounds great. I would love to hear it. And thanks, you guys, for having me on, and thanks for the recommendation.
Thank you. Yeah, people love you, Scott. I hope you know that people love you.
No, I love them, and I love you too, Peter.
I'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
Bye, bud. Oh, God, we're more behind schedule than we've been all night. Oh, God! We gotta keep moving! We gotta keep going! Hello?
Hi.
Oh my God, listen to that sound quality.
Hi.
I should have made everyone get Discord. Oh my God, this is sorry. This is Sam Without a Plan, everybody.
Hi.
Holy God, I'm going to try and focus on the interview, but like hearing the quality of this Discord call in my ears is legit rocking my shit right now.
Oh God. Okay, so how the hell am I supposed to follow someone who was on The Good Fight? This man is so awesome that he teaches retired Navy SEALs improv. Like, how are you going to bring me on after this?
You
Peter,
have to also
please?
understand that he's also like a huge dumb schmo. Like, yes, very impressive resume and very impressive person. Also, real dumb. I love him dearly because not despite
for this show, then.
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay. Welcome to trash.
Well, you know that
trash.
This is the dumpster, man.
Yeah.
Sam.
I'm here.
For people who are not familiar, Sam, aka Sam Without a Plan, streamer, speedrunner, Twitch partner, ha-cha-cha.
Yeah.
And one of the only Twitch channels that I will occasionally watch, like, just for the fuck of it.
Oh. I love it when people watch just for the fuck of it. That's my favorite.
It is the best reason, but I never watched Twitch before I started streaming.
I didn't either.
Okay, so this was actually going to be my first question for you: is what got you onto Twitch in the first place?
I bought a PS4.
Okay.
And I bought a PS4, and before that, I had absolutely no idea what Twitch was. I did not know that this was a thing.
Sure.
And then I saw the app on the PS4, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And then I got stuck. I got stuck watching. Because I'm just way too curious for my own good. So I got stuck watching like all the trash on the original Twitch platform.
Yeah.
And
I get that.
Yeah. And then I was like, I can do this. And I started playing, I think Fallout 4 had just come out roughly right around then. So I started playing Fallout 4 on Twitch from a PS4.
And that was, you're about to have your Twitchiversary, or just did?
So I just did at the beginning of October. It was my 5. I've been on Twitch for 5 years and some change.
Congratulations.
But I haven't really celebrated it on the stream because I feel like every single time I try to celebrate it, something happens. It's like the curse of the 5-year anniversary. So
you hurt your hand, right?
I did, yeah. So I learned the hard way that speedrunning on mouse and keyboard can actually really, really affect your hand. So I've actually like kind of damaged my hand a little bit. So whenever it starts acting up, I kind of take a break for a little bit.
Is it the WASD? Is that what does it?
You know what? It's because I got tiny little pinky fingers and I can't always reach the shift key. So
You got to get a custom keyboard made, man.
I do. I really want one.
Got to get a bespoke rig.
Yeah. I really, really got to get that. Yeah, I got to get that checked. I got to go to a doctor.
Oh, God. That just reminds me that I'm currently uninsured and it's freaking me out.
Oh, yeah, I've been there, done that. Don't. That's. Ugh.
I'm working on it.
That's fucking rough. That's like, I know that I need to go and talk to somebody about it, but if you don't go, then there's nothing wrong, right?
That's right. It's not real.
If you don't go and have someone confirm it, it never happened. So. If I can just put that on.
Sam, you're speaking the gospel right now. You're speaking the shitty gospel.
No one listened to me. Go get your shit checked out.
Yeah, go. I do as I say, not as I do. 100%.
Exactly. Yep.
I'm curious, were you speedrunning before Twitch, or is Twitch what got you into that?
Twitch is what got me into it, actually. I kind of I knew people who watched people who did speed runs, but I never was into it. And then I started watching more and more people on Twitch who were doing it, and I always had like a huge fascination with like Resident Evil games and stuff like that. And I actually had just gotten Resident Evil 4, and so in Resident Evil 4, to get like the special like gangster costume for Leon, you have to complete this separate game called Separate Ways, which is Ada Wong, and like 2 other games that she has. And then you can open up those costumes for the base game. And so because I wanted those costumes so bad, I literally watched somebody do a walkthrough of Separate Ways. And then I was like, oh my God, I can do this really fast. And then I just started going faster and faster and faster.
That's amazing. So it was really just about the custom skin.
It was
first.
Literally about trying to get Ashley into that knight's armor and Leon into that gangster outfit.
What do you think it was that like hooked you in once you started doing it?
Honestly, I'm super competitive, so it was really just being competitive kind of with myself, which is what speedrunning is. Like mostly speedrunning is, you know, being competitive with other people and getting it under their times, but really it was about being competitive with myself. Like I would be like, oh, I want this time, and then I would work towards that. And then just kind of like switch through to different games and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I have never speedrun anything, and I don't know. I used to say I never would, but then chat started pressuring me, and now I'm considering it.
You definitely have to find something that you are willing to sit and watch over and over and over again. Because
I've been thinking about Dark Souls 1.
Okay, but that is a fun run. You just have to do it with the right one. Yeah, because I really want to do Dark Souls 1 too. I actually a couple of years ago, so every year they do a speed run, like 12-hour challenge. And it's kind of like just a hashtag on the internet, but people challenge themselves to learn a new speed run that they've never done before.
Right.
In 12 hours.
Yeah, I've seen this.
And
I love that.
The first time I did it, I was like, I'm gonna do Dark Souls 1.
Wow.
And I was running. I got 9 hours in, and then I found out that in the remastered version, they took out all the glitches that I needed to complete the speed run that I was learning. And I was like, all right, guys, see you later, because I'm disappointed.
Were you streaming your attempts?
I'm going to go cry in my bedroom now. Good night, guys.
Oh, no. Yeah, I've always been so fat. It's like speedrunning seems to be the only place where, like, because I watch GDQ all the time, obviously, and I that's most of my speedrunning. I've started watching people like doing it live a bit, but like the conversations were like, oh yeah, this is on the old patch, you can't do this on the new patch. You can do it on the new patch, but not the one in the middle. We're emulating this on a downgraded PS2 to make it think it's a PSX, running a PS4 ROM through an Xbox special edition. And it's like, holy shit!
You also have to have your big toe dipped in some Dijon mustard at the same time.
Not for the run, it just feels terrific. If you haven't tried it,
terrific. The wind has to be blowing at just the right,
oh my God,
just the right angle. But that really bummed me out. But I really want to go back and do some more Dark Souls, because Dark Souls definitely is one of those games that I can play over and over and over, and I do. I play it over and over and over.
It's just like it just feels. I mean, like the term game feel, I think, can be this really like nebulous thing, but it just, to me, Dark Souls, geez, I forgot the name of the game, even though you just said it. I was like, Evil Dead? That can't be right.
Yes, it's Evil Dead. Yeah.
Yeah, the Evil Dead series, it just feels, the game feel is great.
Yeah.
Are you working on any new runs these days?
I'm actually still searching for one that I really want to learn. I actually was thinking of doing the Evil Within, but I don't like to learn runs that are too long, which the Evil Within is almost 2 hours.
Yeah, that's a slog.
I could, but that's just a long. I feel like my limit is like an hour to an hour and a half.
Well, and I assume it's 2 hours once you're good at it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
like when you're learning, it's not going to be 2 hours.
Yeah. It's all the practicing in between. So it's really hard to just sit here and go, all right, I'm going to sit on my ass for 2 hours straight and really just be very anxious the entire time.
Yeah, what do you think about people who speedrun things like Final Fantasy VI or things like that? Like these 7-hour speedruns.
I could not do it. I couldn't do it. So I actually so I've done hosting for GDQ.
Right.
And one of the longest runs I did was almost hosted for, not run, but was oh god, I can't remember the name. Was it Earthbound? I can't remember now.
Maybe.
Paper Mario. Yeah, it was Paper Mario. And it was almost 4.5 hours long.
Oh my god.
And even I was kind of sitting there going, oh my god. Like, holy shit. But that's just so much information to just remember.
Hold in your head, yeah.
Yeah. I've done hosting for Frame Fatales, which is the all women speedrun event for GDQ.
Love Frame Fatales.
And I've done several, like I think one of the last ones was Sword and Shield. Pokemon Sword and Shield was almost like 3-4 hours long.
Yeah.
It's tough.
I find
really
those
tough.
So fascinating.
Freaking Persona or Persona 4 or 5 is like 17 hours long, and that's the speed run.
Oh my
god!
god!
I can't handle that.
Can you imagine learning that run?
No, not at all. I would be asleep.
What's the longest run? Well, like, what's the longest game that you've ever tried to run?
Tried to run?
Yeah.
So when I ran Outlast, that was about an hour and a half.
Oh.
And
interesting. I would have expected Outlast to have more weird, like,
so
out of bounds skips and things like that.
The category that I was running was about an hour and a half.
Okay.
Because I don't like to run with glitches.
Oh, interesting.
I feel like it takes out a little bit of it for me. So Outlast has this really good glitch where right at the very beginning of the game, you just glitch all the way to the end. And I feel like that takes out a lot of from the game what makes Outlast. So I was like, I don't want to learn that one. I want to do it the hard way.
Yeah. I remember when I was first starting to get into speedrunning, I had a conversation with I have a brother who's about 5 years older than me, and like he got me into video games when I was a kid, but he doesn't really do them that much anymore. And he was talking about task runs, which for anyone who doesn't know, that's tool-assisted speedruns. It's basically where you like you program, you use a program that can put in incredibly precise keystrokes to make the quote-unquote perfect run.
Yeah.
And he was his position, at least at the time, was like, oh well, that's not a real speed run. And my response was like, well, it's just a different category, right? Like, if you like different things.
Yeah. So the last taskbot run I ever saw was Celeste, and Celeste is an incredible, an incredibly hard run to do anyway, right?
That must be amazing.
So to see like a bot take off with it, I thought was interesting. I know it's one of those things where, you got half the people who are like, that's not a real speed run. And, you know, and then you got the other people who are like, this is really cool. I'm on the other side because like, I always think it's really cool what technology can do.
Yeah.
So if you can teach a freaking robot to speed run Celeste, like I'm all for it. I'll watch it. I don't care.
And they're not mutually exclusive at all, right? You can have them all.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sam, I really should have scheduled longer slots for these interviews is what I'm learning for like next time I do this. Cause I gotta let you go.
Yeah, of course. I got it.
Sam, thank you so much. Is there anything besides obviously everyone should go follow Sam Without a Plan on Twitch? Is there anything else you want to plug?
I mean, yeah, you can just follow me at Sam Without a Plan everywhere. And I also have just started up a podcast of my own called Everyone Sucks Here, which you can take a listen to, where we make fun of Reddit threads, Am I the Asshole, and relationships on Reddit. And we have a good time with that. So yeah.
I had seen the name of the show, but I didn't know what the pitch was. That's awesome.
Yeah. And surprisingly enough, everyone does in fact suck here on Reddit.
Oh, for sure. Sam, thank you. I'm embarrassed to say this, but like, I love your stream and I really admire what you do. You are one of my Twitch role models.
Thank you so much. I absolutely adore you. I always have a good time in your stream.
Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you on Twitch.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Oh my god, we're more behind schedule than ever. That was so great. Okay, we're doing good. We're fine. We're only 5 minutes behind. The thing is, at some point, someone's just gonna get effed out of 5 minutes. Or I suppose we could just do the whole thing 5 minutes late. As long as I don't fall any further behind schedule. I'll make a whole list of plugs, including things like Sam's podcast. I'll put them all up on the Discord on my Twitter. Hello.
Why, hello.
Hello, Lisa.
Hello. Hey, how's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
I'm surprisingly well.
That's wonderful to hear.
Yeah.
I always love hearing that answer. Well, Lisa, you're live on the air, just so you know.
Hello, the internet.
For anyone who's unfamiliar, Lisa Kopitsky is, of course, a member of the Film Reroll, the podcast that I'm also on. She's also an actor, a fighter, a performer, and snaked her way into my theater company via dishonest means. That's written down on my script.
Slightly dishonest means.
Slightly dishonest. People are very excited to see you right now, Lisa.
Oh, yay!
Or
hey,
hear you,
everybody.
I suppose.
Yeah, if you can see me, we have a problem.
Yeah, if you can, don't share it. Don't do it, and don't talk about it. Just stop looking. Lisa, I feel like I have not spoken to you since quarantine started. Is that possible?
Technically, I think
just
after quarantine started, when we were definitely not supposed to be in a room together still.
Oh, yeah. That was the last time that I left my neighborhood for 6 months. And I full on had a panic attack walking home, being like, I feel short of breath. Is this it? Do I have it? Is this it? Because it was March. No one fucking knew.
No one knew. We were there so late that I got into an Uber to go home, and I was like, this is it. This is what kills me.
Oh.
This man in this car.
Yeah.
But not for the reasons you think an Uber might kill you.
Right. It's a brand new way to be afraid of being in an Uber alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for me, it was the subway. Because this was back when people were like, you don't need to wear a mask. Masks don't help. So no one's wearing a mask. I think about that time a lot these days. The March and April days where no one knew what the fuck was going on.
Yeah. I have a slight nostalgia for it though, where
Really?
we were but surely, well, it only in the sense of we were still under the impression that this will be done soon.
Sure.
As opposed to now where we know that it's forever.
Yeah.
Relatively forever.
How are you, you know what? It's been... I haven't asked an inappropriately serious question since I talked to Lane at the beginning of the night and said, so how do you feel about death? But I think it's been long enough. How are you feeling about the eternal quarantine? How are you dealing with it?
My quarantine is, I guess, halved in a way. I'm back at work in one of my industries.
Okay.
In addition to all the things that Peter listed, I am also a preschool teacher.
Yes, of course.
And I'm normally I'm normally a preschool movement teacher, but I'm in the classroom now because I can't hop from school to school bringing a parachute with me.
Right.
So
I feel like a parachute would be especially bad. It moves the air around.
Yes, terrible. No one's favorite choice, although it is everyone's favorite toy. So sorry, kids.
Yeah, not this year.
We're gonna have to wait. Yeah. So I go to work for the mornings, and then I quarantine myself in my apartment for the rest of the day.
How's it been going back to work in person?
A roller coaster of emotions.
Walk us through the roller coaster.
Okay.
Also, you can veto any of these questions. I have to remind people that occasionally we don't have to talk about any of this shit, but I am going to ask the question.
Sure, yeah. If something comes up where I'm like, no, I'll just say so.
Just say next, and we'll move right on.
Exactly. Like the old MTV dating show.
Yes! Oh my god, MTV's next! Okay, I do want to hear about the preschool stuff, so we can't, but oh my god, MTV's next.
Even at the time,
yes!
it was such a cringeworthy concept.
Yeah, it's like, it was one of those things where we don't even have to wait for hindsight. We already know this is fucked up.
Yeah, this is a bad idea. And I just, my sister, who's just 2 years younger than me, we both enjoyed watching that slew of weird dating shows that happened. We never really watched Next. I think we watched a couple of episodes and we were like, no, next to this show. Terrible.
Zing. That's a hashtag zing, Lisa.
But even then, I was like, I mostly hate watching this because I just wanted to shake every single person who went on these shows, being like, what are you doing with your life? Look at the choices that you've made. What brought you to this place?
They all knew.
Oh, they definitely all knew, but that doesn't forgive it.
No, but I just mean to say that the people on that show always felt unrepentant to me in a way that I found kind of beautiful.
A naked fame grab.
Well, not even, yes, that, but also just I'm sure this did happen. I have, very fragmentary memories. But the people I remember seeing on Next, I didn't get the vibe that this isn't what they bargained for. They thought this was going to be something more real and less trashy.
Oh,
people were like, nah, dude, let's have a first date where I kick the shit out of you, but then I think you're too much of a little pussy bitch. I'm going to next. That's what I remember is this real tough girl who took a guy to a boxing gym, but he wasn't angry enough for her. Just next. That's the whole thing is so incredible.
Wow, what a criteria. You're not angry enough for me.
Or something like that. I don't know.
Go to therapy.
I would love a Where Are They Now for everyone who is on Next.
Oh my god.
I'm going to guess 17 to 21% of them are dead.
And there's an additional, I'm going to say 34% in jail.
Sure. Well, it might be a crossover. Some of them might have died in jail.
In jail. That absolutely could happen.
Tell me about your emotional roller coaster, Lisa.
Okay.
So first when they were like, hey, we're just going to try to have school again, I was like, no, hard pass.
You're
Very
right.
bad idea. What are we doing? And then I was like, but also I literally laid on my floor with like my face in my rug yesterday for an hour and a half. So
Wow.
maybe I should have something to do.
Yeah. I mean, I can see the appeal.
Quarantine, I've had a little bit of it was not good for my mental health. I'm sure that's not unique.
No, but still notable.
Yeah, notable for sure. So I was like, you know what? They're offering me an opportunity. My other job, like my whole other industry, is shut down and will be for a very long time. Other schools had said that they were either not coming back, which is totally understandable, or were not going to have the budget to bring me on as a specialty teacher. Also totally understandable. Sure. And so when this one school was like, we would love to bring you on in a different capacity, I was like, you know what? Sure, because the other option is stay on unemployment for another year.
Which itself has a pretty hard expiration date.
And like a toll on your mental health, and presumably an enormous toll on your taxes as well.
Yeah.
None of that is taxed.
Yeah.
So
well, you can make it to be taxed.
I guess that's true. I was not.
Okay. I say this is a veteran of unemployment benefits. Just a fun fact.
I had previously spent 1 year on unemployment, but that was many, many years ago, and I don't know if I did it right then. I got the money. That's all that matters.
You know what? Yeah, that's the win right there.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm excited to have work to do, but I'm terrified of the work.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's my big question.
Not only just for me,
right?
But like I am doubly now responsible for the health and safety of these children, besides the like normal responsibilities as a preschool teacher.
But now also on a microbial level.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you feel like the school you're working for is, well, okay, I suppose for professional reasons you may or may not want to answer this, but do you feel taken care of? Do you feel like...
I actually do.
Okay, that's great.
I feel very taken care of in all of the precautions that they've put into place. They like replaced all the HVAC filters. They got automatic hand wash things installed on all of the sinks, so you don't have to touch the handles.
Great.
I feel very emotionally supported by them, and also they have just said basically yes to any requests that we have made for materials, including my movement stuff. Like I was able to say, hey, I can't send like ribbon dancers from one room to the other. Will you just buy ribbon dancers for every classroom? And they said yes.
That's great.
Holy moly. So they're fantastic.
That's so good.
I guess because I'm
very happy to
singing
hear
their praises, I could say the name, but maybe I still won't.
It's totally up to you. Lisa, we have a question.
If you're super interested, let me know. People on the internet.
Well, we'll do plugs at the end, and we can get your social stuff.
Okay.
Is a question from the chat. You were doing, I think I remember seeing this. You were doing like a baton parkour thing that you were trying out on Twitter recently.
Oh.
Do you know what that is?
Baton parkour, no.
You were trying something out on Twitter and asking for advice.
True. I did two things. So last summer, and I've been doing it a little bit on my own. Last summer, I had a very big stick, which was basically baton twirling, but extra large, that I was working on learning to staff spin. The skills that I was working on, actually, I've done pretty darn well at. I have not managed to advance past the set of skills I gave myself, but that's
still pretty good.
And I feel pretty good about it. I can do like 2 cool things.
Nice.
And then starting in quarantine, this is, I'm sure, not what they're talking about, but I will just troll myself endlessly on this one. I can't jump rope,
Okay.
And
I think that's
my
legit.
gym trainer, is it like elementary school kids jump rope?
Okay. Well, when you say you can't jump rope, you mean like at all? Or you
Pretty
can't
much at
like
all.
flip, 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 flip. Does that make sense in an audio medium?
No, it did. It absolutely did. When I started filming myself, and this was during quarantine, when I started filming myself on my roof jumping rope, it was like, oh no, I didn't. Nope. I got nope. That's nope.
It's not the easiest thing in the world, man.
It's not. It's not. It looks really easy, and literally every other person that I know thinks it's easy, except maybe you. So I feel incredibly supported right now.
Of course. Well, look, I have not tried to jump rope in a very long time. I remember as a young person being fine at it in like the occasions that in gym class in school I had to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't know, man. It seems simple, but takes a very specific kind of coordination.
I guess.
Oh, you gotta be more compassionate with yourself on this, Lisa.
Well, no, so that's why I was like, I'm just going to troll myself endlessly. I filmed myself for like a month and put it on the internet, being like, I acknowledge that I'm going to fail at this.
Yes.
I still want advice from folks, and I did. I was able to identify some things that I was doing wrong and work a little bit on them, and then I hit a downward spiral in quarantine and got too depressed and couldn't go back.
Yeah, relatable content.
Yeah.
Lisa, I hate to say this, but I have to let you go.
Okay.
I fucked up by making these interview slots too short because everyone's been so interesting, and I keep having to cut people off before I'm ready. But I gotta move on.
It's okay. You have so many interesting people to talk to.
Yeah, it's to quote The Wire, it's one of them good problems.
Yeah.
Lisa, I'll reach out to you after also to get this so I can like put up on the Discord. But
okay.
Offhand, do you have things that you would like to plug at this moment?
Sure. I'm not producing a ton of content on my personal socials because there's not a lot happening in the world.
Sure.
But you can find me personally on Instagram at Kopitsky Combat, Kopitsky Combat, and on Twitter at just Kopitsky, Kopitsky.
She's good.
But mostly what I would love to promote is my theater company,
Yes.
Vixens on Guard, has moved our content online as best we can during quarantine for a stage combat-focused company. It's been a very interesting challenge. But we stream on Twitch every Wednesday at 8, which I acknowledge is opposite one of your streams. So this is maybe not the best audience to promote it to.
But I also stream 40 hours a week. They should watch your stream on Wednesdays.
Ours is 1 hour on Wednesdays, 8 p.m. Eastern time.
I am very happy to promote my friends' streams that run opposite mine. Again, considering that, like, if you are streaming and you live in the continental United States, your hours probably conflict with mine. But, like,
fair.
You also, like, I don't need people to be watching my stream every... Go! I thought we were going to talk about Vixens a little more, and maybe I'm going to end up doing another one of these interview streams soon, probably.
All right, cool.
So maybe we'll talk about it then. Yeah, and like I said, I'll reach out to you to make sure I have all the links correct when I put those up on the Discord.
Great.
Lisa,
yeah, on Twitch we are at
Vixens
on Guard. It's ENGARDE.
I forgot to let
and
you
then
do
Vixens,
the important
how you. That's okay. You're going to put it in the Discord, and all will be well.
I am. Lisa, thank you so much. This has been really wonderful.
Thanks. Yeah, I miss you.
I miss you too. I really want to finish that movie that we did when we
will
acted dangerously.
There were choices made.
I do want to let you know that, like, everyone in the chat adores you and is so happy to hear you. Like you
I'm so happy to be
you're
here.
dearly beloved.
Aw, thanks, guys.
All right, Lisa.
And
Hope to talk
not
to you
guys.
soon.
All
Bye.
right, bye.
All right, we're up to 9 minutes behind schedule. Fuck! It's going great. Here we go. This is the one I'm nervous about.
Hello?
Hello, Alejandra?
Yes, this is her.
Hello, this is Peter. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here.
Alejandra Carabello, is that right?
Yes, Alejandra Carabello.
Carabello, okay, I wasn't sure. Alejandra Carabello, very happy to have you here. Alejandra is an attorney, a community board member, and is currently running for a seat on City Council District 35 in New York. Yeah. And I'm going to let you know up front that you somehow ended up being the only person that I'm interviewing tonight who I don't know, so I'm super nervous.
So don't be. I'm the nervous one here.
I'm medium nervous, but for me that's pretty high. Thank you so much for part of the reason I'm nervous is I'm very excited to have you on the show. Claire has told us about some of the fundraiser events that you've been running and just generally little tidbits here and there, but I would be very excited to hear a bit more about, obviously we don't have a ton of time, which I'm realizing was a mistake on my part. But I was on your website the other day reading up a bit on your campaign and found it incredibly engaging and inspiring. I guess I have some specific questions, but I guess I want to give you an opportunity to sort of, in general, introduce sort of, what your campaign is about.
Yeah. So I'm running for City Council District 35 here in Brooklyn. It encompasses for people who live in New York City, Crown Heights, Prospect Heights, Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, most of the kind of the downtown Brooklyn area. So, my day job, I am a civil rights attorney. I work with the Transgender Legal Defense and Education Fund, working on national civil rights litigation to advance trans rights. I think many people have probably heard of some of the rules to roll back trans protections in healthcare, and I'm co-counsel on that case, and so that's kind of the work that I do. And before that, I was an immigration attorney at New York Legal Assistance Group, where I represented asylum seekers, survivors of trafficking, and survivors of intimate partner violence, and worked a lot with the trans Latina community here in Queens. And so really one of the things that just kind of kept happening, when I was working as an attorney, is you kind of keep running into the same problems over and over again. I mostly work with LGBTQ clients, and oftentimes they had issues with discrimination in housing affordability, being profiled by the police, all of these things. And, as an attorney, there's only so much I could do, and there was only so much power I had. And one of the things I really want to do is work to change the law and work to change the institutions and the system so that it works better for everyone. And so really, this past summer, what really kind of spurred me on was the death of my close friend and mentor, Lorena Borjas, from COVID. And then, the kind of final kick to jump in the race was when I was out protesting the Black Lives Matter movement. I was nearly run over by a police cruiser on Flatbush.
I've heard a lot of experience like that specific Flatbush, like by Barclay Center.
It was actually between the Botanical Gardens and Prospect Park.
Okay.
But it was but this was the same exact march that later became part of that viral video of the police cruiser pushing back a crowd of people with like a rail.
The barricade,
the barricade. And so, that day was just crazy. I mean, Claire fell and was pushed back by a police officer and fell and hit her head. So, Jesus. I mean, that day was just insane. But one of the things I learned is just that there's no accountability. Like I literally, this is what I do for a living. I do civil rights, and to know that like at the end of the day, we really don't actually have any power. Like no matter what we think we know, no matter what privilege I have as an attorney, it doesn't matter. And so, that's one of the things I really want to focus on is not just, defunding the police, but refunding the people and really having a meaningful shift of our priorities away from a carceral state towards actually empowering people.
Yeah, I think that's it. I one of the things that I really responded to when I was reading a bit about your campaign is the connections that you draw between, as you say, things like the carceral state and housing and disenfranchisement, and how these issues are inextricably linked, how injustices in one fuel and are fueled by injustices in the others.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, you can see it in the way we approach pretty much every social problem. We view it with a carceral solution. Like if we have people who can't afford homes and end up homeless, we criminalize homelessness. We send police officers into the subways to arrest people who are sleeping. We clear out, tents and all of these things. That it doesn't solve the underlying problem. It just makes a few people feel better that they don't have to acknowledge it or see it. But we're not really doing anything, and it's more costly in the long run, and it's not helping anybody. And it's the same thing with addiction and drug issues. We are arresting people who are having serious health issues. That is, at the end of the day, that's what addiction is. And instead of approaching it from a public health model, we arrest folks.
It's punitive,
Yeah, and we need to have a fundamental shift of stop approaching everything like with a mindset that the police are the best equipped to handle it. Obviously, if like somebody goes in and starts shooting up a place, like yes, by all means, we need police. But like 99% of the things that go on day to day, like no, we don't really need police to intervene when somebody's having a barbecue on their block.
Right, and most of the calls to cops do not require the level of force and escalation that always comes with that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have a number of friends who work in sort of various areas of either architecture or public planning, things like that, and like there's a name for, there's like a technical term for that I can't remember, but essentially like anti-homeless design, like spikes on rails or divisions in benches, just like these little kind of, to a lot of people, invisible adjustments to the space that just, they, like you said, they don't do anything to address the issues causing homelessness. They just make it more miserable to be homeless.
Yeah, it's the human equivalent of sweeping it under the rug.
Yes.
And essentially it's like out of sight, out of mind. But these are human beings with, real like dreams and needs that we need to be helping. And so, one of the approaches that I think has been catching on in recent years that I've been really excited about is to actually move towards the housing first model.
Yeah.
Where, because right now I think the way we approach homelessness is, well, we'll give you a shelter, but then you can't leave past 10 o'clock or you lose your bed. You can't store your stuff here during the day. And there's so many rules that like nobody can realistically follow it.
Yeah.
And nothing is, if somebody's hungry, you don't go around and saying, well, you have to do all this stuff, this whole list of things before you can eat. Like you just give somebody food.
Yeah.
And so like, why is it to be the same with housing? If you're homeless, we'll give you housing. And I think a lot of people have this instinct, well, I have to work hard and I have to pay for my housing. And it's like, yes, but we have this social contract that if you're falling on a hard time, like you shouldn't just, suffer just because like you had to work for something. So
it's so fascinating and tragic that like, I feel like a lot of people, a huge number of people, I think, would agree with the idea of like, oh, you should help someone in your community when they're down. But then among the people who believe that, like, there are still a lot of people like, unless you go too far down and then fuck them.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know, I can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah, I think it's part of it is, you know, humans can sometimes fundamentally be ill prepared for modern society, and I think at a community level, like, it makes sense. We're going to help people, and then when you approach it to something the size of a city of 8 million, you just rely on these kind of assumptions about people because you don't have the mental ability to really engage in meaningful empathy. And so, you know, we need to increase our empathy for our fellow human beings and really have a deeper understanding that anybody can go through this. You know, it's not, you know, it's not a moral failing that somebody ends up with an addiction or ends up homeless or, you know, any other issue that they may face.
Well, yeah, I mean, the sheer number of people who are 1 to 2 paychecks away from poverty or homelessness or anything. I mean, it really does not take that much for it to happen to any of us.
Yeah. I mean, we have a man-made disaster right now with the way that the unemployment benefits have played out. I mean, now we're now nearly 3 months since unemployment benefit enhancement has ended, and we're really starting to see the strain. And the eviction moratoriums are being lifted.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a mass eviction crisis. We're going to have mass unemployment and people with draining their savings in the middle of a pandemic. And this is all avoidable. And that's the kind of insane thing about it.
Well, I was just the other day seeing the numbers of where in New York alone where vacancy numbers are, and they're so much higher than the homeless population, I think. And I don't know. I used to live on the Upper West Side, like right where those hotels were, where they were housing people for a period of time until the not in my backyard crowd in that neighborhood forced them back out again. It really is terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, it just goes to show just like who this city tends to protect and serve is the wealthy, because, you know, a few wealthy folks in the Upper West Side complain, you know, and all of a sudden you're displacing families because while they were initially moved in that particular scenario, they moved, it was a single men's shelter, but to accommodate the fact that they were moving them, they actually had to kick out and move a bunch of families at another shelter that they had. Mm-hmm. And so a ton of families were impacted by this. And it's just completely heartless, you know, for a few millionaires that were upset that, like, you know, that like literally it's just that, like, oh, I don't want to have to see this or be reminded of the problems. And it's like, well, these things exist. Like, you can't just wish it away.
Yeah, it's just so chill, because I lived there we lived in a tiny little place. I lived with my then wife, and we, you know, our incomes combined with this tiny little, but we were, you know, even as privileged as we were to be there and have what we had, we were, you know, shoulder to shoulder with this whole other culture. And it really illuminated to me how much, this weird emphasis on quote unquote civility, that, like, we don't really care what's happening. We just care that it is done properly and nicely. Like, we don't care about the suffering of other people. We say we do, but the way we fix it can't possibly make anything unseemly in our neighborhood.
Yeah. No, and that, you know, mimics a lot of the way that power structures work across government, even at the federal level, like with Amy Coney Barrett. You know, a ton of people are saying that she is, you know, oh, she's very well qualified. She has a family. She's very lovely. She has all these kids. She adopted 2 kids from Haiti, like all of this stuff. And she's such a lovely, wonderful person. But at the end of the day, she can vote to strip rights from women, from people of color, from the LGBTQ community, strip voting rights. So it's like, it's this veneer of respectability politics that, like, you know, as long as what she does is, like, respectful, it doesn't matter the kind of violence that she can inflict through her legal rulings. And I think it's the same way at the local city level where, like, well, as long as we have order and civility, you know, we can inflict great violence on people through the state. And that's exactly what was going on. And, you know, just to tie it in with the pandemic, you know, those folks aren't going away. And if we don't properly care for them and house them, like, they become a public health risk to everybody.
Absolutely.
And that's part of the issue. Like, COVID can spread to everyone. It doesn't care how rich you are, you can get COVID.
Yeah.
And so, like, if we don't help people have stable housing so that they avoid, like, you know, being exposed to COVID, like, it's just going to circulate. And then it's very similar with tuberculosis and in the community as well. Like, it's been very persistent because the way that we tackle homelessness in the city is just, it's not coming from a public health model at all. It's coming from this just, like, patchwork, you know?
Yeah.
Just so.
Fuck, Alejandra, I would love to talk to you about so many other things. I know I've been saying this all night that I should have scheduled longer slots. I should have just given you a double because I there's so much more I would love to hear you talk about. I don't know. You certainly don't have to. I'm not putting you at all on the spot, but, like, you're the election that you're running in is the same as the general, right?
No.
No.
So the election's not until June 22nd of 2021.
Okay.
So there's 8 more months. So I have plenty more time.
Lucky you. Well, I would. Again, you don't have to answer this right now. I don't, but I would love to have you on again sometime between now and then to talk more extensively about these things.
Yeah, of course, I would love to.
I don't know what the fuck I was thinking trying to, like, fit this into 15 minutes. Like, I'm talking to other people about, like, you know, lovely things, but, like, you know, if I have to cut off a conversation about recording audiobooks, I think we'll live. But I would love to find a time to give more space to these issues and these questions and this work.
Yeah, definitely. You know, so like I said, the election's not until June 22nd. If you live in New York City, your donations are matched 8-1.
Oh my God.
For every dollar you donate. Yeah. No, it's really huge power. So even a $50 donation turns into $450 with matching from the city.
Holy shit. I did not know that.
Yeah. So go to if you and even if you don't live in the city, go to fightforjustice.nyc and you can read all about my campaign and my policy platform. And if you feel inclined, you can donate some money.
Absolutely. And yeah, Claire just put the links in the chat. I will be, again, at the end of this night, I'll be compiling, or rather after this night, I'll be compiling everyone's information links. I'll put them up on the Discord, up on Twitter, and all of that. Alejandra, I have one final question for you, which is sent to us from a member of the chat that I think you know. Do you have a prompt for me in the future to do in a game of charades?
Wait, is that Claire? Did you ask me that? Oh my God! I think I would just have to do Archie, our cat, because
ooh, that's good.
He's a little gremlin, but he's a handsome boy.
I love Archie so much. I think it's a great prompt. Alejandra, thank you so much for being on the show. Seriously, it means the world to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we are now a full 15 minutes over. Well, we're 13 minutes over. So I'm going to take 2 seconds to dig us out of this hole. Bing, bing. Okay, that one has to stay there. Okay. Okay. Hold on. just one moment. I'll be right back with more interviews. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Damn it, I can't stop singing that song.
Here's Peter. He's gonna stream all night and day. Here's Peter. What kind of games will he play? Here's Peter. Dedicating his page to you. Here's Peter. His Mega Man hat is so blue. Here's Peter.
And we're back! We're back on schedule, baby! I did it!
Hello.
Hello, Tim.
Hey, Peter. How's it going?
It's going great. You're live on the air.
That's wonderful.
Welcome to the show. This is Tim Nolan, novelist, game maker, margarita lover, and very tall man.
Oh my gosh, I haven't had a margarita in a really long time.
Why not? You can make him at home, man.
Margarita is such a, go out to a place and drink margaritas with tons of people drink.
Ooh.
I feel like gin and tonic is a nice quarantine drink.
Oh,
that's what I've been doing.
You know what? Have you always been a gin man?
No, I haven't actually. It's super, super recent. But I just I don't know. I used to always be a whiskey person, and now gin and tonics are the thing for me.
I love that. I've been recently getting very into Tom Collins's.
Are you serious? What exactly is a Tom Collins?
A Tom Collins is it's basically gin, lemon, and seltzer.
Okay, I had no idea that was a Tom Collins. I think I've had one before.
It's super, super common. The only reason that I started making them, and I promise this won't just be about my drinking, but when I was married to Katherine, her parents are in California, and they had a bunch of citrus trees.
Okay.
And so it meant that every couple times a year they would just send us a giant box of fresh, organic, homegrown citrus fruits. And I was like, fuck, dude. Idea. I have 50 Meyer lemons. Time to go online and Google Meyer lemon recipes.
Oh, man. I really hope that, you were just I was just imagining you sitting at home with a pile of lemons next to you, and you were like, it's Tom Collins time.
Pretty much, man. A Meyer lemon Tom Collins is, next level delicious.
Yo, I'm down. I'll try it. I don't know anything about Tom Collins, but I'm getting to know gin, and I should learn more about the other cocktails in the family.
I love that. What else have you been learning about in quarantine?
Oh gosh, learning about in quarantine.
I will let you know. You can any question I ask that you don't like, just say next, and I'll move on without a word.
No, it's I don't know. That's a tough question in that, like, now, like, there's been so many layers of quarantine. There's been so many phases of it that, like,
for sure.
I don't even like the order of them. But the first thing that comes to mind is actually pretty recent. Like, a source of joy that I've had is that I studied poetry in college, and I wrote like all poetry before I got into like novel writing and stuff like that. And so, like, recently I just picked up one of the anthologies that I was supposed to read in college but never did.
Great.
And I'm going through it right now. It's like post-war American poetry. And it is like a joy. I am having so much more fun with it now that I don't have to study it for a class.
Of course.
And it's cool.
I
So
mean,
that's what
I don't think I'm saying anything controversial when I say that, like, the easiest way to crush the joy out of a topic is to force people to study it in school.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like in just the way, and maybe this is inevitable with like any kind of schooling system, but like it turns into like the system has to, like, it accounts for many types of learners as it can, I guess, but it always like leaves out certain learning types, you know?
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And I think in like spaces like poetry, it's like really tough to, like, I don't know, poetry almost like isn't made for a classroom setting, I guess. And so
yeah, it defies it to a certain extent.
Yeah. Which I think, now that I think about it, I had a lot of really good poetry teachers, but I think they all kind of knew that. They knew that they were like, there was some kind of like futility to the very system that they were trying to do, like introduce radical, or like, it's
right.
like when you have like a class on like radical art, or like
right. Trying to teach a heterodox topic in an orthodox framework.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you feel the urge now to write more poetry now that you're reading more of it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I've had this like my like great quarantine like woe. Let's say that there's like, I guess, like lots of quarantine woes, but like of the ones that like maybe don't really matter that much and are just me being self-indulgent, like the one that's the toughest is like just immense writer's block, which I think a lot of people are running into.
Sure.
And I was just like, I got into a mode where I couldn't really finish any screenplays or like novels because I just wanted them to be like perfect. So I just kept on outlining them until I kind of figured the idea.
And is that something that you had struggled with before pre-quarantine and it hit different, or is this a new challenge?
I would say it's like the phenomenon is the same, and the extent is like it's kind of exacerbated by the quarantine, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's definitely like, I guess it's gotten worse, but it was kind of already going that direction.
Sure.
But like now with this kind of like reading more poetry, I just sat down and I decided to like write just like five lines of poetry a day, and like not expect anybody to read them or anything else like that. Try to take the pressure off of myself, and yeah, I don't know. I think that's the main thing that I'm writing right now.
I love that.
Random.
How long ago did you start the 5 lines a day? How long ago?
I started it. It's got to be like maybe 3 months ago.
Oh wow!
Well, because I got the idea in my head that I would write an epic poem from the point of view of like Pluto or like Hades.
Haven't written poetry in a while. Lockdown and quarantine. Time to write an epic poem. I'm pretty out of shape. Time to climb Everest.
No, well, so it's actually like, it's not that bad because like I have barely any like outlining to it. That's the thing. I just throw 5 more lines of it in there a day. And so now it's really long. I don't even know what it is.
Ah, okay. I didn't realize that your daily poetry lines were continuous.
So yeah, originally it was continuous. Now it's like it goes back and forth. I have like 2 documents, one which is the epic poem, and then another one which is like just snippets of random poetry.
Oh wow, I love that.
But yeah, so I don't know. I think it feels good.
I think that's a great model, man. I think that's really wonderful.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely has been good for my soul. I haven't really like done the part where I like go back and read what I wrote though. So I have no idea what to produce. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think right now that's like way further down on the priority chain, right?
Yeah, and I don't know, there is a kind of thing where like whatever it is won't exist unless I write it, you know? So
sure.
So I'm not gonna like paralyze myself with thinking about what it's gonna be before, because then it just won't be at all.
Oh, what a visionary. I love that.
See, I mean, this is what I say, but then like most of the days I'm just like, I'm gonna play Stardew Valley.
Well, no one's expecting you to be like that 24/7. I talked to Lane Moore earlier tonight, and you know, she said things like, "Oh, I've felt like kind of productive," and I was like, "Dude, this year in this quarantine, kind of productive is huge."
Yeah, that is knocking it out of the park. I'm impressed by the kind of productive.
Well, I'm impressed by you, man. Like, it doesn't matter if you're playing a lot of Stardew Valley in between. You're doing a writing project that's good for your soul, that engages a type of creative output you haven't touched in years. It sounds incredible.
Yeah, it's worked out better than I thought it was going to. I mean, it's definitely like balanced out by just like there was so many months of just like not writing anything. I didn't know. I think the part, and maybe you've experienced this too. I think the part that is most confusing is that I feel like I'm not creative, and I don't know why. And on those days where you can't do anything, like I'm just sitting there like I have time, I want to do it, but I'm not doing it, and I don't understand why.
Well, you got to remember that, and by you I mean I have to remember that time isn't and never was the only factor, and probably not even the most important factor.
Yeah,
I think a lot of creative stuff is done where like there isn't enough time, but there is enough of the other things. And it's the other things that are really getting drained these days.
Yeah.
Energy, bandwidth, the ability to think about the future. I honestly think that's a really big part of it. Like, if you're going to throw yourself into a creative project, you sort of, by definition, are projecting your thoughts into the future. Like when it will be done, when I'll show this to someone, when I'll do another draft or whatever, like having a plan for it. And it's kind of impossible to plan for the future these days beyond a pretty shallow threshold.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I wonder then, like, if we're like to the idea about like time is not really the thing. Time's not the limiting factor, you know. I wonder what that says about our lives like beforehand, because that's like, I feel like back when things were normal, I like had this entire narrative about how I just didn't have enough time to write.
Yep.
And,
isn't
like,
that amazing?
I don't know. What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Isn't that amazing how like this horrible thing that's happened to us as a culture has like it isn't just disrupting what we're doing now, it's retroactively fucking up the stories we told ourselves before. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't have time. I don't have time. Now all of a sudden I have nothing but time. And if anything, it's harder to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. So like beforehand was, well, maybe, I mean, you know, there's nothing like, this is like universally like a tough thing. I wonder if there's some way to like capitalize on that shift in view.
Sure.
And understand maybe a little bit about like what were the narratives that we were saying to ourselves beforehand. Oh,
yeah,
that's also sounds like a tough order for.
It's a huge question. It's a huge cluster of questions. I certainly don't pretend to have any answers or ability to answer it, but I do remember not actually. I was having this conversation way earlier in quarantine, not about creativity, but about socializing.
Mm-hmm.
About how like it's, you know, I don't ever want to make it sound like I'm trying to say like, but there are some good things about the pandemic too.
Yeah. That's what I was just trying to. As soon as I started fumbling, that's because I was about to say that, and then I was like, oh wait, no, I don't.
You know, but I do think, look, man, when something terrible happens to you without your control, I don't think there's anything wrong with deriving good things from it where you can.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, in the sense that, like, almost, like, I guess anything that happens to you is, like, a new and different thing that, like, it definitely affords a different perspective. Which I guess is, like, something that is maybe painful, but necessary sometimes.
A lot of that happening right now.
Yeah.
Tim, people watching the show have heard me say this after basically every single guest. I wish we could talk more. I really should have scheduled longer interview slots. But I gotta let you go.
This is a good slice of our minds. I would like to, in another format, in another future, learn more about how you're doing during this time.
Yeah, I miss you a lot, man.
Word. You too, man.
Tim, before I let you go, do you have anything that you want to plug to the people watching?
Oh my gosh, things to plug. The only thing that I have that's like really public facing right now is that I edit tutorials on computer programming for DigitalOcean. So if y'all ever want to learn, I do a lot of JavaScript stuff. So if you're into that, search Timothy Nolan and DigitalOcean tutorials, and you'll probably find something.
I'm gonna reach out to all my guests after the stream and get links and info, and I'll put them up in the Discord. So I'll get links from you, and I'll share them with folks. Tim, thank you so much.
Oh yeah, dude. And when I finish this poem, I'll let everybody know.
Hell yeah! All right, Tim. I hope I'll talk to you soon.
See you around.
Bye, bud.
Bye.
Ugh. I miss that boy so much. All right. Good news. We're back to only 2 minutes behind schedule, which I think means we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Oh, I forgot to just tell him everyone loves him. I keep meaning to tell people that, and then I don't do it. He's such a sweetheart. Hello?
Hello.
It's Elliot.
It is me.
We are technically 17 minutes behind schedule, but I moved things around, so we're only 2 minutes behind schedule.
Oh, that's fine.
For people who may not be familiar, although I can scarcely imagine that such a thing could be possible, this is Elliot, aka 8-Bit Elliot, on Twitch, streamer, baker, and very patient man. With a voice like fucking
I don't know about
silk.
that last one.
Do you not feel like you're a patient person? Is that not a quality you associate with yourself?
I have my moments.
What does that mean? You have your moments.
Like anyone, patience can be tested a little bit, but
well, of course. I don't think saying that someone's a patient man means that they never lose their patience.
That's true.
But I from obviously having a very narrow glimpse into you and your life. I mean, I know the tiny bit of you that one can see on Twitch. You do seem like not a man without boundaries and limits, but a man who is patient, and I try
to be patient. I think that's all any of us can do, really.
Is that something that, do you consciously try and do it? Is that something that you think about?
I do consciously try to be patient and try to think of what the other person's might be going through in their mind, and being like, okay, why are they potentially saying that nasty thing? Do they realize that might be a nasty thing, or is it in their mind? Is that just a normal thing to say? Because I actively say really stupid stuff all the time.
Yeah, like put your jeans in the freezer.
Yeah, exactly. Putting jeans in the freezer. That was a throwaway comment, and now,
I apologize for my role in that, but it was a magical night.
That has commands in my chat now.
It does.
It does. You can do ! Jeans.
Oh my god!
I think it does. I don't even know what it says. My mods do all that. They make these things, and yeah, I don't know.
Amazing. So you have. I know Taryn's one of your mods.
Yes.
How many mods do you have on your channel?
I have Taryn. I have Elixabeth. I have our friend Forrest.
Was a mod.
Yes. And we've also got our friend Nick, who changed their name recently. I think it's Littlefoot something now.
Okay.
They've gone through several name changes, but like, really, it's just there's only a handful of our moderators. Yeah, we've got about 4, I think, 4 or 5.
They do great work. As much as I selfishly want to like ask you more Twitch questions, I confess that I am compelled, and again, I'm trying to remember to tell people this. If I ask you any question that you are not interested in answering, just say next, and I'll move right on with no comment. But I am curious to hear more about your thoughts on patience, because it sounds, by what you said a moment ago, that it really comes from a place of compassion and empathy, trying to imagine, where the other person's coming from, and giving them the benefit of the doubt. And I guess I wonder. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, because I was going to say, like, because I actively say a lot of stupid things, and then people get really taken away by that, and I have no idea why they've been taken away by that. So I just try to exude what I would like other people to exude onto me, I guess. I don't know.
Sure.
Treat others how you want to be treated, that whole thing.
Yeah, Aristotle's property of extrusion. I'm familiar. I went to college.
Yeah.
Is that something that you've always thought about? Is that a recent
I'd say
area
it's
of focus?
More recent in probably the last 10 to 10 years or so. I used to be not a very patient person, and
it's not that recent.
I mean, it's since I left high school, so
sure. During
my adult life, yes, in my adult life, I've become a lot more patient and willing to accept that, hey, other people might not catch on as quick. Because I know I don't.
Is that a feeling that you have? Well, okay, I guess I have 2 questions, so I should pick one and ask it. Have you always felt sort of like disconnected from sort of what you say and other people's reactions?
It just depends, really, what we're talking about at the time, I think. Like, there have been genuine, like, moments where I've said something and, like, a whole room of people have taken, like, a step back.
Really?
And, yeah.
You certainly don't have to. But could you give an example?
Look, this is a really recent example.
Perfect.
And, yes. So, and this actually involves stream from the other week.
Yes.
I learnt about a bunch of really racist things that I didn't know were racist.
Ah.
Yeah, like white supremacy things, like the AOK symbol. Like,
yeah.
I didn't know that that's a racist term now.
Well, that one's
and
a
has
very
been, like,
fuzzy and kind of like hard to pin down one.
Yeah, but because I'm not keeping up to date with all that stuff, I didn't know. So I just did that symbol, and I'm like, yeah, like this is all good, guys. And then our lovely friend Suze said, "Hey, don't do that." And I'm like, "Oh, is that not a thing?"
We
And
had
so,
a moment
yeah.
a bit like that on our stream last week, where a member of chat tossed in a Latin phrase, I believe it's Latin, that originates from the Crusades, and this person in chat like knew it exclusively from sort of like history nerd shit, and didn't know that for some years now it had been adopted by like Euro Nordic white supremacist assholes.
Yeah.
And he
like-
was, I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but he seemed very embarrassed by it. And I felt bad. Like, I know you didn't mean this.
It just, like, because you don't actively want to be that person. Like,
Yeah,
no one wants,
of course.
Like, I don't want to be racist and come across as racist. So I'll go out of my way and be like, okay, this is something that I now know. And I think that's a good thing. I don't know, to not want to offend people and not want to hurt people's feelings.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to white supremacy, it's a necessary thing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't know that it's good. I mean, people are talking about this in the chat a little bit, and I don't mean to fully like derail.
No, you're fine.
I don't know how much you guys talked about this in your chat, but like my understanding of the OK symbol thing is that like that particular bit of white supremacy lingo or symbology or whatever you want to call it specifically thrives on the ability to plausibly deny that it's a white power thing. Like, it's not that like automatically every time someone does this symbol it means white power. It means that like some people use it that way, and now because of that everyone who's not a white supremacist is like in a tizzy and second guesses themselves. And like if someone does this, for example, I mean, there are videos that, you know, in the American protests of like fucking Proud Boys doing this to cops at the front lines of protest and being let through. And some people were like, did you see that? That's a white power symbol. And then the white power people can be like, what are you talking about? It's just saying like, hey, that's okay, man. And there's no way to prove.
Like, yeah,
it just gets so fucking. So when you say it's a good thing,
so muddied.
Yes,
the waters are so muddied that you don't know what to do anymore. So,
and I think like being aware of that shit. I mean, you said it's a good thing to know, and I guess it is. But to me, it always just kind of feels like, well, they've succeeded at pulling us into the mud.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's definitely interesting.
Do you feel like... Elliot, let me tell you, something that I love about your stream, that I really admire it, and is so different from mine, is that I know nothing about your personal life. And I think that's terrific. You know?
I do put a little bit of my personal life in there
Sure.
from time to time. But the bulk of it, I mean, there's several reasons. Like, I mean, there's a reason it's the same reason I don't say my address on stream.
Sure,
Stuff
sure.
like that. Like, it's personal. But
Yeah. I'm not being sarcastic. I absolutely love that. I, for whatever reason, am the kind of exhibitionist slut who just tells everyone everything about my life. But I recognize that that's like...
There's value in that. There's value
Sure.
in that.
This is all just sort of just a preamble to say that, like, I don't know about your personal life, and I'm not necessarily asking you to, like, share anything about that you don't want to share.
No, you're
But
fine.
I'm curious, when it comes to things like like what we're talking about, saying something and realizing like, oh, that upset someone and in a way I didn't expect, or that upset someone in a way I didn't understand, or that meant something to someone. I guess my question is, do you feel a noticeable difference for you in how that works when you're streaming versus how that works in your non-internet life?
I feel it's interesting because there's like a thing, there's always that thing called like a streamer phase where you're always on when you're on stream, and then you turn the camera off and you're just like, you basically just nothing, you're just like dead. Right? But like it definitely it's interesting. Yeah. But it definitely is interesting because like I try to, if I've upset somebody in chat because of something I've said unintentionally, or if I've said something I've upset like a work colleague, I generally try to act the same way. I generally try to act in the sense of like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I'll try and do better. Like I'll try and like not hurt your feelings next time.
Sure.
But yeah.
Do you feel that the stakes are different? And again, I'm not trying to. These sound like leading questions, and I really don't mean them to be.
No, you're fine. No, a little bit, because like, especially like when it's with my friends,
Yeah.
I don't actively go out and say, "Hey, I'm sorry, this, and like I hurt your feelings." That, whereas I will say that on stream because it's a more public profile and it's a more public image.
Sure.
I think it's like you kind of like, how there's always these things that you sort of say in close company, but you don't say out in like the public. I'm not talking about anything bad. You just wouldn't say particular words, or you just wouldn't say like certain turns of phrases out in public.
So Elliot, you confirm that when you're with your friends, you say a bunch of racial slurs all the time. Am I understand that right?
Just all the time.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
there is that interesting. Like, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, you do, like, you have that, and that line gets blurred with stream a lot because I consider a lot of the people I stream to like close friends at this point, so I'll be actively like bantering with them and doing all that sort of stuff, and then it kind of clicks in my head again that, hey, I'm streaming. That's something that I know that this person in chat doesn't like, or something like that.
Ugh. Elliot, I swear to God, I could talk to you about that for 2 hours. This keeps happening, like right at the end of the interview chunk, we arrive at a topic like, oh, let's get into it. Like I remember when the protests in the US started, it was understandably like super triggering for a lot of people.
Oh no, yeah.
And I had to like really try and figure out, like, I don't want to upset these people who are watching the stream, and they're not like new people, like people who watching the stream for a long time. I don't want to upset them. I know this topic upsets them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But other people and other, like, this feels necessary to talk about. It's such
it's a difficult like balance of where do you sit, because you want to talk about these really tough issues, but you also know that a lot of people don't want to talk about it. Like, for instance, like at the moment, I've got a very like harsh rule, mostly on myself, to not talk about the US election.
Ooh, like, Elliot, I saw that tweet. I saw that tweet and I had a lot of feelings about it.
I know. And like, and like, hear me out, because like everyone has an opinion on it.
Yeah.
But not everyone wants to like I'm a very chilled stream.
You are.
And like people use us as like wind down for their evening. They don't want to be riled up right at the end.
Not me.
but like a lot of people use Twitch for that instance.
Yes,
and I know
yes.
several channels who do a very great job at having an active and open discussion about politics. And I feel like they'll do a much better job as for that than me.
Mhm.
Whereas like I can provide a place where I'll just say like occasionally we'll talk about it, and like the crux of the matter is like, hey, go vote. Like that's the bottom line at the moment is just go vote. But it's the same with like everything going on with COVID. Like as soon as that started getting crazy in the world, like America started skyrocketing.
Yeah.
Like Australia wasn't looking too good. Like the UK wasn't looking good. We had people coming in being like, wow, this country's like absolutely turning to shit. And like, I'm like, hey, that's cool and all, but like, like we've got people from that country watching the stream. They might not appreciate hearing that they're gonna die.
Yeah.
Like it's just that. And
of course
people seem to appreciate that.
And
so
to be clear, when I said I had a lot of feelings about it, I want to be clear. The feelings weren't all. It wasn't just like fucking coward, Elliot. What is this fucking wuss? It wasn't. No, I mean it was. It really was like a complicated cluster of like, yeah, man. Like, what service are we providing? What service should we? And how do we fit in? Because like, none of us are the only person on Twitch, right?
No,
like,
that's right.
How do we fit into the larger palette of moods people want to access?
It is like a difficult balance, and Twitch is a weird ecosystem where like people are very opinionated all the time, and you can say what you think is the right thing, and then it gets clipped, and then uploaded to Twitter, and then it blows up, and you're like, "What?" Like,
oh my god, Elliot, have you been cancelled?
Not this week.
But you have been?
Oh no, just as jokingly, just like for being a fake sim streamer.
Because I really want to get canceled.
I have. Yeah, no, it'd be good, right?
I'm
like,
working on it, man.
It's good. Like, what do they say? Like, all news is good news. So like.
Right, yeah.
As long as people are talking about me, hey, they're talking about
That's
me.
why I want to get, I've said this in the street so many times, I want to get lightly canceled. Like a soupçon of cancel.
No, but like, I had a friend of ours, she's a wonderful human being. She goes by the username like Pugowned, and she was talking about like the starting soon screen people have on Twitch. You know, you're starting. You got your stream running, you're doing your Twitter, you're doing all that. But like, she was just of the opinion like, hey, like, I don't use that. I don't really see the point of it. I just start streaming. And like, if somebody comes in, cool. If they don't, okay. Like, but like, I'm there right away. That was her thing. And people got really angry. They got really angry. So she was getting like threats against her like health and people wishing she was dead. Like,
what?
The internet is really weird for something as simple as like, hey, I don't use a starting soon screen.
All I can think is of that meme of just like the sad meme face that says healthcare please. Just like, dude, this is what you're getting upset about? I can't go to a doctor right now.
Yeah, no, it's all very weird and like, yeah, like I was taken back at like how much hatred this person and people like saying terrible things. People who'd never watched a second of her,
of course.
People who never interacted with her. This like they ended up getting hundreds and hundreds of comments. Like hundreds and hundreds of retweets, people being like, oh, this is trash, this is bullshit, like all that stuff. And it's just like, if any of you have actually like been to this person's stream or interacted with this person genuinely, like you would know firsthand that they are not an aggressive person and this wasn't made as an aggressive thing. Of course. And I remember she streamed, I don't even think it was that night. I think it was the following night. And she was still very taken back by everything. But yeah, it was definitely like, I do not want to be cancelled, put it that way. Even if it's lightly cancelled.
I know. I mean, I'm 80% kidding, and the other 20% of me is stupid and bad. Elliot, I want to say to you, like, thank you, and I really value that in light of these like incredibly accurate points about the venom of the internet, that you do in fact do a really incredible job of creating a safe and nurturing while still being authentic space on Twitch. I think your stream is extraordinary.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you.
In the truest sense of the word, it is out of the ordinary. It is special.
And thank you. That's very kind and sweet. I feel the same about your, like, everything you've got going on.
No, now it sounds like we planned this. Now it sounds like we scripted this ahead of time. We're like, Elliot, I'm gonna say a nice thing about you, and that'll make it okay for you to say a nice thing about me, which is really the point. Can you like talk me up a little bit?
No, we didn't plan this. Hold on just a second. Okay, now that I'm on the right page.
Line.
God. Direction, please. But yeah, no, I feel the same way. Like, genuine people are very hard to come by on Twitch. And it's refreshing to see. And I think one of the positives to take out of this year is that it's brought a whole new wave of people to this platform and to this sort of medium.
Yeah.
And that's why you're seeing a lot of toxicity, because the toxic gamer boys, they're not on top anymore, or at least their position is being rivaled.
Yes,
by
their habitat's threatened.
Yes, they've got people with actual experience in the world who in like media, in TV, in radio, who've all suddenly lost their jobs and need an income, and Twitch is here, and they have an expertise, so they have a step up. Like, I've seen so many people come to this platform and skyrocket instantly because they've just got a basic level of understanding.
Well, dude, I'm not going to pretend that, I mean, obviously not on that level, but like, I wouldn't be a Twitch streamer if I hadn't already been on a fairly successful podcast. Like, I didn't have a huge audience coming in, but when I started streaming, I knew I was going to have some group of people.
No, definitely.
Like, then take that and multiply it by 100. Of course.
I mean, I know, like, there's popular New Zealand comedians, and they don't even advertise on, like, their other stuff that they're streaming on Twitch. It's just their dedicated followers just know. And it's just really interesting. Like, there's a comedian, and she's playing Dead by Daylight, and I just came across her the other day. I'm like, hang on, that's that. I've seen her on TV.
Right.
And I'm like, what? You know, why is she on Twitch? And then it's like, oh, okay, because nobody has jobs anymore. That's why.
Yeah, the whole thing is very destabilizing, like, on every level.
So really, and especially in the arts sector, you've got everyone trying to get some sort of, like, income going.
Yeah,
and, like,
Jesus.
So if you just even have the smallest amount of knowledge, even if it's, especially like you said, like, you do a podcast, so you know about audio and just, like...
Right.
Like,
and even then, it took me, like, a year to get a good mic. So embarrassing.
But like you understand the importance of a good microphone.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't do that because Twitch was primarily, for the longest time, just gaming. Like, you just played games and that was it. Now it's everything. It's a cooking stream. It's a fitness stream.
It's wild.
It's everything. But yeah.
Elliot, I as I've said to so many people, I could talk to you about this forever, man. Believe it or not, my goal for this interview, legit, I'm not making this up, is I was going to ask you about your baking career.
Oh, what would you like to know?
I can't ask you. We're so far over time.
I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault. I should have booked longer slots. Elliot, I would love to do this again. At this point, it seems inevitable that I'm going to do another interview stream at some point soon. And I hope that when that happens, I can get you back on so we can talk more.
I would love to. That would be a blast.
Thank you so much. Again, 8-Bit Elliot on Twitch. It's 8-Bit Elliot on Twitter as well.
Yes, it's 8-Bit Elliot everywhere. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok.
I'll reach out to make sure I get your right plugs to share with everyone.
It's just 8-Bit Elliot.
Chat insists that I tell you that they all love your voice, which I also do.
Well, thank you, chat.
And,
thank you, Max.
I knew it. I knew he was reading the chat. I didn't have to say shit.
I am.
And for God's sake, on the fucking atomical scale chance that anyone here isn't already following Elliot, please, for fuck's sake, follow him on Twitch for incredible stream, and follow him on Twitter for just the sweetest good boy content. Elliot, we'll talk about this another time, but I am enamored with the like sincerity and directness of your Twitter. It's, I think, the chemical opposite of everything my Twitter's ever been.
Real quick, I got real attacked watching a TikTok the other day. I made my way onto wholesome dad TikTok, and it's this guy standing there, and he's like, you know what? I'm not going to talk about politics because I don't want to upset anyone. You just want to come in. I'll change your oil in your car. We're going to sit down. We're going to have a good time. I'm going to go mow the lawn, okay? And I felt real attacked.
Right to the heart of you.
Just dagger to the chest.
Holy shit.
Why you got to do that to me?
Well, look, man, it's you need TikTok to hold up a mirror to you. I have to let you go, Elliot. I love talking to you, but I gotta let you go, man.
All right, have a good one.
Good night, Elliot. Thank you so much.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
I love him so much. What a good dude.
Hello.
Hello, it's Andy Hoover. You're live on the air.
Oh, hi. Hello, everybody. Peter, thank you for having me.
Yes, Andy, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, no worries. No worries. How's it going?
It is going wonderfully. I booked too many interesting people, and look, we're only at this point, depending on who you count, either 15 or 30 minutes behind. After 3.5 hours, I think we're doing pretty good.
That's not bad. That's I think they call that breakage in certain industries. Probably not this one, but that makes sense.
As long as you do it somewhere, I'll take it.
That is not a bad ratio.
For anyone who is unfamiliar, Andy Hoover is here. Andy is a writer, an actor, and legitimately one of the kindest people I've ever known and ever will know.
Oh, that's
and
very sweet.
Is also a member of the Film Reroll, a podcast that I, for now, am on until they fire me, which I think is going to happen.
No. They wouldn't dare.
They might. I don't know. Andy.
They wouldn't.
It's very good to hear your voice.
It's good to hear yours.
I feel like I was about to say something and I'm like, should this be part of the public interview? I want to apologize to you. I feel like I have not been during quarantine, I have like forgotten how to be friends with people.
Oh, I think that's a common issue. I mean, I a lot of my bad habit has been sort of I wouldn't call it random, but very like I'll go for weeks without calling people, and then like on one weekend I will like call like 6 or 7 people. It's like probably not the healthiest way to handle it.
Well, but at least you have that second part. I go weeks without calling people, and then I go more weeks without calling people.
Right. But yeah, but I mean, but I think you get a lot of, you get a lot of obviously good communication through this very Twitch platform.
Yeah.
I think that like you're being extremely social. I think
of a sort.
Yeah, I think it counts. It's a whole new world. It's certainly more. I feel like I don't communicate broadly enough with folks these days, which is a bummer. Just because, it's just like the little interactions that you kind of get on a daily basis, like, like the coffee shop or like your neighbors and stuff. And it's just like everything goes down a bit. So I think it's really good that you provided this platform for a lot of people to, talk in this way. Like it's still, you got to pick up that social energy somewhere for sure. And I'm still figuring out exactly how to do that. But
yeah, I mean, I think that even the best of us, which is a category I certainly do not count myself among, but even the best of us, our solutions are somewhat maladaptive. It's just a question of like, how damaging or not will they be?
Yeah, I do envy the folks, and there's even fewer of them than one would expect, I think, who are like, I feel like at the beginning of all this stuff, there was like a lot more energy, or like a lot more, not energy, but a lot more sort of like false confidence society-wise that people would be able to, that people who were like privileged enough to be okay, first of all, or like relatively okay, would be like, hey, I'm gonna write that thing, or I'm gonna like get in shape, or I'm gonna,
I'm gonna learn a new language.
Exactly, a lot of that, and like I think it's actually kind of, in a weird way, sort of like gratifying that like nobody has managed that of anyone that I've talked to. Like that is not, and I like to think too that like most people weren't even like that didn't last very long. That was not a continued mass illusion where one is expected. Like nobody's really expected to be doing much right now, and I think that there's kind of a nice mutually accepted gentleness in that. Like it feels like, and again, maybe I've just been fortunate, but like in my day job and with my friendships and stuff, I feel like everybody is both like giving and receiving a lot of patience these days, which is nice because like without that it would be pretty much impossible. So
I'm glad that that's what you're seeing out in the world. I mean, not that I'm not. There was a tweet that I felt very personally hit by about a week ago. That was, little dialogue between me, my brain. It was like, whatever it was, like, me, there's a pandemic going on right now. No one should be expected. People should be, it's totally understandable for people to be less productive. My brain, not you though. Me, not me though.
Right.
It's like, it's so hard to apply that to yourself.
Oh, I think so for sure. I mean, I think that again, people, I think that is true, but I think that people are anyway, at least when it comes to kind of those like extra projects that some people were thinking about, and everybody thought about it. Like, I mean, I think like everybody's like,
this is the time.
Individual. Yeah. It's like, I feel like more people than not, at least were like, and again, this is maybe optimistic, or not optimistic, but maybe this is like, in a weird way, a possible silver lining, is that hopefully for at least some people, after all this is over, like that energy will still be there. If you're like, hey, this would be a good time to like make some changes in my life, and then you're like, oh, actually, no, things are terrible and mentally very draining.
Yeah.
But like, you're still having those thoughts about like what might be different later,
Yeah, I was having that conversation a bit in an earlier interview about how like it can be uncomfortable to talk about there being like silver linings to something as horrible as this year has been. But a lot of like it has prompted me, and I know a lot of other people I know, to examine our priorities in a way that previously it was much easier for us to ignore.
I would totally agree with that. I think both priorities and in a weird way, kind of the opposite of priorities, which is like well, not really the opposite. It's not like a one-to-one thing, but kind of like the idea of like a daily routine. Like if you can separate your kind of goals as a human into like, what am I doing today? And also like, what do I want to be doing 5 years from now?
Yeah.
I feel like both those things, at least for me, kind of independently, have gone under a good degree of self-examination. Now, will that be fruitful for me or anyone? Like, we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully.
Yeah.
But it's definitely like the shift of thought processes is not in and of itself a bad thing. And it is kind of like, it is, from a position of like, privilege to be able to talk about any of this as anything at all a good thing. And again, I wouldn't even necessarily go that far, but like, that there's any good to this obviously is at best like a weak argument. But I do think that for me personally, if you're going to come out of this with something, it needs to be more than just like, well, that was a bad time. Like nobody wants to like look back on something and be like, oh, that was just unalloyed terribleness. Like you'd like something good to come out of it, but at the same time, you don't want to put that pressure on yourself or
others.
Really, nobody wants to put that pressure on anybody. And that to bring it full circle, I guess that's the main thing I've observed. Again, in my case, that like people have been just like very. Nobody had, knock on wood, nobody in my like immediate life has been like, this is now the time to like get stuff done. I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but it's like
I hear you. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this on the stream before, and it's always sort of uncomfortable for me to bring up, but like, just what you said, if someone came out of this whole everything, which again presumes that this has a definite end, but let's indulge that fantasy. If someone comes out of this with nothing more but survival, that is already like a huge win.
Right.
But if you happen to also come out of it with some other, like, why not get lemonade from lemons if you can?
Right.
And, I've always been fairly uncomfortable with the fact that I now, at least for the time being, and God willing for the foreseeable future, have a career that I would not have without COVID. Like, professionally speaking, COVID's the best thing that ever happened to me.
Well, well, there you go. And
I feel so weird saying that.
Well, it's a very complicated sentiment. I mean, but like nobody would want you to deny that to be the case, right? Like, it's like nobody wants to like, nobody after the fact is going to be looking more kindly on people who are like, I don't know, things just coincidentally happened right then. It's like, no,
yeah, the only thing that'd be worse would be denying it.
Right, it's like everybody knows what happened in 2020. Like, but in 2026, people will be like, there's just going to be a whole lot of stories of people who were like, I was doing X until 2020, and then around 2020, I started doing Y. Yeah. And like, nobody's going to be like, oh, that's odd. Why did so many people like change their career paths in 2020? Like, everybody's going to know, Yeah. Like, it's not going to be.
Anyone who ever at a job interview is like, oh, I see there's a gap in your resume here.
Right.
Look at that. Right. Fuck off. How about that?
Right. And I guess, it's exactly that kind of circumstance that I think is like part of what I'm trying to describe that I've observed is the idea that like, I as somebody who thinks that like gaps in the resume are always okay. And like, that's always been like weird that like, that's been such this weird thing. It's like, no, sometimes people need some freaking time, like just to like figure out what the shit is going on. Like, I think gaps in the resume are like a great thing and people shouldn't be worried about them. And like one of the, again, not quite a silver lining necessarily, but I think evidence of people's minds changing and people sort of all having this shared experience is that you're absolutely right. Like for that part, like even the person who, even like the worst interviewer in the world who normally obsesses over that kind of thing is not going to be like professionally useless enough to be like, oh, you were doing weird stuff in 2020. It's like, who wasn't, man? Like, what the heck?
Yeah. Dial in, dude.
Yeah. I mean, that person just shouldn't be in HR at all. That hypothetical person that I'm throwing under the bus.
Not that hypothetical, man. They're out there.
That's true.
Andy, I have no smooth segue into asking you this, but it is emphatically being asked by the chat.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Avatar: The Last Airbender? Excuse me.
So familiarity would be strong. A short answer, yes, but I haven't actually seen it yet.
Okay.
But I do know sort of like the broad story and the characters, because I'm the kind of person who often like spoils myself for stuff that like
reading the wikis.
Yeah, I pick up a lot, like, very, like, I know, for example, why the movie was so bad without having seen the movie or the show, like that kind of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, the chat, it's okay if you don't have a good answer for this, or any answer for this, but the chat is curious what type of bender you think you would be.
Well, I've always had a lot of affection as an element I like being close to for water. But the thing is, I don't think it's necessarily the question. I feel like I'm not really getting to the lower levels of the question. If you just talk about like which of the elements do you just sort of appreciate the most aesthetically? Like, I don't get the sense that that's really what benders spend their time doing within the universe. So I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of, and again, not knowing much about sort of the relative power levels, but like Earth always seemed pretty intense. Like going back to the closest combat that I remember from a elemental bending kind of thing, which was, my childhood watching Captain Planet. Like it was like in that one at least, it was like, yeah, that Earth guy, like, Heart often like saves the day in like a Deus Ex Machina kind of way, but like,
yeah, because it's mind
Earth
control.
Right. Yeah, Heart is pushing some boundaries.
Yeah.
In terms of what would normally
very
be
upsetting.
But other than that, I mean, Earth really seemed like the way to go. You can just really like it's really tough to. Everything else you can sort of imagine like getting away from. Like if somebody's like shooting fire at you, like that's not good. But it's not like what you walk on all the time.
Right.
Like,
right.
It's not like.
It's not the literal foundation.
Right. Like you can't go I feel like unless you were like at sea or something similar, you're always going to have just like a lot of Earth to play with. So I guess I'm going for impact Earth. If I'm going for just personal elemental preference, water. So that's my answer.
Chat for you does say Earth.
I love it.
Which I'm inclined to agree with, but I want to think more about you as a waterbender because I find that very compelling also.
I just love the water, man.
Sure.
But the thing that I love the most about water, every time I'm like, oh man, this water is great. That also really, generally when I say that, I am standing on Earth somewhere.
Interesting.
I'm not out like 50 miles out into the Pacific being like, this is a great situation. It's like, no, I'm standing on the Earth watching water. I guess, I mean, if you go too far, it's like, well, I'm breathing air. So and they all sound like horrifying powers, really.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But yeah, I think Earth is like, I mean, all my fondest memories involve me being on Earth, really. So being like all the other elements, just it's not quite the same. But I mean, I haven't had a lot of like really good times in vacuums. Again, air is kind of its own thing. But
there's still time.
I got to go with Earth. It's true.
There's still time. Andy,
true.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is great.
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to plug before I say goodbye?
I've been thinking about this. I want to tease this, I guess. Well, there's two things. The first one is I'm still working on this separate podcast called All My Wicked Nephews Crave the Throne.
That's right.
Which I've been working on for a while, but has been sort of stymied, and a lot of it is just like fear of failure and fear of beginning badly. So I've been really trying to like very slowly, carefully build it up. But I'm finally finalizing the map this week, which is exciting. So I will provide more updates on that. But if you're curious, we have a separate Discord channel called I guess it's just called Crave the Throne, but it might be All My Wicked Nephews Crave the Throne, which is the full name. I'm not looking at it right now. But check out the Discord if you ever want to just sort of see what's going on. We got a good wiki set up and all that. And then the other thing, which is even more of a tease, because there was even less of it done. But I finally finalized just the other day, like the 9 short stories of this collection that I've been like working on again for a long time. And I'm just like, you know what? Like, I don't have the juice in me right now for like a novel. So like I put all my novel outlines to the side for now. And I'm just like, I really want to finish this like book of short stories. The final roster is set. And I will provide more information on that on the aforementioned Crave the Throne Discord also. So
that's awesome.
That's what's up. Yeah, I'm excited. I will talk to you more about it if I had more time.
Yeah,
well, talk to you more about it, Peter, personally at some point.
I would like to talk to you more as just, a human boy. I also am probably going to be doing another one of these interview streams in the future with longer slots. I would love to talk to you more about that then. And I'll reach out to you to get those links so I can share them with the Discord and make sure everyone has all the info for Crave the Throne and everything else.
Oh, sure. Well, that'd be great. Well, yeah. Well, keep me posted. I'm gonna probably turn in to get ready for my day job, which I'm glad we didn't talk about much because it is not terribly exciting, but it keeps the lights on and all that. So
yeah, go get those
thank
Zeds.
you for having me. Yeah, thank you for having me. Goodbye, everybody. This was great, and enjoy the rest of the interview show.
Oh, also, Kate Stahl and Katherine Howitt both miss you very much. They'll kill me if I don't say that.
Them. Oh, that's very sweet. Yeah,
they heard you say it. They're watching the show.
Oh, that's wonderful. I miss you guys. Well, I hope you guys are doing well, and I will talk to everybody mentioned later.
Thank you so much. Bye, Andy.
All right, take care, Peter. Bye.
Bye. Okay, we are once again behind schedule. It's going great. Look, we're doing a very good job. All right, can we just acknowledge we're doing a really good job? In part because one or two of my guests have been very good about being bummed. My mic keeps doing weird things where it'll get like suddenly louder. Are you guys hearing that? Or is it just my headphones? Maybe my headphones are unplugged in all the way.
Hello?
Fred?
Hey.
Hello, Fred. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Everyone, this is Fred Jennings, lawyer, sailor, occultist, and low-key one of my oldest friends, I think. Right? Like, we've known each other for...
a damn long time at this point.
Decade
numbers
plus.
is not my thing, but yeah, decade plus.
If numbers isn't your thing, I feel like that's got to be the only thing that isn't your thing. I feel like you're such a polymath.
I do date more than one math at a time, it's true.
All right. I regret this interview already. You know what, Fred? Let's start right up top. Let's start with a real hot topic. What do you like about puns so much?
I don't. It's an addiction more than it is a hobby.
Okay. What's the hit like? What kind of fix are you looking for?
So I think the fix I'm chasing is the slow action pun. That thing where like it takes a minute or two, and then the room groans.
Okay. What about that is satisfying? Is it like an edging thing?
I think that's a fair analogy. Yeah. It's the pleasure of like watching the slow reveal.
I see. Okay. You know what? I find that very sympathetic. As someone who has a very loathsome, heavy relationship to puns. Like I like food or a drink that like takes time to fully reveal itself.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. It's like that cocktail that has a really bizarre kind of twist somewhere in the middle in the taste.
Right. You're like, what do you think? Well, it's pretty. Oh.
Yes, that exactly.
Okay. All right. I'm being asked right now if you remember the pi r squared.
I do remember a really truly unforgivable pun to that tune.
Would you like to share it, or have I ruined the punchline?
I mean that is the punchline.
Right.
I think it was about a square pie.
Isn't that okay?
Fred, maybe you and I have talked about this before. Do you know Spider Robinson, the author?
No. Full disclosure, I have a slight arachnophobia, so I know very few spiders.
Oh my god. You know what? Sounds like a pretty severe arachnophobia if you can't even read books written by a spider. He's I don't know if he still writes, but he was a sci-fi writer, in the last century who wrote a number of stories that all took place in the same bar and often included like puns with a 6-page prose build-up.
Oh my.
And I think that you would really enjoy those.
Yeah, I may have to check this out. That sounds delightful.
The Callahan Chronicles, I think, is the name of like the bar stories.
No bells wrong, but I'll definitely check this out.
Yeah, I have a weird relationship with puns and I think part of the reason that I responded so well to what you just said about like the slow reveal is I think that puns are specifically meant to do harm. And I think if you're gonna do them, you should lean into that.
Oh yeah, no, I think there is like a slight sadism to the groan factor that one seeks.
Slight. It's like the central element, man. Well, Fred, I didn't ask you on this show just to talk about puns, although I'm perfectly happy to. I feel a bit at a loss because I think that I've had so many amazing people on tonight, and we've got more to come, and you are certainly equal among those ranks. But at least in my relationship with you, I've always felt that you have some of the most hidden depths, simply because like there are parts of your life that you don't bring up very often, but which if you did bring up would make me or people like me be like, I'm sorry, what? Sorry, there's a whole other thing. You're a witch? What? And I feel a bit at a loss because I don't know how to get into those topics. Because you're a fascinating person to me, Fred. Not just because of like the things that you do and are about, but like the way in which you present yourself. You're like a very still surface of the pond with like weird sea dragons underneath. That's not a question.
That's fair. There was no question there. Nope. We can jazz off it. No, I feel like the other way to describe this is that I'm just really terrible at self-promotion.
Why do you think that is?
That's an excellent question.
Thank you. I knew I'd get there eventually.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I get more satisfaction out of doing the stuff than like talking about the stuff I'm doing, which is like not to imply any sort of embarrassment about talking about it. It's just I
of course
would rather be out making it happen than tooting horns. Yeah.
As an inveterate horn tutor, I find that fascinating.
I mean, I guess I should also clarify, like, I have great respect for the horn tutors of the world.
Sure.
It's a wonderful skill.
Yeah, I've certainly never felt any scorn from you towards the other way of being. I just, it's one of these things that like that quality of yours that you're more interested in doing the thing than talking about it. I understand intellectually, but to have that separation in the first place is so like viscerally alien to me that I find it incredibly compelling, but also hard to even like begin to ask about. Because really what I want to ask is just like, that's some loud typing. Are you typing in the chat now?
Maybe.
Okay. All right. I've been there. I was recommended to get a very loud mechanical keyboard when I built this computer, when I had my friends build me this computer. So I know that sound. I guess Well, let me ask this: do you feel like that's always been the way you've been? That the sharing of the experience with other people in sort of a second-hand way is less interesting than the first-hand thing itself. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. I think it's hard to abstract because I think the type of thing it is matters. You know, if it's a group activity that we're all sharing, like absolutely, like bring all the people here and let's, you know, get together for it. But you know, I would say like for stuff that is more of a solo activity, like yeah, I think I have kind of always been that way.
Okay. I guess I'm curious for you in the things that I know about you, which ones you consider to be a solo activity versus a group activity? Because I feel like sailing, for example, that seems like it trends pretty strongly towards the solo activity, right? Or no?
Yes. So I mean that and occultism are both great examples in very different realms of things that kind of go either way.
Well,
if you have
yeah,
a
I
good
was going to
crowd
ask about
who's
occultism.
into it and like knows the thing, sure, absolutely, it is a group activity.
Mm-hmm. What was your... Okay, this is too large of a question to throw into a mini interview, but fuck it, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, do it. Go for it.
What was your entree into occultism?
So, I've been interested in it for almost as long as I can remember. I would say that the real entree was when I was about 13, meeting a couple of friends through like a summer program who were also into it and had, you know, a little bit more background, and having a like slightly older mentor who was sort of around to provide, you know, guidance and thoughts. And, you know, at that point, kind of like having a group of 4 people who were into it was a fantastic entry point into, you know, this is not just a thing I think is interesting but don't know where to start. It is the thing that, like, I have people to talk about with, and there's, you know, a sort of micro community here within this crowd.
And where did you go from there? I mean, what was the next step from that initial kind of spark?
So the next step from there was mainly like a whole lot of reading, a whole lot of experimentation, a whole lot of like trying stuff out and seeing what kind of felt right for me.
What was the first thing that felt right?
Oh man, I think one of the earliest weird, spooky things I did, and a fun fact about me, I taught myself the entire Elder Futhark runic alphabet at about 15.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's an Old Norse alphabet that comes up in a lot of like heathenist practices.
And what did learning that alphabet do for you?
You know, I feel like half of it was a thing to see if I could learn it. You know, I certainly wasn't like the most profound occult experience I've ever had, but you know, I think learning any symbol system is a powerful thing in the same way that learning, I don't know, art history or etymology is. It's a connection to a way of representing the world around you.
Sure. It's like getting the source code to something.
Yeah,
right? Like
or
a building blocks kind of thing.
Source code's a good example. It's like picking up a different dictionary is another way to put it.
Okay. Interesting. Do you feel like that sort of lexical, linguistic, written aspect has continued to be a big part of your occultist practice research experience?
Certainly a part. I don't know if it's still the biggest part. But I think there is something deeply magical about language in the sense that these are whether spoken or written, these are the bizarro symbols that we use to transfer our experience to others.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty ubiquitous among at least sort of pop schools of magic that like language itself is essentially a spell.
Oh, sure.
That transmits knowledge or intent from one soul to another through, gibberish sounds and lines written on a flat medium, things like that.
Right, exactly. I mean, you get into both the more like sort of sympathetic concepts of language as symbol, and I think it also sort of dovetails into a lot of the more sort of overlapping pieces of psychology and magic as well. The idea that the way you talk about a thing, or the specific language you use to describe a thing, has a power in defining it and forming the world that you are existing in.
Would it be safe to say that you feel a certain resonance with the ideas of chaos magic?
So the people that I first got into magic with were also into chaos magic, and that was one of those areas that kind of clicked best for me. Absolutely.
I guess where you are now, how much of that do you think still remains? Or was that more of like a stepping stone?
Oh, no. I mean, I think that is still kind of the primary lens through which I approach a lot of the occult. I feel like it's more complicated now in 2020 than it was in, say, 2008, in the sense of, 2015 onwards, a lot of the like grosser parts of the internet discovered chaos magic, and it's always had kind of a like questionable reputation in sort of older school esoteric crowds, because you get chaos magic is a broad umbrella, and I don't know what the rating of your stream is. Can I say the banned words by the FCC here?
Say whatever the fuck you want, man.
So you get a lot of shitheads in chaos magic, and some of those are alt-right.
Guys, shut it down! He said shitheads.
So it's a thing that like sort of by nature has a complex association. But I will say, like, absolutely, out of the various systems I've read, I find it the most compelling view of how to look at the occult and esoteric areas of knowledge.
Fred, not to say the same thing I would say to everybody, but I swear to God, I could talk to you about this forever. But I gotta.
Yeah, I mean, your tight slot keep picking these like very, very easy, quick topics.
I know. The thing, man, I could have either picked the schedule I did and stuck to quick hits, or picked longer slots and talked about the real shit, and I picked right in the middle. Really knocked it out of the park. Fred, thank you so much. Is there anything you want to plug before you go?
No, I don't know. Donate to your friendly neighborhood leftist mutual aid fund. That's all I got.
That's a fantastic plug.
Check out Catland Books. Is my other more self-interested plug.
Yeah, please look up Catland Books. I'll get the proper links from you, as I am from everybody, and I'll put them in the whole Discord list.
Cool.
He's
well,
putting
thank
it
you
in the
for having
chat
me.
right
It
now.
was
I
a
hear him
pleasure
typing.
hopping on. Yeah, sorry about my 80 decibel keyboard.
I love it. Fred, thank you so much. Have a great night, man. Thank you for
You too.
being
You
flexible
too.
with
Thanks for having
scheduling.
me. Awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
Moving right along. No time to waste. Thank you, Diana. Thank you. I'm kind of working my anxiety for a bit, but also kind of not. Paulo? He's looking very pensively. Turn your... What? Paulo? He's not saying anything, so he can't hear me. Oh, no. Paulo? Paulo. Oh, my God. Please say something. No, he's moving his mouth, and I'm not hearing him. All right. Let's check my settings. What the fuck? It's been going so well. No. This wasn't on the schedule. Maybe that's why we can't hear him. The schedule won't allow it. Doing great. We're doing great. It's going so well. It's going so well. Just gonna real quick. Paulo, answer your phone. Answer your phone. Oh, there he is. He's figuring it out. Hey, you're not on the air. I'm just calling you on my cell phone. I don't know. It's like 1,000% likely that the issue is on my end and not yours. Just because Skype is weird. Do you have a Google Voice number by any chance? You have Zoom? I see you got a microphone. I would love to get like nice audio. A phone call audio is fine, but if you got a microphone, I'd love to use it. No, nothing on Skype so far. Again, it's totally possible that it's on my end. Do you have Zoom? All right. I am going to email you. We're gonna try. I'm gonna email you my Zoom info, and we're gonna try it that way. All right. Sending it now. I'm just gonna keep you on the phone to make sure that it's happening. Dear chat, there is one more surprise interview between now and 2, just so you know. It's not this one. This is a different surprise interview. Are you in the Zoom? Oh, wait, okay. Hold on. Wait. Open the thing. Yes, okay. Admit. Say something now.
Testing.
Aha! We've got you!
Okay.
Welcome to the show, Paulo!
Hello!
We did it!
I knew we always would.
I
always knew we would.
Phase out of using Skype for literally anything. For anyone who is watching the show who might not be familiar with Paulo, this is Paulo Quiros. How do you even begin? Writer, singer, musician, performer, actor, game maker, podcaster extraordinaire, fucking Renaissance man, Paulo Quiros. Welcome to the show.
Woo! Thank you for having me on. How's it going?
It's going wonderfully. You are, I think, our 17th guest.
Wow.
It's been a lot. I'm being accused of sucking up to you so you won't fire me. Because earlier in the stream, I repeated my anxiety to them that I said to you the other week. That so I had Jon Miller was one of our first guests.
Oh my god, the reclusive Jon Miller.
I know, what a get, right? I asked him, like, do you have anything to plug? He's like, well, I am working on a new reroll campaign. I said, am I in it? And he said, no, it's Paulo, Jaws, Andy, and Scott. I was like, oh, so the entire original cast except me. And Scott substituted. I get it. It's just another step in my stealth firing.
I legitimately already forgot that I was like live with people watching, and I was about to just tell you what it was.
Yeah, Scott actually. I talked to Scott today too, and he almost fucked that up. Depending on how smart the viewers are, he may have successfully fucked it up.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's fine.
I mean,
We've given away so many episodes by accident.
Yeah. If you figured it out, keep it to yourself, goddammit. But yeah, so my paranoia is wildly flying around the room, which is why people are teasing me in the chat.
Nice.
Well, Paulo, I know that you were looking for apartments today, right? How did that go?
Went great. Man, the market is very renter friendly right now.
I
mean, if I'm gonna say that there's any advantage to coronavirus, it's to me right now, in that searching for apartments, I am very excited. I am between several amazing options already, and I got another day of looking tomorrow. So
you have more places specifically lined up tomorrow?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of places scheduled, and I already saw at least one. I did the thing where I was like, oh wow, this is the one, and then oh wow, this is the one, and then end of the day, like, holy shit, what a deal. Like, to the point that I like literally said to the realtor, I was like, this is an amazing deal because I'm a terrible negotiator.
Yeah, that checks out. Has that always been your experience for looking for apartments? Have you typically like known immediately?
I don't know that I've known immediately, but like, I will always be like doing the research stage where I'm on my computer looking at places. I'm like, okay, thinking about that. And once you're in the room, it's like so clear. I'm like, okay, this sucks. And then I'm like, oh, this is amazing, And it's especially right now, because I get the feeling that what's happening is that renters are either staying put and dealing with empty apartments, but not wanting to rent them out super cheap, or
do you mean landlords?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what I said.
You said renters.
No, landlords are either like really just dealing with the current market or lowering it, getting the apartment out there.
Mm-hmm.
And the difference is apparent,
Yes. Well, great. I mean, it sounds like you've got an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Can you give me the exact addresses of all the places you're looking at?
Yeah. So, Oh, you can't see me. I just realized you can't see me. I was doing a visual bit.
Yeah, sorry. People are like, are these going to be audio only or video? I was like, dude, I whipped this up in like a week and I have 20 people coming on. I am not prepped to do video. But I'll probably try and get, at this point, it's a foregone conclusion I'm going to do this again. And I'll probably try and get video next time.
Cool.
Do you want to describe your video, your visual bit?
I will describe it only as indescribable.
Oh, fuck off. Are you, joking aside about doxing, are you looking at Brooklyn?
Looked at a couple places in Brooklyn. Have a couple more in Brooklyn.
Doesn't sound
good. I'm real in love with the East Village right now. There's some really great value in the East Village and some very cool apartments I saw and like right in the middle of stuff. So I'm probably going there.
All right. I mean, at least that's closer to me.
Yeah.
Dan wants to go to Queens. I am going to tell Dan to mind his business. Paulo, you've got I mean, look, there's a million things I could ask you about because you're a fascinating dude, but also we got some questions from the chat. Do you mind if I throw those your way?
Yeah, please.
Here's maybe a quick one. How many times did you think that everyone figured out the twist during Summer Spell?
I never thought that everyone figured out the twist for sure because Carolyn was in the room, but I definitely, I mean, I think I had the correct amount of read because you guys were all fairly transparent about.
Oh yeah, none of us were like playing the cards close to our chest or anything.
Yeah, like you like my feel of how much you guys had figured it out was, I think, completely exactly what you guys all said, which is you were like, I kind of had a sense something was up, but I decided to go with it and I didn't know exactly what was up. Jaws kind of knew what was up, but was playing along. Andy had suspicions, but was never sure. And Carolyn had no idea.
Carolyn was Carolyn.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get Carolyn's one of the only people that I reached out to for this show and didn't get, because she didn't email me back until today. I was like, I love you, Carolyn. I'll get to the next one.
Oh, she's the best.
She really is very special, right?
Oh, my God, yes.
And I know we've talked about this before, I think even on my stream, that it's like pretty much a total fluke that Carolyn came into our lives the way she did.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, but you can say that about pretty much, I feel like I can say that about everyone I know in the sense that most of my friends are because I worked with them in a piece of theater and occasionally, television, but usually theater. And if I hadn't done that piece, I wouldn't have known that person. Or, occasionally, like, they did a piece of theater with one of my best friends, which was the case with you.
Yeah, I guess what it is for me is not so much like, oh, it was a fluke, because I agree, it's all flukes, really, at some point. As much as it is like, it was through a project I hated.
Yes. Yes.
I feel like I'm not going to burn any bridges by saying that.
Yeah. I don't think that guy's on the stream right now.
Oh my God. What if
he was a loyal follower this whole time?
What if it turns out someone like with a username that like a fucking avid follower has been waiting for the Scooby-Doo mask reveal that he's, I was going to say his name, but I'm not even sure I remember his name, which is actually really nice.
I don't remember his name either.
Let's see other chat questions. Let's see. I'm trying to find ones that haven't already come up in mailbags. Well, so there's the question of which reroll had the biggest difference between how you expected it to go versus how it played out. But I know you've talked about before how like you are usually very low on expectations to begin with, right?
Yeah, I mean, in general, the expectation, I guess, is the film. I just sort of create a stage and then we see where it goes. I generally don't have a plan in terms of what I think will happen. I have kind of a sense of the world, and therefore I can play in it. I think the correct answer for what went the farthest away from my expectations is Halloween 2, which was the first time that I had done something that wasn't really based on a movie, because it was a sequel to our Halloween 1. And I had a lot more kind of like mechanisms in there, and they just didn't quite hook into them. And they just ended up staying at the funeral there, which I kind of expected was sort of like scene 3. I had like 6 scenes lined up that I felt were fairly inevitable, that, you know, I was willing for us to go off the rails on, but I felt like they kind of drove into each other, and they would set up all the pieces for what the kind of what the mystery was, and how, you know, it would set a lot of things in motion. And like scene number 3 was that funeral, and they just kind of stayed there, and they just were like, had some suspicion, and they started kind of like going with that. But because they never moved forward, they just didn't have enough of the world. Part of it involved coming back to the funeral, maybe, and there was that you know, grave, and they like crit succeeded to get in there, but I never intended them to go in there really, unless it was like long down the line. I kind of more saw it as setting up for Halloween 3. And so it just went totally differently. It was fun. It was nice, but it wasn't at all what I expected. And that was one of the few times that I'd kind of set up things that I thought would happen. And of course, you know, they didn't. And that's the show.
Yeah. You sort of unintentionally created more fertile ground than you had meant to, I think.
Yeah, well, it's because I was creating something. I think I started to try and sort of create events, which is not something I usually do. And without those events, you know, the characters just didn't have the information they needed to play in the world, which became a very kind of like scary scenario as I was playing it. I was like, can we even go anywhere from here? But, you know, I just trusted it and played forward, and had 3 charismatic people on, you know, in there, and we had a good time.
That's got to be a good feeling, knowing that like you've got a room full of performers to sort of carry you across any pitfall you might encounter.
Yeah, that's the show, you know, is ultimately I'm building a stage for you guys, and then I just kind of trust that we'll find something interesting on there. I guess Halloween 2 is such an interesting and different experience for me because there wasn't a movie. I wasn't basing it on something. I was trying to create something, which was very different.
The chat questions are coming in fast and furious, so I'm going to keep throwing them at you.
Okay.
This I find delightful. Do you ever ship your friends' characters when they play?
Do I ever ship my friends' characters when they play? See, it's
like, how badly were you hoping that me and Data were going to hook up in Goonies? That's what I'm thinking.
You know, weirdly, I've kind of read people's reaction. I didn't even like register it happening in the room.
Sure.
I didn't even notice it. Yeah. So here's the thing: is that like they're characters from a movie. So I already have like my feelings about the characters from the movie coming in. My reaction is never, I don't think, been like, oh, I hope they hook up, because honestly, for a comedy show, romance is perhaps
a problem.
Yeah, not necessarily the fertilest of ground. It can be fun, but it's not like something that I'm particularly aiming for. I'm certainly overjoyed when something like that happens because of a dice roll, like in Aladdin, but it's not.
Think even like in Summer Spell or something, I think that there have been maybe not a ton, but a decent handful of like emergent romances on the podcast that the listeners have enjoyed.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're fun, but like a lot of things which I don't have to really deal with. I'm glad if things are happening, but if it's not a thing that I need to worry about because none of the characters I'm playing are directly involved, I'm just like, okay, that's happening over there. I'm not stressed about that. You know, I have too many other things to stress about.
Totally legit. Cat, some rando named Supernatural Cat, I don't know who that is, wants to know who your celebrity crush is.
My celebrity crushes. Oh, man, I don't even know if I have an answer for this, which is so lame because it's such a like an obvious question.
But it's also not surprising at all that you wouldn't have a ready answer.
Yeah, I'll tell you who my childhood celebrity crush was.
Yeah, that's great, man.
And it was Sandra Bullock.
I thought you were going to say Andy Hoover.
It was
the way
Andy
you started
Hoover.
That, I really doesn't make
had
any
not met.
sense. I thought you were going to say Andy Hoover. Sandra Bullock, hell yeah. Do you not have a crush on her anymore?
I don't even think that I really had a crush on her. I think I had a dream. I saw Speed. I had a dream about involving Sandra Bullock. It wasn't even a sexy dream. I was like 12.
Well, if Sandra Bullock was in it, it's automatically a sexy dream.
Well, yeah,
Come on.
yeah, but I didn't realize that at the time.
Sure.
And so I think I just have this distinct memory of waking up and like coming downstairs and my mom was still up. And I was like,
I'm glad your mom's in this story. That makes it way more interesting.
I was like, Mom, is it okay if I have a celebrity crush? And she's like,
no,
yeah, it's fine.
No, that didn't happen.
It's 100% real. This is 12-year-old me.
Because it's you, I believe it.
But yeah, so that was me thinking I had a crush on Sandra Bullock, which I'm not sure if I did. I don't know. Maybe
How could you not? You monster.
Well, I hadn't. My brain just didn't work that way yet at that age.
That's got some real like Ruth Conda Forever energy. I don't know if you get that reference.
I don't get it at all.
Good. Never find out what that means. So interesting. So interesting that you don't have a celebrity crush.
I mean, I have plenty of celebrities I enjoy. Many of them are very attractive. I just don't know if I can develop that kind of a feeling for someone I don't know.
It's so weird that I always rag on Jon for being the alien. Like, you say things like, there are celebrities I enjoy. I find them to be pleasing to the eye. But what is a crush? How does a crush?
That's right. I think that's accurately how I feel about the question of celebrity crushes.
It is one of the many reasons I find you eternally fat. I'm glad I also love you as a friend, because it would be fine if I just found you to be like a fascinating specimen, but I also like spending time with you. So it's really, for me, the perfect storm.
Oh, good. Okay.
That's just me saying that I appreciate you. That's not a part of it.
I appreciate you.
It's not a bit. It's not a question. It's just a thing. Lily wants to know what your favorite kind of sand is.
I'm gonna say dark with lots of like shells and interesting things in them. When I'm at the beach, I'll just dig a hole. I don't know why. I just have that urge. That
is something that you and I have 1,000% in common.
Yeah,
love digging a hole at the beach. Let's see. What are your thoughts on the trolley problem?
What are my thoughts on the trolley problem? I think that we need to enact legislation to stop all of these specific numbered people standing on
next
trolley
question.
tracks.
Next question. Sorry, I scrolled down. There's a lot more. And I was like, I want to hear Paulo's bit on the trolley problem, but also... here's a real question. How do you feel about especially large rerolls in terms of number of players?
They're such a nightmare, and I love them, you know?
Yeah.
It's such a logistical, like, it's already hard to get 3 people, you know, in a room together. When we have like 7, those rerolls just end up being like, okay, see you guys in 6 months when our calendars all align again. And then editing wise, it's a headache. And, you know, even though like a lot of that is done by not me, you know, some of it always ends up getting done by me, because I'll listen to the finished edit sent to me and I'll be like, okay, this sounds like a mess. I'm going to go and try and clean that up a little bit. And then it's tricky, it's like we're, for the most part professionals, but we really, when we get 7 of us in a room and doing a show that has already kind of a like friends at the table sort of energy, it becomes impossible for everyone to, shut up and have like lanes of conversation. We like 2 conversations start going and I'll have to stop and be like, okay, backtrack, because that's going to be unintelligible. But I love them because there's so much energy and there's so many great things that can happen. Some of my favorite rerolls are big rerolls, but every time I do one, I'm like, never again.
Well, I think as vague as a term as it can be, like the word energy is really essential there, because I think that is, I mean, you tell me if you disagree, but I feel like that is and always has been the most delicate balance in the history of the podcast is energy.
Yeah.
Like you want to have as much as possible before it's too much. And that's such a delicate line.
Yeah. And it once there's all of us, it is too much. It's just, it becomes too much. We can't, I always have to stop us like 3 times per episode and be like, okay, we gotta focus in.
Take a breath.
We gotta.
Peter, be either drink more or less.
Preferably both.
Yes, I mean that's always the goal. Paolo, I'm guessing you have not been watching the show, but I will tell you that I've been saying this to everyone, that I should have booked longer interview slots because I have to kick people off long before I'm ready, and we are out of time.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on, and thank you everyone for hanging out.
Of course. I want you to know that the chat adores you. They love your voice. They love you. You are beloved.
I adore you, chat.
Hope to talk to you soon, both as a human being that knows you and hopefully on the show again.
Absolutely.
Actually, you're probably going to get an email from me tomorrow because I'm doing a last-minute marathon this week, and I'm looking for special guests.
Oh, okay, cool.
So look for that.
Yeah, let me know.
All right. Have a great night, Paolo. Thanks for rolling with the schedule shit.
Yeah. All right, bye.
Bye. Okay. Let's move. At this point, we are so off schedule that I can barely even calculate how on schedule or not we should be. This is also, excuse me, fucking bourbon burps. It's also another surprise guest, so I do not have the number queued up. Kat, you're very special. No one is disagreeing with that. Okay. Oh, there's gonna be chat interviews. Dude, it's not even 1 o'clock. I'm streaming till 4. There's gonna be chat interviews. Jason! Hello, thank you for those subs, Jason.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the show, Katherine.
Thank you, Peter.
For those of you who are not familiar, our newest guest is Katherine Howitt, teacher, former Josie and the Pussycats cosplayer. I didn't know if you were going to be the show, so I didn't write an intro for you. Everyone else is like a scripted thing.
I think that's better because your full unpreparedness, I think, actually is the best intro for me.
I will say, no, guys, different Katherine. Different Katherine. Not my ex-wife, Katherine. Different Katherine. Settle down. Unless they're just excited for you. I will say also, Howitt, in large part, inspiration for Angie, which is something that Howitt doesn't really know anything about. But I did mention that there was a character that you had largely influenced. And it's a character that people in the chat are very familiar with. Oh, sorry.
Hopefully just like a little bit disconcerting as a character.
Oh, I think she's incredibly disconcerting. People have like privately messaged me like, I'm uncomfortable with this.
That checks.
Howitt, I'm sorry, I have to briefly play a short song that you won't hear.
I am okay with that.
It's happening right now.
Is it a song I'm supposed to know?
No. It's we just got raided by a wonderful boy on Twitch who I'll be interviewing later tonight named Purse, who brought all of his viewers with him. There's been a lot of stuff that I usually react to on the stream that I haven't been reacting to. We got a raid earlier from our good friend Jason, and I feel like a bad host to them, but I'm trying to focus on the interviews. But I feel like you can take it. Howitt, thank you for being on the show. Thanks for waiting to the last possible minute to tell me when you were available. I really appreciated that.
Honestly, I was going to call into the show without a slot when it seemed like there was a little bit of a lull.
Yeah, there have been so many lulls tonight. I've had so many chances to breathe.
Yeah, it seems like it's really been like a sort of low-key, not too much work on your end,
I'm
right?
just coasting, really. Howitt, how are you? How have you been? Last time we spoke, you were very upset with your cat. How's that been going?
Well, he is the cutest and sweetest little baby. However, I don't love his whole bladder thing. He has been nothing but trouble with respect to his need to pee, or inability to, or decision to pee on my couch.
Has that always been an issue?
Okay, so it turns out, and this is something that I learned after getting my lovely cat, it turns out that male cats have a lot of medical issues that female cats don't have. And the main one is kidney stones, basically, like deposits in their urethras that are life-threatening. And Catstifer had surgery 2.5 years ago.
Sorry, can you just, because people aren't familiar, can you just repeat clearly and distinctly the name of your cat?
Catstifer. Oh my God, no, I don't think I can. Catstifer.
It's Catstifer.
Catstifer Robin.
Catstifer Robin.
Catstifer. Yes.
Go on.
And I'd be happy to provide you with a list of spellings that friends and family members have provided for that in
How many could there be?
Well, there was Cat Kitstotor.
What?
Like CATITISTOTOR.
Well, that person's just not paying attention.
Yeah. Anyway, so Catstifer, has some trouble. So sometimes when he tries to pee on things, it's to get attention.
Sure.
Because he needs it. So it's hard to know. But I think that the current couch situation was an act of war, and I am treating it as such.
An escalation, you would say.
What's he escalating? I do nothing but provide him with, belly rubs and
I'm not casting aspersions on your provisions here. I'm just saying an act of war is an escalation.
Yeah. Do Sasha and Iago have an alliance? Is there a truce? What's the sort of foreign relations? And
we largely live in harmony. I don't mean to be shitty about it.
Strained largely right there, I'll tell you that much.
Well, I will say there are some times where Seashell is too rowdy for Iago. Because they, Seashell needs to work out her aggression from time to time. And sometimes I'll scrap with her, but I'm not always available. So she'll scrap with Iago. And they have always had a very gentle fighting style. It's always been very clear that it is for sport. But sometimes Seashell will get too into it, and Iago will have to run away. Or
it's
Iago,
like the top two fencers.
What?
Right before the competition?
Yes.
I saw a movie once about like fencers, and they like apparently are like very good at like training with each other until right before they're supposed to compete, and they're all just trying to kill each other.
Yeah, there's too much energy there. Yeah. A lot of times, Sasha will be on this chair of mine, and Yaga will walk by, and she'll just like swipe at his butt, and Yago had no idea that like scrapping was even on the possible agenda. And just like, oh no, what? Why? How could this happen? And Seashell and he runs away. He just runs away, but then Seashell looks after with the look of someone who like doesn't knows they've upset their friend but doesn't understand why. And it's just like, I thought, why are you being like this? Sorry, I have to very briefly address something in the chat. My books are like that because we just painted my apartment and I had to take everything off the bookshelves like 6 times because it's very tiny. And I just have not had time to restore the bookshelf to its natural state. That's all. I apologize, Howitt.
Bookshelves have natural states? What is the natural state of a bookshelf?
Well, if you look at the stream right now, you'll see what it looks like right now, and it ain't this. They're all like...
I walked away from the stream. I didn't want to be reading the chat while I was being interviewed.
I respect that. I, in fact, endorse it. But right now, all of my... They're all sitting on their face with the side facing outwards is just pages. I obviously am not going to find anything. I just haven't had the time to restore my bookshelves. That's all there is to it.
But it's a choice. It's just, it's art.
All right, you're making this harder for me now. You're hurting
me. Right,
me.
you just want people to know how many pages you've read. Like, you can't even tell that it's all, like, big print.
Oh, I haven't read any of those. I can't read. You know this. Howitt, you are a tutor. Yes, this is true.
This is a fact.
I know that historically you've already done a lot of that stuff remote.
Yes, that's true.
But I imagine there has still been a shift due to COVID.
Yeah, the shift is that there's like sort of this weird thing where parents somehow like think that you can do things even more last minute, and that suddenly like no one has a schedule except for them.
Interesting.
So I get a lot of like last minute requests, like can you meet with my daughter tonight for an assignment that was due 2 days ago? That's like I don't no, it's Saturday night and it's 10 p.m. Like, they just don't have any, there's like no boundaries, and students will, schedule me for 4 and then say, oh, can we do 4:15? Can we do 5? Can we do 5:15? And I still have to sort of, stack students. So in some ways, I feel like I have less work because I'm not traveling, and I used to be, I used to be on like a city bike or in a cab or on the subway for 8 hours of my day was in transit. Now I've got those 8 hours, right? Like I'm like watching The West Wing or practicing piano or like honestly probably just like playing one-sided fetch with cat stipper. But it's a lot more stressful and a lot like I don't know what my day is going to look like. At least like before I could like wake up and say like, okay, I'm going to have to get from point A to point B in this time.
Yeah, less activity, but more instability within that activity.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, in some ways, it feels like definitely, I tutor and I teach. And something that I am just learning, because I don't have anyone telling me what to do when I teach, but my students' teachers apparently figured out in advance was that you just can't get as much done remotely. You think that you can. You think that it would be easier to get things done remotely, but actually you get about 75% of the work done, So
I feel like
the
75 if you're
workload-
lucky.
Yeah, it depends on what you're doing. But like, so the workload for my students is really light, which is actually kind of nice for me. It means that I get to like relearn it. Like, I just read the Federalist Papers. I've never read the Federalist Papers.
Yeah.
I even
You just
like,
got a
sort of
degree
swing that
from
part
an
when
Ivy
I'm,
League
like, listening
institution
to
that
Hamilton.
required you to read the Federalist Papers. That's totally different.
They don't require you to read the Federalist Papers.
Do they not? I
Maybe
don't know.
if you paid attention when you were getting that education from that school, you would know that.
Lord knows I did not. I just flashed a pretty
yeah.
smile and coasted on through.
It's actually kind of horrific. It's really, really horrific to read some of this like founding era stuff. Because
Sure.
like people are like political parties are a problem. Factions will become more and more polarized until they will no longer seek for what's good of the people, but to like seek revenge upon each other.
Right.
And in that madness, a tyrant will rise up and exploit it. It's like, yo, George Washington, your guy's like favorite white freeloader, literally said this.
Oh God.
I'm sorry, this is what my days are like.
Do you feel like, and this is a very loaded question, so feel free to answer it however you like, up to and including telling me to fuck off, and I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
Do you feel like you were afforded the opportunity to like gently radicalize your students about things like this?
I am actively subverting, like literally the only thing that I have to offer to this world is the fact that I am like supremely radical and supremely like equipped to educate youth. And I like go into these like houses with children of billionaires and I say like, capitalism, interesting, right? Like in order for someone to succeed, you have to step on someone. Like, there is no other way. Where do you think that wealth is coming from?
Mm-hmm.
There's no such thing. Like, in order to have it all, someone must have nothing. Like, I, like, am actively teaching them about, like, equity. I'm actively teaching them about economic democracy. I'm, like, talking about, like, systematic racism, systematic inequality, like, what meritocracy means and what oligarchy and aristocracy looks like. Like,
and do you feel like you're making an impact on these kids? I mean, that's the big question.
It goes up and down, but I will say this: I have a student who is in a program that's really prestigious, and it's a program that's open to any New York City student, or I guess New York City or adjacent student. So many of the students in the program are attending, you know, like just sort of PS-15 or whatever, like just like general public schools in New York City and not attending private schools. So this student is like a little bit disrespectful. She has this amazing opportunity and she's a little disrespectful. Of the people's time, of the things they're being asked to do. So she's like, oh, we had this like meet and greet, but I didn't really feel like going to it or something. And I'm like, okay, no one else is going to tell you this, so I'm just going to throw it out. Like, if I were in this program, I wouldn't be you. I would be a public school kid from a lower middle income family. And what I would think of you is that you're kind of a standoffish bitch who's like really privileged.
Sure.
No, but seriously, she doesn't want to come off that way.
What was the reaction to that?
I didn't say the word bitch. She said I could see that. She wants to. Like, they want, like, they're like these children or teenagers, I mean, they're 15, 16,
Sure.
17, basically. They want to be right. They want to be with the zeitgeist. And the zeitgeist is radical. It is progressive. I mean, the zeitgeist really is, and you can see it
At least
in the
here.
way that...
I mean, that's our zeitgeist.
What's our zeitgeist?
Radical and progressive.
Well, right. So in New York City.
Yeah. I wasn't trying. It wasn't a
but-
gotcha moment. I'm just clarifying that you are
Yeah,
also
so
in New York with
City,
us.
Right, and these are our private school students from wealthy families who are, socially liberal, but probably make the kind of money that makes them inclined to vote conservatively because social policies won't ever touch or affect them,
right?
But conservative policy, but like economic policy will,
right?
And so the real challenge then, right, is to talk to these teenagers before they are looking at the ledger book, because we are
before economics becomes a first-hand responsibility of theirs.
So, I mean, when I was talking this weekend about, my first ever trip to Boston when I was in college, and I said something. It came out of my mouth, and I realized it was on the tip of my tongue. I was like, I went to Boston with $162 in my bank account, which meant that I was going to be spending like $60 to $70 over that weekend. And I think about that now. And that's still a lot of money, but I could spend $70 out on a dinner and drinks and going out to karaoke with you.
No problem.
Like I really could. Really, right? We could just really fuck that up. But when I was 19, that was an unimaginable sum of excess, which meant that someone taking $10 out of that would have been crazy. But now, that I'm buying a cast iron skillet for my grown-up adult kitchen.
Sure, yeah.
I'm like, I want to
a rite of passage.
Twice as much as I was going to spend on a weekend in Boston on a cast iron skillet. I mean, and you could spend 3 times as much or 7 times as much. I mean, it's crazy at what people will charge for cookware. But I think the point that I'm making is that your reaction to less and more doesn't change no matter how much more you have. It's proportional, in fact. So people with billions of dollars see, they don't see $1,000 as chump change. They see it as you're going to take an extra $1,000 from me. It's but you don't. That doesn't mean anything. And so if you teach people about equity and equality before it becomes personal, then you have a shot. But the moment it becomes personal, there's a fear around money, a fear about what's enough, an anxiety, a discomfort. It becomes very, if someone told me that, they would give me an extra $500 that weekend in Boston, I'd probably done a lot of things I wouldn't say on air for it. And
nor would I require you to say them on air.
But now, I get a client who comes through and for me, the income would be about $500, and I'm I don't need that in my life right now. I don't like the vibe of the family. I don't I can say no to it. But that's actually a big moment for me, because for a while it was no, I need more, I need more, I need more, I need more, I need more. I couldn't imagine what it felt like. I actually said to a friend today, I was I think I need a little less.
No, it's insane to reach a moment in life where you are inclined to turn money down for any reason.
I mean, I was working 75-hour weeks, and I was meeting you at midnight in the East Village. And when when Evan and I, my partner and I first got together, I would come home at 11 p.m. every single night, and I would leave before he did. And he would be like, what is happening? When do you chill? I'd be like, oh, I chill on Saturdays between 2 and 4 p.m. He's
right.
It's not. He's that's not you need to take time. I mean, I really needed to reassess how much time I was spending working, because it was work that was really easily hidden if you weren't intimately involved in my life, because I don't have a 9 to 5, right? So people see me waking up at 11 and they're like, well, you know this very well.
Of course, yeah.
They're like, oh, you wake up at 11. I'm like, right, but I didn't go to bed until 1 because I was working until midnight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's obviously been like a huge. I mean, I've always, as you say, I've always kind of known and been in touch with that dynamic, but certainly the past, half a year plus, the feeling of having a job that can seem to many folks low key, but in fact, like, yeah, no, I don't have to wake up at 7 a.m, but I'm working 60 hours a week. And yeah, I get to drink while I work, but I'm working 60 hours a week.
Well, someone asked me if my parents, someone saw my apartment on the Upper West Side. I lived in a studio, and very clearly, I lived in a studio where I had to climb 8 feet into the air to get to my bed.
I remember.
It was crazy. And people walked in and were like, "Oh, do your parents help you with your rent?" And I was like, my rent is more than my parents' monthly income when I was growing up. And obviously my dad was fine now, but people's assumption is that when you have something, and especially because I have an alternative thing, they're like, "Oh, you couldn't possibly make money not having a regular job or a real job."
Yeah.
And I hate the attachment to work. I hate it. I hate the attachment to work in that way. And but the other thing is I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna plug right now.
Great.
You have to advocate from a position of privilege. I have privilege. I have a great education. My education has allowed me to parlay that into incredible opportunities to be a educator who's paid far more than other educators, but educators should be highly paid. I would be doing a disservice to that idea if I were to accept less money than people who don't care about it. I take that time and that money that I make off of that, and I translate it into advocating for higher paid teachers, better benefits, and putting people in local office who can make real change. And you have to be a ferocious and avid advocate for progressive change in your neighborhood. My plug is to support local politicians on your council and on your community boards and the mayoral elections.
Absolutely.
If you are in
New
York City.
I don't know if you were listening earlier, but we had someone on earlier tonight who's running for city council in New York this coming election. City Council 35, Alejandra. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing her name right. Caballero. Let me look it up. Caraballo. Alejandra Carabello. I'm going to put her info up on the Discord. It's already up there. But yeah, no, she was amazing. I'm hoping to get her back on the stream between now and the election in next spring. Because she's doing, sounds like incredible work. What the fuck? Hi, what happened?
I have no idea. I thought you hung up on me.
I did not at all. I was I was in the middle of answering your question.
Okay, well.
But it's funny because I actually do need to hang up on you.
Well, okay, but before let me finish my plug.
Of course,
because
please.
If Alejandra didn't already say this, New York City has an incredibly important and amazing funds matching program.
Yes, she did mention that. 8-1.
If you 8-1.
That's
so
insane.
Right. In my district, there's a city council candidate also running, Adolfo Drew, who's in the Bronx, and he is currently the managing director of the Northwest Bronx Community Clergy Coalition.
Oh, wow.
But I'm going to plug him and say that New York City residents who donate $10 to campaigns actually end up donating $90 to those campaigns. So if you have $20, I mean, I didn't listen to Alejandra, but I will say support her because I trust Peter.
She's amazing.
And consider looking into Adolfo as well for city council in the Bronx.
Well,
yeah,
I
the
will
only
be.
plug that I had was Cat Stiffer.
absolutely plug Catstiver.
I was just gonna say he's great. He's got really cute. He's got 4 paws. They're all white, and the rest of him is gray. It's
He
very
does
nice.
have like dynamite socks.
His boots are bootylicious, if I may say so.
I will be emailing you and everyone else that I've talked to tonight to get to double check plugs and make a whole list that I can put on the Discord. So when I reach out to you, make sure that you reiterate the info for that Bronx race and also your cat.
So I'm confused because I was like, I assumed when I looked at the schedule and I saw that I was coming on at 12:30 and then the next person wasn't coming on until 3 that you were just going to talk to me for that entire time.
Nope. In fact, I'm going to talk to viewers of the stream. I'm going to talk to chat members for a while.
Okay.
Which originally is what, I mean, that's where this whole thing comes out of, is that I started interviewing chat and they're like, let's do a whole interview stream. And I'm like, great. And I think they're all like, great, Peter's going to interview all of us for hours. Then I started lining people up and I was like, whoops, I guess I'm not going to talk to any of you for 5 hours. And I felt super guilty, but people seem to be enjoying it.
Oh, that's good. Well, I will say that Evan kept asking me Evan, my partner, kept asking me a bunch of questions about what exactly it was you do. And so I kept saying I kept being like, he's a cam girl.
Yep.
And then I was like, do you know Suicide Girls?
Please, we prefer E-Thought.
Okay, he's an E-Thought. But then I was like, I don't know, I think he just is. It's like a, he just, so I was trying to explain it. And then we went to your channel and it was like, this is not safe work. And he looks at me and goes, honestly, I'm already pretty into it. And I was like, so we watched the beginning of the screen. We watched you and Kate and Jon Miller. And I had the pleasure of sort of walking him through the entire crew. But he slept through Andy Hoover, which honestly is probably the worst thing he's ever done to me.
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with Twitch, but you can watch it after the fact.
I will be.
This show will be up on my Twitch page for I think 2 months. I think as an affiliate.
Oh my God.
It stays up for a long time.
Okay.
And I would recommend you also watch Alejandra's interview. I mean, it has been nonstop.
Yeah.
Terrific tonight.
The next time that we do this, though, can it be karaoke?
I do often do karaoke on the stream, actually. People can pay me to sing a song.
Can we do a duet perhaps at some point? Or just sing over each other as we often do when Robin comes on?
We can try. I don't know how familiar, but the goal of multi-person remote karaoke is it's basically the moon landing of quarantine.
All right. Well, listen,
no one has figured out how to do it.
I'm just going to show up at your apartment wearing a mask, carrying my own microphone.
Wow, that is a threat, and I feel uncomfortable.
Okay. So I do have my own private note-taking that I would like to share with you when I'm not on air.
Please do. I am going to kick you off the show, though.
I love that. Bye.
Thank you, Katherine, for being on the show.
Thank you, everyone listening. It's so lovely.
Been a joy. Talk to you soon, babe.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, my God. Okay. Hello! We did it! We've reached the first break in the entire evening! I have to pee so bad! Oh, I have to pee! Stream is not over, folks. Stream is not over. I cannot stress this enough, okay? We have, coming up later tonight, we have Miranda McCauley, a wonderful actor I have worked with. We have Purse, stream boy cutie extraordinaire, and if you got the stamina for it, if you got the guts, if you're a bad enough dude to rescue the president, at 3:15 a.m. Eastern, my parents will be calling in. And in between now and then, we will be interviewing viewers. I will be pulling up random people via Nightbot. We're going to be doing the thing that I think a lot of people thought I was going to be doing. I know, TiVo, I said it immediately. It's an old video game meme. I regretted it as soon as I said it. Bad enough dude to rescue the president is from an old video game. I feel bad. Okay, I feel bad. Also, folks, hello to everyone. I have been going like interview to interview, mile a minute, and like have not had to say, but like folks, Kat, hello, Diana, Satan, Bobamp, Tavaga, Matt, so many other people that have come. Blimey the Wanker, hello, welcome to the channel if you're still here, and if you're not still here, welcome to the channel anyway. Wow, the consonants in that sentence got fucked up. Hello. TiVo, I've paid attention to you, but you know what? I'll pay more attention to you. Dan, hello. Amy, hello. I am gonna go pee. We really, so the thing is, Kat, I swear to God, I already said hello to you. We should do another one that's just viewers, but I also feel like we also need to do another one that's just like all the people I ran out of time with. I've been drinking water. I got water during that last interview. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mom. The point is, a while ago, I think Joe is like, at some point it's just going to be Dark Souls, Yakuza, and then 3 interviews nights, which, like, I tell you, man, if I wanted to make Twitch partner, that's what I would do, because this shit's pulling in numbers. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Holy shit, I'll be right back with more interviews. Hey, doodle-doo-doo, why don't you go pick me 19 carrots? Properly harnessed. Angie?
Peter, wake up. Oh my God, wake up.
What the fuck? It's like 7 in the morning. I just went to sleep.
Well, get your ass up. We're going clubbing.
What? We're definitely not, Angie, we're not going clubbing. 1, at 7 a.m. 2, there's a pandemic on.
Okay, well, 1, I know a boat that doesn't even start getting going until 7:30 in the morning. And 2, I want to.
I know, Angie, I want to too, but we can't, and you know that, right? You know that.
I know, I just wanted to, like, pretend for a second, okay? Like, it's really hard to have to, like, stay inside all the time, okay? I don't know if you've, like, fucking noticed, but, like, I'm a beautiful sunflower, okay? I need to, like, turn towards the light, except instead of the sun, it's, like, really high quality ketamine, and it's just not the same K-holing by yourself inside.
Angie, honey, I know. Believe me, I know. I wish it wasn't like this either.
I know. I feel like everyone else is, like, sick of hearing me complain, and, like, I'm supposed to be like, oh, I'm Angie, I'm, like, so super fucking awesome, and, like, I can deal with anything, like, that's my reputation, like, here's Angie, super capable, and, like, never has a problem with anything.
Do you think that that's what your reputation is?
But the truth is, even as someone as totally with it together as me, it's been like 6 months, and I miss my friends, okay? I miss getting my ass grabbed by someone I don't know, and then, like, having to pretend like, oh, I hated it, or whatever, and then, like, having someone else get in a fight with the person who grabbed my ass, and then, like,
pretending like I didn't even notice the fight, but like meanwhile I'm getting my drinks and I'm enjoying the fight, and like, you know, a fucking Tuesday.
Okay, well, again, Angie, I do have to say, I still don't know if I love that whole routine of yours. It seems like problematic in like a few ways.
Oh my god, maybe you're problematic in a few ways. Maybe you have a problem with me. Is that what you're saying? Okay, are you like trying to tell me that like...
Angie, honey?
What?
Angie, are you trying to start drama with me right now because there's not enough regular drama in your life organically?
Oh my god, you like totally get me.
I do, but I'm not gonna start a feud with you. I would love to, but I'm exhausted. Two, there'll be time for drama later.
Like, do you fucking promise?
Oh, girl, yeah, when this is over, we're gonna go to the boat. We're gonna, like, meet some strangers and do their drugs and stay up to the sunrises. We're gonna, like, get in a fight with a cab driver and then realize that, like, the cab driver was inside us all along. Like, we're gonna do the whole thing.
Oh my god, we fucking better, because I've got, like, a lot of Angie that's been, like, building up, okay? And I don't know if the world is ready for post-quarantine Angie. It's gonna be, like, a lot.
Angie, you know that mid-quarantine Angie is also a lot, right? And also pre-quarantine Angie?
Oh my god, you don't have to say such nice things to me just to, like, make me feel better, but thank you, it's totally working. Oh
okay, God. Angie, honey, I love you. I have to go back to sleep. I'm so tired, but I love you, and I promise we'll make terrible decisions and fuck shit up, and it's gonna be okay, but I need you to promise me that until all this is over, that you're gonna wear a mask.
First of all, don't act like I don't wear a mask, okay? I have, like, a different mask for every day of the week, a different mask for every mood, a different, like, if I see a different type of cute guy walking towards me, I'll switch masks mid-block, okay? So don't, like, patronize me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Angie. I just want to make sure you're being safe, okay? I know this is hard, but, like, please be safe. Stay inside. Don't go clubbing.
Fine, okay, but... Fine.
Okay, Angie, it's gonna be okay. I promise. I love you, okay?
Oh my god, I fucking love you too. Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
oh my god.
I'm gonna go to sleep now, okay?
Oh my god, do you promise to have a dream with me in it? Can I, and like, make sure I look super fucking hot in the dream?
Angie, you always look super fucking hot.
Oh my god, that's so fucking true. Okay, I love you. Go to sleep. I love you. Bye.
Bye, Angie. Bye.
Hi, it's me. I'm back.
Kat's very upset for semi-legitimate reasons. I would like to make it very clear that that call is not based on Kat. That call is based on the part of me that gets along with Kat. Okay?
Okay, that's Angie, and Angie's, like, very important to me, okay? So, like, don't even, like, get started with me about Angie, okay? Because, like, you know that we would have a great fucking time, and, like, don't even, like, think that, like, you're Angie or Angie's you, okay? Because, like, Angie's inside all of us, like, maybe, or, like, maybe not. Like, if you're fucking lucky, right?
Anyway. Hi.
Woo! Welcome back! High energy! Here we go! Seashell is needy. Cat is upset. I am living. Welcome to the Crystal Cave! Where Angie is waiting for you and always has been. Welcome to the Crystal Cave, where your murder was committed in the study with the lead pipe by you. Alright, hello. Hello, everyone. We are gonna do some more interviews, folks. Still, my favorite thing that anyone said about Angie was on last Friday, I think. I played the Angie call, and in the middle, Lily said, Angie wakes up in the morning and decides to make trouble on purpose. Or cause problems on purpose. And I was like, she does. And I love her. Oh my god. Kat, I think you would be less cranky if I sent you the text message that I've been thinking about sending you for like 5 months. So I'm just going to do it right now. I'm just going to send you a text, And I want you to know that this is not something I'm sending you because you're upset with me right now. I'm sending it to you because I've wanted to send it to you for literal months, and I keep not doing it because I'm embarrassed and I think you'll make fun of me. But you know what? If you do make fun of me, it's not going to make what I'm going to send to you any less true. So, all right, I sent the text. All right, let's interview some viewers, baby. If you would like to be interviewed, say something in the chat right the fuck now. I'm going to be picking random viewers. Purse, I will be calling you on Discord. Wait, your stream's already over? I thought you were going to be over for like multiple more hours. I mean, Purse, is that cool if I call you closer to, I know, dude, Max, do you understand how much mental energy it's taken to like stay on task? I know. Guys, I fucked up, alright? I fucked up real bad, okay? I got distracted and I didn't know what was going on, and I did a problem, okay? I made a mistake problem. I did a bad time problem. The point is, I will happily interview Purse. I did burn my hand. It's going to take forever to heal. Apparently, it's been weeks. I did burn my hand. I did. The point is, I did. Purse, I know you can go earlier. Is it okay if you go later? Because... okay, I meant it, Kat. Seriously. And if it weren't for the Backstreet Boys reunion tour, I like to think we'd be doing it again this summer. Alright, sorry. I'm like reacting to the fact that I have like a second to breathe. Also, like, fucking people subscribed and rated, and I hate not like calling that shit out. So thank you to everyone. Claire, Mikey, Saint, thank you for the resubs. Jason, thank you for the gift subs. And thank you for the raid. Purse, thank you so much for the raid. Millo, Zodiac Wolf, Cat, Flyme, Acatheria, thank you all so much for the follows. Welcome to the dumpster. It means the goddamn fucking world to me. Ooh, baby! Dude, oh, Kat, did you not hear the Angie phone call? The Angie phone call is essentially just like a fucking prognostication of what is to come for us. Oh, we're gonna go to the boat. We're gonna do the whole thing. My God, we fucking better. By the way, I told my therapist about Angie today. Having some conversations about gender stuff. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. Oh, I miss the boat so much. Oh my God, I miss it so fucking much. All right, let's find out who we're interviewing. We got time for 2 interviews before our next scheduled interview. Gender stuff. I love the crying. Is that a nose or a tear? I like to think it's a tear. I like to think it's a, like, big smile crying. Gender stuff. Bam! Miss Gordon! Ba-ba-ba! Miss Gordon, you want to be interviewed? Oh, Kelly, the next interview is going to be late. It's fine. Okay. Miss Gordon, you good? All right, I'm going to call you up on the old Twitter. Nope. Discord. Why'd I go to Twitter? Kat, you have to play the game fair and square. You know what? Nah, maybe I should just interview Kat. I'll see how I feel in 15 minutes, Kat.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello, I can. I'm going to turn you up a little bit. I can hear you great.
All right, awesome. Cool.
Hello.
Well, thanks for doing the interview night. This has been really fun. It's been a heck of a ride.
Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you for being here for it. It has been a lot for me, man.
Yeah, well, you're handling it. Look, I think that you're handling it pretty valiantly. You have a lot of you're juggling a lot of beanbags at the moment.
Sure, as one does.
Yeah. While drinking bourbon, so like really.
The bourbon, well, it's sort of a Balmer Peak situation. He said, not knowing what the Balmer Peak actually means.
I'll roll with it too, because I also don't know what it means.
Oh,
so.
thank God. Yeah. Perfect. Ms. Gordon, how are you? This stream notwithstanding, how has your night been? How was your weekend?
Oh, actually not terrible. Very normal, very standard. I think I'm kind of caught in the cognitive dissonance of a lot of people in America at the moment of being like, oh yeah, in 15 days something massive is going to happen. But also,
oh my God, it's in 15 days?
Yeah, I had that dropped on me earlier.
Whoops!
Yeah. But like, I went to the farmer's market today. I got 2 different types of pumpkins with which to make pumpkin soup for me and my mom. Like,
what were the types of pumpkins?
What?
Give us some pumpkin facts. What were the types?
One was futsu, which is got
you made that up. You made that up.
No, I didn't.
Futsu?
Yeah, futsu. Futsu.
All right, that is 100% one of the less frequented 8chan channels. That's not a pumpkin.
Oh my God.
You are fooling me right now.
I don't want to imagine what that would be. Oh.
I mean, I think you probably can. I'm not going to help you on your way.
I don't want to imagine what that would be.
Too late. You will. Maybe not now, but it'll sneak up on you.
Give it some time. It'll come to
what is a futsu pumpkin?
So it looks like there's fungus growing on it, but there's not. Or if it is, it's edible. But it has a very thin skin, so you can actually just slice it and cook it whole. You don't have to deal with actually peeling off the skin. And it has a sweet potato type texture and taste. It has a kind of chestnut-y, it's flavoring as well. It's not really strong, but it's nice. It's different. And I cook a chicken every other week as part of kind of a thing I do with stock and some other stuff. And so if you just cut up these pumpkins and put them under a chicken as it cooks, you get roast delicious pumpkin that has all sorts of good stuff from the chicken on
Ms.
it.
Gordon, are you a pumpkin queen?
Oh man, I went to a terrifying Halloween thing in Detroit with a dominatrix with pumpkins, and that's all I can think about at the moment. So no.
Wait, sorry. That's what the interview's about right now. Unless you're gonna veto.
No, I'm happy to not veto it.
I need to hear about the pumpkin dominatrix.
Oh, it was part of there's I think it's like an old Masonic hall in Detroit.
Sure.
And a kind of like an event group that I guess every year does a big Halloween thing, did something, had this whole hall decked out, and had a bunch of different events and installations and going on in all different rooms. And in the basement, they had this like really cold stone type room, and everything was like tricked out like a dungeon. And they had an incredibly angry dominatrix who was on the stage surrounded by pumpkins, yelling at people and like threatening to do things with like urethral sounding and whatnot. Who, like she felt was like not showing her enough deference and respect, and said that there was going to be a gourd fucking competition later, which I missed. But that also ended up being a shit show of an evening because there was tons of drinks everywhere, and like it's an old stone cut building, and there was just like, it did not go well. Safety for the event was not organized well. I know people who had actual like had to have surgery from injuries from falls.
What?
So like, as much as I wanted to stay for the like metaphorical and hopefully literal climax of the evening, I got out before that ended up happening.
Surgery to have gourds removed?
No, oh god, no. This person fell down 2 flights of like stone stairs, and her leg was badly injured. And she said that the EMT she was talking to was like, "Yeah, we've just been bringing people out of this place all night." So, that's
yeah, we just fucking posted up outside.
Oh yeah, she
like,
said that one of them
there's
asked
gonna
her,
be
like,
more.
Oh yeah, one of them bummed a cigarette off of her because they were like, "We've been here for hours, just taking people to." Like, I don't understand how this thing got shut down. I genuinely got invited to it by somebody who's like from the southeastern Detroit area or southeastern Michigan area, and like knew Detroit and knew like cool, fun things to do. And it was a whole big event. There were hundreds and hundreds of people there. I just don't understand how it didn't get shut down like an hour in.
Wait, so I'm sorry if you said this already, and if you didn't and you don't want to, just let me. Who was the organizing party here?
I'm trying to come up with the name of it. I'll like post it on the Discord if I come up with it later. Because I held on to I held on to the card, the invitation, and it's gorgeous. It's black and gold and looks like a Ouija board, and there's a lot going on.
Of course the invitation was gorgeous. Of course.
Yeah, of course. And like everyone showed up in costume. There were people who had clearly just, had like LED lights and suspension rigs, and it was incredibly cool.
Until
and, like, violent. Yeah.
Yeah. Gourd fucking in particular is kind of an amazing concept because it really does welcome all bodies and genitalia.
Yeah.
Just with the gourds is such a wide category. It's kind of beautiful.
So my high school actually used to have something called a bad day to be a pumpkin, and it was
I don't love that high school is in this story, but go on.
Oh, sorry. Just there's a variety of gourds out there. My high school did a cool thing. Sorry, totally non-sexual.
Okay, cool.
We had like a fun...
Hey, you can fuck a gourd any way you want. Anyone can fuck a gourd. If a gourd can fuck you, you can fuck her. It's funny you mentioned that. My high school actually.
Oh God, fair point.
Go on.
It's going to end up where we started, but it's going to take a nice wholesome detour before we get there.
I can't wait.
Great. Cool. Thank you. So my high school had something called It's a Bad Day to be a Pumpkin at WJ. And all of the different departments in the school, or most of them, would kind of get a collective of students together. It was normally the last Friday before, if it was like Halloween over the weekend or the day of Halloween.
Sure.
And they would have different competitions of like cooking pumpkins, art classes doing different types of pumpkin art, various engineering courses doing like pumpkin chucking machines, just kind of people having fun at school. And I
what a
put
concept.
in one of the worst attempts ever. I remember at art, I had to try to carve a pumpkin for something, and I did not have time for it. And I was doing so much stuff my senior year. And so they gave me, all I remember from it is they gave me I ended up finding a bunch of weird looking gourds because I interpreted pumpkin as in having all gourds involved, and put together just this like horrible, awful, like amalgamation of gourds coming out of each other at various angles. And I think I got the prize like most unique use of material. Like,
yeah. Not great, man. Not great.
Yeah. Not the worst part of my senior year, but you know what?
What was the worst part of your senior year?
I got mono right at the very end, and I had to write to my college that accepted me explaining that I missed like 3 weeks worth of classes, not because I was a cool, fun senior who was doing cool, fun senior stuff, because I was a scaredy cat who had never skipped a class in my life.
Did you say security cat?
Scaredy cat.
Scaredy cat. That makes more sense. Continue.
But yeah, I was in fact very sick from a disease you get from kissing people.
Did you get it from kissing?
Yeah, which I actually remembered the second that came out of my mouth. Yeah, a guy who ended up being my first long-term boyfriend gave me mono.
Well, I feel like if you're gonna get mono, it should at least be from kissing.
Wait, I just want to bring something up. Because I don't know when this is going to get cut off, and I need people to know that as much as I ruined the pi r squared story, by already getting the line, can I just explain the circumstances that made this so funny?
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I need this chance to redeem myself as a joke killer of a human being.
I mean, if anything, I killed the joke. I was the one conducting the interview.
No, but like Jennings, look, if Jennings had remembered it, I would have thought that it would have been like more funny. The fact that he remembers how strongly I responded, like, does get at the heart, because I've never been more angry about a pun in my life. I've never been more emotionally moved by a pun in my life.
Wow.
But I was also just so frustrated and upset.
Well, please take us on a ride.
Okay. So Jennings and I, Fred is Jennings to me because I met him through Philo, and we all do the last name thing because
no one knows what Philo is.
Okay. I met him through a thing, so I call him Jennings. Anyways.
Totally fine.
Jennings and I were living together with two other people on an apartment in the Lower East Side that I have to imagine is illegal because we were living in the basement and there was no way to get out if there was a fire. So,
yeah, probably.
We had a Thanksgiving to go to that a bunch of people were having up near Columbia, or actually in East Campus, and it was like this queer socialist whole interesting long title that they'd give Thanksgiving, and I had volunteered to make pies because to boast somewhat, I'm pretty darn good at making a pie. So in this like weird little apartment that had nothing in it, I spent the entire day making pies in any container I could find, because I'd run out of pie tins after like 2 pies, and ended up, pulling whatever else I had out of the shelf just to get the pie kind of crust and filling to occupy a stable form and transport it to Columbia.
Okay.
And after just doing this for the entire day, Jennings walked in through the front door, looked at the pies, looked at me, looked at the pies again, held for a second, pointed to a pie in a rectangular tin and just said, "The pie are squared." And I've never had a greater sensation in my life to either kill someone, because that was so clever, but it was just I couldn't think of anything at that moment other than having made these pies all day. And the second thing was, I should point out, we were dating at the time. I was also probably in that moment more attracted to him than I had ever been in my entire life before.
That reflects very poorly on you.
That was I dated and lived with Frederick Jennings for the better part of a year.
Because when you said my first impulse was, that is disrespectful. This person is working very hard to create a culinary experience, which is one of the finest and most divine, sublime things you can do for another human being. And you're like, I can make math joke now.
But the thing is,
fuck you. Put some respect on these pies.
He was wearing a suit. He had just come back from law school. He was like so well put together. The kitchen was falling apart. And I was just like, that's so clever, but I'm so angry at you right now. But also like, this is what I find attractive in you, kind of like distilled down to a nerdy extreme. And again, I've never had the same sort of full body, like mind, body, soul, emotional reaction to a pun in my life before or since.
The chat is wildly divided on this.
Oh my god.
On the joke, on my reaction to it, on your standing by it, there's controversy.
I cannot wait to catch up on this. I had to click off because the time delay. The last time I was lucky to be interviewed.
Flips people out.
Really killing me.
Miss Gordon, this is what a joy this interview has been. It has been entirely Gord focused, and yet we have gone through high school ambivalence, destructive sex parties, shameful humor fetishes, cohabitations. We really ran the gamut while always staying with gourds.
Yeah, I mean,
and that was all you. I was just here for the ride, man.
Oh, actually, you know what? Thank you so much for pointing that out. I'm oddly and specifically proud about that.
You should. Thanks. Sorry.
All right.
Thanks for pointing that out is such a great way of being like, okay, good. I'm glad you also know that I was the important one here. Because if you hadn't said it, I would have known. But, like, thank you for acknowledging that you were pointless, because I already knew it.
I no, thank you for pointing it out. I wouldn't have noticed.
I'm goofing.
I thank you. I flex my specific skills strongly.
I look forward to getting back to chat and seeing that you have already been bang flexed by Lily.
Nice. Yes.
All right, thank you, Miss Gordon.
You.
See you in the chat.
You.
Bye. My God, so good. Okay. I'm gonna all right. I'm losing my mind. Hold on. Is Nico still around? Nico? Nico? Are you here? Nico? Nico? Nico, would you like to be interviewed? Because you are someone that I absolutely would have invited on the show if my brain were good, but it's not good. I know, but I've already interviewed Kat. I still could interview Kat. We got plenty of slots left. I've interviewed Kat already. I've never interviewed Nico. Oh my God. I need you to stop saying with more M's. Ish. Kat. 1. If you're going to be around in a bit, I would love to interview you. 2. If you're not going to be around in a bit, I'm going to do this interview thing again in the future. And I'd love to interview you then. And 3, eat my ass. eat my entire ass. How about that? Nico! Nico! I'm calling you. I'm calling you on Discord to interview you. If you'd like to be interviewed, please answer my call on Discord. Well, not my literal ass, Cat, please. Ew. My metaphorical ass. Nico?
Here, am I here? Oh, here I am.
You are here!
Whew. Hello, Peter.
Hello, Nico. How are you?
Oh, God, I'm tired because I accidentally took a nap and I missed more of the stream. I'm sorry, dude.
Okay, we've been over this. You don't have to apologize to me. You never have to apologize to me ever for not watching my stream. My stream is a leisure activity. It's opt-in. You don't owe me anything.
I mean, I owe you some time
Nope.
and love.
No, you don't. You actually don't. The time and love you give me is a kindness, not an obligation. I'll fight you.
Don't no. With kisses.
For any of you who, on the off chance, might not know who we are speaking to, this is Nico Tengoku, another one of my Twitch stream idols, retro streamer extraordinaire, wonderful dancer, creator of terrific songs and alerts, and just a very charming fellow. Very happy to have him here on the stream. It's Nico Tengoku. Happy to have you, bud.
Too kind, Peter. I could say all the same for you.
Nico, am I correct that you also just had a Twitchiversary?
No. Had birthday recently. Twitchiversary is next month.
Oh, so okay, so it is coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I was not crazy to think that it's in the vicinity. And how many years is that going to be?
5 years.
That's what I thought. 5 years. How's that feel, man?
It feels strange to be on this site for 5 years and seeing all what's, transcribed over just like what I've done, people I've seen, people I've met. It's crazy, especially considering the last year or so is where I've taken it serious, but not super serious. It's still a hobby. It'll still be something I always enjoyed doing for the sake of just enjoying it myself,
Well, okay, so you say you describe it as a hobby, but also it sounds like, I mean, if I'm hearing you correctly, that in the past year it became a more serious hobby.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that is on the way towards something else, or?
It could. I have many ideas, I like to put on more of course, a entertaining kind of vibe of just production-wise, of course,
Oh, interesting. I only say that because I think that your stream has great production values.
Oh God, Ed, that's too kind. I am working with the bare minimums of what I got.
Yeah, but to be an individual at a computer, just a little Twitch boy, and trying to make things look good, your stream looks great.
Aw.
What do you? I mean, do you have specific goals you're working towards? Just, I mean, this is me interviewing you as much as it is shop talk, but visually speaking, what would you like to do better?
I don't know. Be a bit more brave with just these ideas that I have.
Like what?
Well, you mentioned great dancer, and I'm sure you're aware, of course, the wedding dress dancing stream, which was a celebration of just 200 concurrent subs, which I never had reached ever with Twitch. I don't look at numbers. That's my main thing that I learned from. I've not always done that. I did that in the past. It was very detrimental and bad in 2018.
Of course.
And then, of course, like I said, the past year, I've made sure just not to look at that. Not concurrent viewings, no analytics, no sub points, sub count. Follows is the only thing I keep track of, just to see look at that, look at this, just how far I've come. But I enjoyed doing that dance. That was actually one of my favorite streams, just because it's the two things that I love most: video game music and just dancing. Not even good, obviously. Just kind of just jiving with the vibes.
No. You were doing great until you felt the need to sell out your dancing, which no one needs you to do that.
I'm not selling that. I think I got some pretty good moves.
Okay, now we're back on top. All right. So do you want to do more streams like that? Is that something you've been interested in doing?
Well, let's just say for my 5-year Twitch anniversary, that we're probably gonna have another one coming up.
Oh shit!
Except not a wedding dress, because that
does sound brutal.
I got much praise for that, or just in terms of how'd you do it? It was well, it was tough. It was not easy for 2 hours straight of doing that.
Oh yeah.
I underestimate that. Oh yeah, it makes sense when people just dance for like at least 5-10 minutes and then take a break and then maybe continue. But like just keeping it going, like it was very physically enduring, but it felt great still. That was a thing.
That's wonderful. I mean, look, if it's a special surprise waiting for the anniversary stream, by all means, don't let me drag it out of you. But do you have specific plans for this dance stream?
No, it's just gonna be more of the same. It's more so just a celebration of video game music because that's my main thing. I love music, both video game, real. Anyone that's been around my parts, they know I talk about vinyls all the time, and obviously real bands or just bands. And
Hey, you're a big prog fan, right?
For sure, it's in my description or my bio. Lover prog rock specifically.
Has that always been a thing you've loved?
Oh yeah, since the old days of my youth with so many bands, Pink Floyd, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, just all those 60s, 70s bands. It's been just something I've loved all the way back then. My dad, to thank, and my mother, of course, as well, just in tandem, just showing me these bands and just being all like, you'll probably like this. And then I did. And now I'm like just digging deeper in the past and just seeing what more can I discover.
Do you come from a musical family? Like, are your parents in music at all?
No, my dad's been a DJ for like 35 years. So that definitely probably
helped. For radio, for events, what kind of DJ?
Jack of all trades, basically. Clubs, weddings, radio. He's done it all.
That's amazing.
Oh yeah, and he's discovered a lot of music, and specifically of knowing stuff in the past. He just showed it to me, and he's probably just been like, "Oh, I hope my son likes this stuff and not whatever's, contemporary." Which still good stuff recently,
Sure.
but I stick in the past just because there's still so much to discover, and I feel stuff that needs to be shown and appreciated because success back then was all as limited as what got you in the mainstream and no internet, no nothing like that to get you to 100 million views on a freaking video or whatever.
Right. That's amazing. What an amazing leg up to have a DJ for a parents.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not just access to the material, the music itself, but just the philosophy of searching for music, because DJs always have to be looking for new shit.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any siblings?
Oh yeah, 3 sisters.
Where are you in the order?
The third one, a fourth, or 4.
Okay, so you have 1 younger sister and 2 older?
Mm-hmm. 2 older, 1 younger. Yeah.
And has music been a big part of their lives as well?
Yeah, but they've all gone their own, I guess, what is it, phases, or just, their music's definitely, they all like something different, Some are like R&B and hip-hop, others like alternative and like industrial, and electronic. It all kind of just spreads across. We all still find ourselves liking similar like classic rock and stuff of the past, but it can still just be very widespread.
What's it like when you guys get together? Like, what kind of music do you guys put on music when you're, whether it's a holiday or just visiting, or like when you guys are all together, what is the music scene like?
If it's like Christmas, we put on like obviously Christmas music. We stick to the vibe of that.
Well, what kind of Christmas music? Like super classic stuff, or?
Oh yeah, just whatever we put on the phone. Go to YouTube and either put on one video or just let it autoplay through all the classics.
But there's got to be Christmas prog out there, right?
Oh yeah. There's certain musicians that had done like songs of that time, to just like for like their solo career or whatever.
I know that my father's a big jazz guy, so growing up, Christmas was always about Christmas jazz.
Yes.
And so I don't know. I like to imagine you guys all gathering around the Victrola, listening to some Christmas prog, some Christmas R&B.
If only. No, it's very simple. I mean, I think we all can actually gravitate mostly towards just like a lot of good like 80s like pop and new wave. You know, the 80s was it's the most shareable time, I think, for music. I don't know, just the most kind of bringing together. But there's no confliction of like the music choices or anything. There's no like it's my turn on the iPod or whatever.
Sure.
We just let things go, you know.
Do you generally feel pretty close to your sisters and your parents? Do you feel like you have a close family relationship?
Yeah, I'm very thankful to have be very close with all my family. No real, you know, just problems, no splitting hairs, no, you know, stories of just like I hate them or whatever. It's very thankful.
Yeah, I'm not trying to tease out drama here or anything. I'm thrilled to hear that.
No, that's how I am on stream. I usually if these thoughts come through my head, I just mention it because I got nothing to hide. You know, that's the most thankful thing I can be thankful for is a lot of the good stuff on my side and just kind of, you know, family nature and just, you know, I just say whatever I want, whatever I feel in my heads. You know, it may not be the smartest thing or the, you know, anything, but I just say it.
Do you feel like that's always how you've been? That sort of openness and transparency?
Not really. Ever since mostly picking up more on streaming, that's kind of helped out. It's kind of weird, actually.
Oh,
Definitely
really?
was much more an introverted person in my youth and my childhood. And yeah, it's just interesting. Like, I wouldn't think I could be the person that could just be on camera for like hours at a time and just talk to strangers, basically. I mean, most of you, I mean, I know you by name, at least, name basis. So it kind of becomes more, you know, less of like, I don't know. It's weird.
Well, then what got you into streaming in the first place then?
Watching some YouTube peeps, some friends of mine that I know that had like a podcast, and one of them was like, "Oh yeah," and when they were like promoting their plugs or whatever, they're like a stream on Twitch, and I was like, "Oh yeah, Twitch." And I think the first thing I remember seeing besides going to this person's stream was the Twitch plays Pokemon. That was the first thing.
Oh yeah, that's the first time I ever heard of Twitch.
Yeah, I came when that was big, when that was
fucking iconic.
I mean, hold on, I gotta put in. I mean, I know when I signed up on Twitch, I'm gonna put in my Progger is related to in the core of the Crimson King emote. My account was created in 2014. Yeah, March 22nd, 2014. So around that time, God, has it been that long already? Jesus.
Well, I mean, your anniversary's coming up, right?
Yeah, or at least my Twitch anniversary.
Sure.
But and also I see everybody, see y'all saying stuff. Thank you. I'm sorry if I don't know if I'm supposed to be talking to them as well.
You can do whatever you want, man. I'm running the show. You got no obligations but to be Nico.
Thank you. I didn't want to seem like I was missing any of your guys' comments or ignoring them. I mean, I appreciate all your comments, and literally my biggest fear is to be canceled. Which seems very weird because it's like I said, I got nothing to hide, so why would I feel like I need? It's just I don't know. I think in general, like it's just like how I would love to be, I like to be very complimentary, but I sometimes reserve because like, oh, what if this person's all like, "What are you trying to hit on me? I'm gonna cancel you," or just like the most exaggerated thing, the most like.
When you imagine being canceled, what part of it is the most frightening to you?
Just like having to like disappear and go away, you know. But even though, of course, I could just be like, "This is not me." I mean, look at what I do. Look at what I do. I just fucking stream silly video games and just make dumb noises.
But you fear that, despite that, people would still force you out of.
Yeah.
Is that a fear that the way other people see you would be more important than the way you see you?
Maybe. Yeah. It's an interesting thing. I think it's just over time seeing stuff on the internet and a lot of, content creators that I remember watching and such, and they're getting taken down. But obviously because shit that's come up in their past, that's just like some serious shit.
I mean, do you feel like you have things in your past that might come up?
I mean, yeah. When I was 6, I stole bubblegum from a store.
Okay, I feel like you can probably mount a Twitter counter campaign against that.
Oh.
I mean, you don't have to be specific, but like, are there things that you feel like could get dredged up? Again,
no.
if I ask a question you don't want to answer it, just say next and I'll move right on.
No, though, because like all my stuff that is online, it's pretty much just my Twitch, my YouTube. It's about it, really. All my stuff on like Twitter and stuff has just always been stuff promoting the stream. It's just I never really put any opinions out there, either that people would have conflictions or stuff I've said.
Well, then my question is, and I this is gonna sound like a leading question. I really don't mean it as such. If that's the case, what do you fear being brought up? What do you fear coming back to get you?
I don't know, man. It's just a paranoia, I think, that's just there in my brain. I think it's also maybe also related to just feeling, what is it, abandoned by like a lot of people that I know. You know, there's also that. Which
Is that something that's happened to you in the past?
What's it? I won't say it's just a little bit, yeah, and also just like sometimes you just kind of realize like, oh, I don't think this person wants to be friends with me anymore for some odd reason. Kind of like getting ghosted a bit, I guess.
Okay.
Or just kind of no one.
The feeling of losing something but not knowing why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it mostly revolves around that. Not necessarily anything of the past and all of a cancel fear. It's just it is just stuff relating to that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very relatable fear.
Yeah, because I enjoy what I do here and such, you know, and it's just,
of course,
it's also a shame to see that sometimes people may have known for a while, and then you're just like, oh, and it's just like a mutual end, but you don't know why, or I don't know why. Just like, oh, well, I guess I'll just keep moving on then. But I always wonder how or what, and maybe if talking to them, reaching out may help, or I don't know. It's
Do you think it would help if you reached out to people in the past that you've had that experience with?
Probably. You never know. Maybe there was just some weird misunderstanding or some assumptions we both then just made, which is odd, but I mean, it can happen.
Is that something you've considered doing?
Sometimes with a few people.
Have you done it?
No. Maybe I should take the step forward, you know, now that I've mentioned it at least, which could help, you know. Like I said, I've never talked about this, of course, to anybody. I never mentioned it even on my own stream, or maybe in slight like vagueness.
Well, that's why you come on my streams. I can ask you the really inappropriate questions that you shouldn't ask strangers on the internet. But for some reason, people are willing to tell me about.
Well, I think you have a personality that really breathes just like trust, of just like, I trust this guy. I'll tell him all my things.
Well, I really just want to I don't know. I just have a lot of fucking gnarly shit inside me, and I don't think I'm special. I think I have gnarly shit inside me because I think we all have gnarly shit inside us. And I feel like there's got to be a space somewhere for us to yank that shit out and look at it for a little bit.
You know what? And I like this. About this. Even though I say let a lot of stuff out, at least stuff that I know I can't talk about on stream, there's still a lot of things I keep inside.
Of course.
Met so many people that are always like, reach out to me, you know what to talk about. And I'm always like, you know it. Maybe one time I did when I was at my lowest peak, like last year, my most like depressed or whatever, and I didn't stream for like 2 months, and I just was like considering giving up on just everything on Twitch, that is not live. You know,
I feel like I started I feel like I found you on Twitch like right after that happened. Is that possible?
No, last year of 2019, because you found of May of this year.
Oh wow, I guess you're right. Maybe I'm just thinking of times you've mentioned that.
Yeah, you could tell us you love us. I love you all. Saw that in chat. Just want to make sure that you all.
Yeah, everyone loves you.
Good to see you, Suze. I love you all. And
Hi, Suze. Yes, they let me know about their work schedule right now.
But I love you, Peter, and I love you all, chat, and anyone that maybe. Well, I mean, some people that might be from my stream may be hanging around here, but I like to make sure and let all out that I can, and just,
Yeah. I mean, Nico, I hope we get to do this again. To the extent that you will let me, I want to keep digging into, because I think you're such you're wonderful at what you do, right? Professionally. You're clearly just like an incredibly rock and roll solid dude. But I am well aware of the fact that being good at what you do and being a good dude doesn't mean that there aren't weird little time bombs lurking under your ventricles. And I would, as someone who's constantly grappling with shit like that myself, I would love to dig a little deeper into that stuff.
I like that. I like someone that can take charge, just be like, "Hey, I'm gonna talk to you, and you're gonna tell me all the things." And I'll be like, "Okay."
I guess.
I think being on Twitch has helped that. If I was still just like a measly little guy, I'd probably be like, "No, I'm fine." No.
Measly.
But
yeah, well, I mean, look, for all of us weird Twitchos, it's impossible to separate what we do from the weird things in our brains. Nico, thank you so much for being on the show. Thanks for dropping in last minute.
No, it's all good, man. Thank you for still wanting to have me. And
of course.
I guess actually let's switch that thing with or my worst fear is not knowing things, being paranoid about other people's thoughts about you. Or something like that.
Okay.
I know. I may have to reevaluate this in my head. And
just Nico, it's all we have to do is just next time we do an interview, we're gonna start right up at the top with what's your biggest fear, and we'll go from there.
Sounds like a great headliner.
All right, Nico, thank you so much.
No problem, Peter. Thank you, and thank you all, Chad. Love you all.
See you on Twitch, bud.
Yes, see you there, bud. Bye.
He is the best. Kelly, I saw your request to play Nico is the best. I don't actually have that clip on hand. That's like a Nico thing. I don't I just straight up don't have that available to me. Otherwise I definitely would. Nico should have sang a song. Is our next guest here? Oh man, is this gonna be the same problem as before? Shit. I think I'm having problems with. I think Skype is just not play. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I have an idea. Miranda, can you hear me? Oh shit, I was hoping that would do it. Let me try. Wait.
Oh.
Miranda?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you.
Hooray! We did it!
Oh, thank God. Sorry, I've been having trouble with Skype tonight, but I figured out what I was doing wrong before.
We're here! We did it!
Miranda, hello. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
You're live on the air.
I'm so excited.
Miranda McCauley. Is that what I should I keep forgetting what your chosen stage last name situation is. How would you like to be identified?
Oh no, that's fine. It's Miranda Elise McCauley. So yeah, that's McCauley is the last name that I use.
Okay, great. Miranda McCauley is an actor, mover extraordinaire, also like Clara, who we heard from before, one of the original Torn Out Theater collaborators.
Woo!
And just an all-around transcendental being that I'm very blessed to know.
You're being very, very kind right now. That's amazing. So wait, you guys said Clara earlier?
Clara, in fact, was our first guest. Let's see, 6.5 hours ago.
That woman is a goddess.
She's amazing. She's a powerhouse.
And you guys have been going for 6 hours?
Yeah, there have been. I took one bathroom break about an hour and a half ago, and besides that, it has been interviews back to back to back to back to back. It's been terrific.
You're killing it.
Miranda, am I correct that currently you are in the UK? Yes.
Yes, I am in Glasgow, Scotland.
That's
right now.
okay. Scotland still.
Yes.
So last time you and I saw each other in person, you were about to head off to Glasgow for grad school, correct?
Yes.
And are you still in that grad program now?
So because of COVID, we did our third term online, and then they were like, oh, well, this isn't working. You know what we're going to do? We're going to defer. So I'm not graduating until next year.
Okay.
So we can actually do things live on stage.
That's great that was an option for you.
Yeah, I know. They were, so I'm at the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland, and they have been absolutely incredible with dealing with all of this, where they're like, listen, we're going to give you this option of either you can finish online, which would suck, or we can defer everything for a year and you can come back and start doing things live on stage with an actual audience. It's up to you. And we decided to defer.
Yeah, unsurprisingly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that means more visa fees.
Yes. Well, that was going to be my next question is how has that impacted you logistically, financially, in terms of housing? I mean, I have to imagine that sent off like huge ripples.
It did. To be honest with you, like it affected some people negatively, and it affected some people, and I don't want to say positively because it's like a weird thing to say, but I'm doing well. You know, I'm actually doing really well.
That's
like,
great.
It's, oh God, sorry, that's my alarm. But I'm
it's 7:30 in the morning for Miranda right now.
The thing is I'm already awake. I wake up this early anyway.
Yeah, you're one of those weird
pandemic,
morning people.
Yeah, and I can't help myself.
I love it. I don't understand it, but I love it.
It's actually been a really positive, weird thing. Like it was very difficult at first, but it's been I have an I don't know. It's kind of opened up certain parts of myself. So I've decided to apply for my doctorates. In performance.
Okay.
It's Women in Shakespeare, actually, thanks to you.
Okay. I knew that was already a huge passion of yours. I'm so glad that you're pursuing that further.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's either Women in Shakespeare or governmental bicameralism. I'm not quite sure yet.
Wait, what?
Governmental bicameralism. It's
no, I understand the concept of that, but how are those the two options?
I don't know. I'm really interested in the how the gods speak to people in Shakespeare.
Sure. Okay, so governmental bicameralism through a theatrical performance lens.
In a way, yes. I want to see what it does to performance itself, particularly in Macbeth. Because you have the goddess of death coming on and having these conversations with people. And it's kind of an interesting thing where we talk about there are less prophets right now. We don't have people who speak to any form of God right now, and it's kind of because that longitudinal fission has kind of changed a little bit. So that gives us less opportunity just within our own minds to be able to be spoken to.
Sure, kind of, less access to the divine.
Yeah. And it's an unfortunate thing, you know. So there's that idea, and then there's also the idea that it just kind of they're all crazy and there's no one there.
What do you find unfortunate about it?
I find it unfortunate that there's less opportunity to speak to that divine, that we don't have access to the the demons and whatnot. as Diotima would call them.
Yeah, I guess I asked this partially just from a shit stirring standpoint, but also my understanding of the sort of bicameral theory of divine inspiration is that it is essentially a neurological explanation for divine voices.
Yes.
Right? That like the two halves of the brain were further apart, and so that when an idea jumped from one to the other, it felt literally as if it was coming from outside.
Yeah, it caused auditory hallucinations.
Right. So with that in mind, wouldn't a closing of that fissure mean not, in fact, any loss of connection with those voices, but simply an internalization? Like, the inspiration isn't going anywhere. It was always coming from inside. The only difference is how we perceive the source.
Yes. Like that is one way of looking at it, and that is one way that I've been looking at it from like a performance point of view.
And please, by all means, push back on that. This is just...
Oh, and oh, trust me, I am.
Thank God. Thank God.
So there's also like, you know, kind of like a Moses in the burning bush, right? There was someone speaking to him. It's there's that idea that the gods can only use that part of our brain in order for us to understand. You know, that if you look at like paintings of Asimars, it's like their heads aren't like the heads aren't necessarily human. You know,
Asimars
it's angels. Like
Okay.
you know, that ancient angel, you know, the archangel Michael and whatnot.
Right, the horrifying flurry of eyes and wings.
Because they're not human. So it's like they have to create some kind of humanization within their own being in order for us to understand. So there is the idea that it comes from us, and then there's the idea that they use that small part of our brain to create something that we can understand.
Yeah.
Makes sense, kind of?
Well, so I feel like we should pull back a bit, because I'm seeing people in the chat who I think at this point it just may sound like gibberish, and that's on me as I'm being a bad interview host, because this is a topic that I'm already very interested in. So I think I jumped ahead. Could you give us sort of an introduction to the idea fundamentally of the bicameral inspiration structure?
Yeah,
and what that means to the ancient world, and it means to us now.
So there's this really wonderful book. It's called The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind by Julian Jaynes, and he was the original psychiatrist who was like, hey, what about this? So it is that separation in the longitudinal fission, which is that break
in the brain.
In the left and the right brain. And it is the idea that within the Hellenistic era, the ancient Greek era, that the separation between the left and the right brain, it was bigger. So in order for the left brain to speak to the right brain, or reverse if you're left-handed, it created auditory hallucinations in order for the right brain to understand the left brain.
Yeah, the way I've always understood it, and the way it's been explained to me, is like, okay, if I walk up to a rushing river and I don't know how to get across it, and then I see a rotted tree next to me, and I think, ooh, I could push down that tree and make a bridge to walk across it. As a modern person with again, bicameral, referring to sort of the two hemispheres of the brain, with less of a division between those, there's literally geometrically less distance for that impulse to travel. The idea of pushing down the tree feels like it comes from me. I might hear the voice in my head, but it sounds like my voice saying, ooh, I could push down that tree. But thousands of years ago, with that literal distance between the hemispheres being wider, I might walk up to a river, not know how to get across it, look, see the tree, and then a voice says, you could push that down and make a bridge, rather than feeling as if it is my voice saying that and giving me the idea. It literally sounds like and feels like a voice from outside me saying, you should push down that tree and make a bridge.
That is the best description of it I've ever heard.
I claim no authorship of that. I can't remember where I read that, but that's how it was explained to me.
I might steal that because that's pretty amazing. Because this book that I'm reading right now, just to add to it, I may not even study this. You know, I mean, we're in lockdown. I may as well read as much as I possibly can, right? And
gather ye rosebuds.
This may be because I'm trying to connect it to a project that I want to do based on a vow of silence for 6 months. So
a literal vow. I thought you were referring to like a play called A Vow of Silence.
Nope, literal vow of silence for 6 months. And try to do a production of Othello and see what happens. Who knows, man? I don't know. I really I'm spinning around in my own like solitude with beautiful people coming in and out, and working on unusual things. And in that sense, I'm quite lucky with this lockdown, where it's like I can actually sit down with all of this and go over it and try to figure out what all of this is, rather than going into school, which I love, going into school for 8 hours and coming back and trying to figure out what exactly I want to do with this extension of education.
Do you feel that there's an impending deadline, or do you feel like it's still kind of open-ended, that you can sort of explore this?
I have to have everything in by January.
Okay, that's a very concrete and literal answer. I love that.
Oh yeah, no, I have to have everything in. I've already spoken to the head of the doctorate program, oh my goodness, I don't even know words anymore. Sorry. The person who runs my master's program has offered to give me an academic reference. So it's like we're going. It's just I don't know what to do. So it's just like I'm looking at all these projects and just kind of like, well, okay, these are here. No idea what's going on anymore.
Yeah, I can relate to that feeling. Is the idea that you would complete your master's and then transition from that completion into the beginning of a doctorate? I legitimately I got a master's and it barely mattered, and I still don't really understand how post-secondary degrees work.
Yeah.
What's the process from a purely logistical standpoint for you?
Well, so I have to come up with 3 projects, and it's
for your master's.
No. For my master's, I think you have to have your dissertations. So my dissertation is either going to be on the women of war in Shakespeare or governmental bicameralism. I'm not entirely sure yet. So I'm just kind of doing both and seeing which one fits better, I guess. May as well. There's no loss in studying as much as you possibly can.
Sure.
It's never a waste of time. So I may as well work on both.
I love that.
So I have to have that done, and it's only 3,000 words, which is a little disappointing to me.
Yeah, that's not that much.
No, it's not that much. So I'm just gonna. But what about all the other stuff? And then beyond that, you have to come up with 3 projects that would actually have some kind of effect, rather than, well, you can kind of just do this on your own. You can find a theater and then do this on your own. So why would you need a doctorate for this? So that's why, the vow of silence, which is something that I have been dying to do for heaven knows how long.
Yeah, in my heart, I'm weirdly surprised you haven't already done that.
Well, it's one of those things where you can't work when you're doing a vow of silence. You know, you can't really go and make money.
You kind of need a grant for that.
Yeah. And it's even what I do for money now, which is like this wonderful, delightful thing. I started opening up to tarot readings.
We were talking about that earlier tonight.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. Tarot came up earlier.
No, I've been doing it for 10 years, and I've just never done it like professionally.
But you've started recently?
Yeah, within the last like couple of weeks, and it's been very positive. You do about silence. You can't really do that.
Not easily, no. You'd have to like probably hire some interpretive dancers.
That would be amazing, actually.
Yeah, but now you got to pay those dancers, and the capital costs
fine. That works.
Pile up.
I want to see the tower done through interpretive dance.
You know what? I'm on board for that, man. If I were still a theater director, which I guess I am not anymore, really, I would love to do like a full tarot evening.
Oh, that would be so cool! Like just do the major arcana. Let's not like like confuse and overwhelm ourselves. So
right. Yeah, 5 of Pentacles we'll get to later.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
That would be amazing if you did a show where you did readings of the audience, but the cards were live performers.
Yes. Show me the High Priestess.
Ugh. I don't want...
It'd be incredible.
No, Miranda, I can't have theater ideas right now. I'm not working in theater anymore.
Well, I mean, this is what you get for pulling in one of your actors and for interviews. Like what are you expecting?
Miranda, it has been absolutely a joy to speak to you. I think possibly of everyone I've had on the show tonight, I think you're the person that I haven't spoken to the longest.
Wait, like haven't or
I think it's been the longest time since I actually since you and I spoke.
Yeah, this is true.
When did you leave the country to go to Scotland?
About a year ago, but before that,
it was only a year ago. That can't be right.
No, it was about a year ago, and then before that, like I did like a 6-week stint at Cambridge.
Right.
So yeah, no, it's I've been here for a while. We haven't seen each other for a while.
Yeah, it hurts my heart.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be in New York because I have to come back because the visa and whatnot. I'm gonna be back in New York for about like maybe 4 days in November. So
you want to put on some masks and go for a walk in the park?
Yes, please.
Hell yeah.
Can I wear like my Sleep No More mask because I think I still have that in storage.
Sure. Yeah. Let's be the shittiest people in the park.
Yes, that sounds lovely.
Miranda, is there anything that you would like to plug while you are here? We got about 50 people watching from around the country and some people beyond.
Hello. Oh heavens. I don't know.
You don't have to panic. I will be reaching out to you and everyone else I interviewed to get plugs later to put on the Discord and everything. But if you have anything you want to say now, the floor is yours.
I'll say that I do tarot for a donation base. So if anybody wants to reach out and get some unusual insight where like my cards scream at you,
how would they reach out to you? What's the way they would do that?
Oh yeah, you know what? You can. I am on Discord, but Discord hates me. So Miranda McCauley at gmail.com.
Okay.
Yeah, they can just
direct
send me an
line,
email, and everything is through donation. So it's if you literally have $5 to your name, I'm still going to put an hour into you.
Feels the way you phrase that is very violent.
I know.
I don't dislike it. I just needed to draw attention to it.
My voice is violent.
Miranda, thank you so much for being on the show. I'm so glad we managed to make this work.
This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Have a wonderful day. I'm going to send you an email about November and we'll figure something out.
Wonderful. Enjoy.
Bye, darling.
Thank you so much for having me. Bye.
I love her so much. I saw some of the chat stuff going by, and I know that the whole I just wanted everyone to know that I know that the whole bicameral thing is like far from accepted fact or even theory. I know that it is this is not me saying like this is science fact. Excuse me. This is just it's an idea that I've always found very intriguing. And I admit that I have missed a lot of the details in the chat, but things like aphantasia, things like that, and the understanding of like the wide spectrum and disparity between how people visually conceptualize. I'm sorry, I just need everyone to look at this dumb baby. Yeah, hi. Hi, I love you. Oh, hi. Oh, hey, Gorge. Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you? How are you, Gorge? I love you so much. Oh my god, I love you so much. Gorge. Perfect little Bobbo. All right, Kat, you want to be interviewed? We got one open slot before purse o'clock. Purse was always at 3. Purse is at 2 Eastern. Did I put him on the schedule at 2 Eastern? No, Purse has always been at 3. Purse is on the literal schedule. Whoa. I didn't have to do shit there. She straight up called me. Now I have to do the whole... Hold on. I have to do the whole thing again.
On the stream, so I'm not like...
Okay, now you actually are here.
Hello?
Hello. I have to fix
God,
your
hi.
name, though.
What?
I was fighting with... It doesn't matter. The answer to what I'm struggling with is not interesting at all. I just have to make
I'm
your
Kat.
name show up correctly on the stream.
It's me, Kat.
It is you, Kat. Oh shit, my mother is watching the stream and just realized that I accidentally may have bumped someone. Because I accidentally double booked my parents and Purse. So I'm gonna text my mother. I don't have to text her. Hey mom, we're gonna do it at 3:15. We're gonna do it 15 minutes later than originally planned. Mother, I'm so sorry. I didn't know Purse was gonna be available, and turns out that he is. He lives in America, and I gotta let him go to sleep.
Hi, Peter's mom.
Kat, hello, welcome to the stream.
Wait, where does your mom live?
My parents live in France currently.
Damn,
Although
I lived in France.
Tragically, not for much longer. Against my advice, they are moving back to America.
That's insane.
I agree. I mean,
I would like to. It appears your mom is like listening right now, so I'm going to tell her right now. It would be absurd of you to move back to America.
It's too
France
late.
is 12 times better. I'm not going to say it's any like more times better than 12 times, but it's 12 times better than America.
The big motivation is they have grandchildren they'd like to see, which like
Yeah, blah,
I can't
blah,
argue with
blah,
that really.
blah, grandchildren, whatever the fuck. France is better.
Yanni, Kat does not represent my opinions, but also I'm worried about you. I'm really terrified that you're going to get sick in this country. I'm so scared. Anyway, hi, Kat.
I'm so sorry, Peter's mom. I'm trying to be respectful, but stay where you are.
It's too late. Wheels are in motion. Kat, hello.
Hey, what's up?
Kat, can I say your last name, or do you prefer I did not?
Go for it. I don't give a shit.
Kat Edwards, our newest guest on the show. Kat is a trash monster extraordinaire.
Yeah. What do I do? Not
Queen of the night. Monster under my bed.
Yes.
Terror in the
bed, I
dark.
hope.
Hold on, my mother is texting me again. She says, we could get sick in France. Check out our rates. Which feels a little Trumpy in its sentence construction, but she's not wrong. France is having some issues.
There's a lot to examine there, but she's not wrong.
Look, we'll get into that when I interview them in half an hour. Let's talk about you, Kat.
Let's talk about me. What do we want to talk about?
Well,
me?
last time you and I spoke, which was very brief, it was on my last marathon stream.
Yeah, you never talk to me unless I bother you on the internet.
Okay, settle down. You didn't bother me. Your name got pulled up randomly by Nightbot.
Yes, but this time I bothered you.
This time you bothered me, yes. But your whole "you never" is broken down by the fact that you have to say "this time." Anyway, you had recently gotten a positive COVID diagnosis.
Hey, Peter, let me talk.
I regret this
The last time
intensely.
you hadn't talked to me for 6 months, and then finally I come up on your stream saying a bunch of shit, and then my name gets pulled up, and then this time people are like, oh, we want to talk to Kat, and finally you talk to me again when I have texted you trying to hang out several times.
You texted me trying to hang out once. Also, you didn't invite me. It was a different social engagement where I was with the person you invited, and she was like, do you want to come with? And I was like, no, I'm tired. You did not invite me.
Times
you didn't invite me!
I invited you secondarily.
Oh, okay. And so the rollback begins.
That's not a rollback.
Inviting me secondarily is not inviting me. You only texted me when I said I wasn't gonna make it because I'm tired.
Because every time I text you, you don't text me back.
That's
Peter.
not true. That's not true. It's
It
just
is
you only ever text me about one thing, which is, can I show Paulo the movie that you want to do on the podcast? And I say, no, not yet. I have to do it on the podcast. And you say, well, when are you going to do it? I say, when we can be in the same room together. And you then get upset with me.
Listen, do you want me to look back at our texts and like pull up the receipts right now?
Do you think that I also don't have those texts? We're both looking at the same thing.
But pull them on up, baby.
Well, let's see. You texted me on September 27th. That was the last time before that.
Yep.
After September 27th was October 17th.
What did I text you then?
An email address.
Yeah, because I was talking to you on your podcast, I think, and you said you would send me something, and then you didn't. To the email address that I sent you in that text.
What did I?
Receipts.
On October 17th, this past Saturday, Kat said, why do you hate us? This text was sent after I told our mutual friend that I was too tired to go out to Manhattan.
No.
That was the first text I had received from Kat in 3 weeks.
Peter.
Why do you hate us?
Peter.
At no point was there an invitation.
You told this mutual friend that you didn't come out because you were both tired and broke.
Which is also what I told you.
Although we both know, Peter, that I would have bought all your drinks.
But I was also tired.
Yes,
that's the thing, is that if I were one or the other, I could have overcome.
But you said you would have gone out if it was only one or the other. And the broke bit is null and void because I would have bought all your drinks.
But I was also tired.
But you said you only
you understand
it takes one or the other.
It takes an expenditure of energy. I know that you... Okay, there are a couple layers to this. I know
There's a lot of layers to this, Peter. And
top layer, you won't believe me when I say this, but the layer below, I think you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, is that as much as I like having people buy my drinks...
Was it depression?
It does cost me something, right? Like, it doesn't feel great.
No, I don't understand that. I love having people buy me drinks.
That's why there are layers. I think there is a layer in which you understand what I'm talking about.
No, there's no layer in which I understand feeling bad about someone buying me drinks. I love people buying me drinks.
I love it too, but I can't have it happen all the time.
I can.
Was that the clink of ice? Did I hear the loud clink of ice?
No, it was my earrings. I'm sorry.
Do you have ice earrings? Does it give you plus one elemental damage?
I guess.
Good for you.
So, yeah. Well, I mean, like, super fake, cheap crystals, but...
As long as it gives you the stat bonus, it doesn't matter where it comes from.
Exactly. I have the stat bonus. It's defense, it's also attack.
Okay, fair enough. We also texted about Harley Quinn in August.
Yes,
that was a nice
true.
conversation.
Yeah, I did ask you, for advice, which is unusual for us.
Did you manage to find any good Harley Quinn compilations or anything? What happened with that?
Have I gotten or read them? No.
Okay.
Not even a little bit. But yeah, it's on the list. I just want some real good Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy gay shit.
I think the answer for that, honestly, I'm not being snarky, I think the answer is not to buy official DC products.
Yeah.
I think the answer is to, like, go onto DeviantArt and shit.
Yeah. I mean, are there, like, whole comic books?
Probably, yeah. I have to assume there are.
Someone in the chat was like, there's an HBO show. It's the new animated Harley Quinn series.
Which we did talk about a bit.
Yeah. It's on HBO, and weirdly, Harley Quinn is played by Hayley Cuoco. Kaylee Cuoco. Kaylee. It's with a K.
Is it Kaylee? It is Kaylee.
Yeah, she's well known for The Big Bang Theory,
of course.
i.e. the worst television show on television.
And advertising for BP. Fossil fuels, I think, right?
What? I've never heard about that.
I don't know. Don't quote me on that. That's recent. I didn't do my original research. I could be talking out of my ass, but I'm pretty sure she did some shilling for BP.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to attack you like that, Peter.
Oh my god. Settle down. Settle down. I have to talk to my parents after this interview, Kat. This
Yes, you do.
quote unquote interview.
You absolutely. Oh, ask me some questions. Ask me.
Can I? Because I tried to a while ago and you yelled at me.
Nope. Ask me.
Kat, I miss you a lot. That's not a question, but I just do want to tell you I miss you a lot.
Yeah, and I keep trying to hang out with you, and you keep not. So whatever.
Once.
But ask me
You
a question
tried
now.
one time. You tried one time.
Ask me a question now.
You
Peter.
tried one time, and
Peter,
you
ask
didn't
me
even
a
invite me
motherfucking
directly.
question. Peter, ask me a question.
How's that COVID diagnosis going?
I'm not contagious any longer.
I'm not asking in terms of, like, can I hang out with you? I'm legitimately asking after your well-being.
Oh, I had a sore throat for like 2 days, and now I'm fine.
Okay.
But I was like inside for 10 days, and that was atrocious on my mental health.
Is that more time than you've been outside, been inside previously?
I mean, like when COVID started, I was inside for like probably a straight 2 months.
Sure.
But other than that, that's the longest I've been just like actually inside straight on for quite a long time.
What kind of outside activity? Well, again, you've been watching the stream, so you know you can just veto any question, but like,
yep.
What kind of were you? I guess, okay, let me rephrase this question. After you got the positive diagnosis,
correct,
what activities did you stop doing?
Everything.
You didn't like take a walk around the block?
Outside and like go on walks, or like I'd go eat at an outside restaurant.
No walks with the, I mean, socially distanced, masked. I don't mean to trivialize. I'm just curious why did a solo walk get shut down?
They tell you just like not to go outside at all. Like,
okay. So it was a cautious compliance
Peter,
situation.
Unlike you, I actually care about the well-being of other people.
Let the record show that I had switched into a fully beneficent
an open-handed interview. I was ready to transition into Q&A, and Kat was not willing to meet me on that placid field.
That was just me answering your question, Peter.
Fuck off!
I was just answering your question.
You weren't! You yelled at me!
No, that was a very calm way of telling you something that I believe to be true in my heart.
You think I don't care about other people? Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
You know, sometimes I think you care about other people too much, and then sometimes I think you care about other people too little.
Okay, so the law of averages states that I care about other people the perfect amounts.
You know, that's not true because not everything averages out. Sometimes things can be
I was in fact
complete
kidding.
opposites and still true.
I was in fact kidding. Do you feel like you care about other people the perfect amount?
I think I care about other people the perfect amount for me.
Okay, so that's not an answer.
Yes, it is.
I mean, it's moral relativism. It's a non-answer answer.
Yes, but
Saying it works for me.
Non-relative.
It works for
doesn't
me.
exist.
Okay, it works for me, and like that's all that I really.
There's-
Like, I don't have to
there's-
answer anything else. Okay, it works
There's
for
no.
me.
There's no such thing as non-relative morality because there's no
Sure.
such thing as experience
morality?
outside of the human perspective.
I agree
So-
with that.
Oh, I thought I'd have to fight you more on that.
Yeah, wow, you were not prepared for that. Yeah, isn't it weird how when you enter a conversation ready to fight regardless of what the other person says, maybe it means you're not actually paying attention or listening?
But I didn't just keep
I
fighting,
agree, you are a
meaning
butt.
I was listening.
Tell me more
Simply
about how I
having
care about people too
expectations
much and yet
doesn't
not
mean that
enough.
you're
Tell
not.
me more.
You care far too much what people think of you,
I
first of
agree.
all. You know
Go
that.
on. Go on.
And yet sometimes you forget that other people have a different experience that you have. But I think that's just a white man thing.
I was gonna. You beat me to it, man. You beat me to
Yikes.
it. This is why you shouldn't let women get ahead because they'll take your lines from you.
I will fucking murder you.
I'm so far away from you.
And I know where you live, baby.
Actually,
I
I
have
don't
the
know
power
if
of
you do.
Uber.
I don't know if you do know my new address. Let me hover over the mute button.
Just see what's good. I think I do, though.
I don't think you do.
Yeah.
Who would you know that knows my address? Well, you know people that know my address, but I don't think they would have told you my address.
When did you move to this place?
I shan't.
What?
I shan't answer that. I'm not going to give you more information to dox me.
Okay, all I'm saying is I have dropped you off at your apartment when you were too fucked up to bring yourself there yourself.
No, I've moved since then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
I'm not there
Maximus
anymore,
here
thank God.
says that they'll give me the new address. So
He won't. He likes
Won't
to he likes to goof, but Max is my number one guy. He wouldn't do that.
yeah, but Max also knows that I know you and that I'm cool enough that you're like being a dick to me on live stream. So I feel like he
Max
would.
has been watching me be a dick to people on live stream for like 2 years.
This much of a
Oh
dick.
shit!
This much of a dick?
Yes. In fact, this is like nowhere close to the top.
But this is like friendly dickishness.
Right, that's my point. Like, this does not trip any radar lines.
Right, but it's friendly dickishness to the point where
I
he knows that we're
literally
friends and he's
sang
giving me
a
your address.
song last week to Diana about how mean I am to the people who care for me.
Peter, do you not believe in my ability to get any piece of information out of anyone I want?
You don't have any leverage on Max?
I can get leverage on anyone.
Okay, I have to hang up on you. My parents are waiting. Actually, Purse is waiting and then my parents.
3:15.
Well, Purse is waiting. Also, we are making the chat actively uncomfortable.
Like, I want to sort of say I was ready to do like a legit straight up and down interview with you. I was like kind of psyched for it.
What's gonna happen?
Well, you could have let it happen. I'm actually a very good interview.
Okay.
Wow, Kelly just said all caps beyond bored.
Oh, that's rude as fuck.
But also a lot of other people are loving it.
Who's that? Because I can find out where they live.
Please don't.
I won't. I'm not going to.
Kat, one of these days I'm going to actually interview you because, hey, shut the fuck up. You're like a super interesting person, and I have always felt there's a ton of value in knowing you as like a person with unique experiences and views, and I could interview you and it would be great.
Thank you. I super agree. But we have to like actually hang out and yell at each other for a while in order to have like friendly conversation.
We could have just had an interview.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm really good at it. I've been doing it for 7 hours tonight.
Okay, but an interview is like a two-way
Hey, Kat, do you have anything you want to plug?
What?
You have anything you want to plug? That's me saying I'm about to hang up on you.
Donate to trans sex workers.
That's a good plug. More specifically, if someone wanted to do that, what would be the most effective way? Because I think there are a lot of people on the stream who would love to do that. What would be the most effective and direct way to do that?
So there's specifically a fund for Black trans sex workers.
I'll tell you, if you can't find it right now, I am going to collect plugs from everybody after the stream and put it on the Discord and put it on Twitter. So if you can't find it right now, don't stress.
Yeah.
I will reach out to you.
I will find my preferred link and send it to you, but also you can basically just like go on GoFundMe and search Black trans sex worker. And
we did just do, about a week or two ago, a fundraiser for the Transgender Law Center.
Yeah.
Which does a lot of work for intersexual trans politics and trans individuals at risk. So this is definitely a good community to make that pitch to.
Yes, I love that. I am personally super invested in giving money straight to the people on the ground.
Sure.
Like with protests, when I wasn't able to go out, I like donated to like medical funds and on the ground funds and everything for people doing that. I like to give like straight to GoFundMes for trans sex workers, Black women, anyone marginalized in a significant way. And if they use it for something else, fuck it. Everyone's going to use you for something.
Sure.
You might as well do your best. And I think giving to people on the ground is one of the best ways you can do that in the modern era.
All right. Kat, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you, Peter.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Is everyone psyched? Everyone who yelled at me to give Kat an interview? Is everyone jazzed about how that went down? She's a delight. She's a goddamn delight. I'll say it now. I'll say it. Say it to the goddamn cows return from whence they came.
Hello.
Oh my god, hello, it's our next guest. It's Purse.
Hello, Peter and chat. How are you guys doing?
It's Purse's birthday, everybody.
No, it's not. Don't do this to me.
Isn't it basically almost your birthday, though?
It's 9 days away now.
That's pretty close, man. I'm probably not going to interview you in the next 9 days.
That's true. I don't think we are going to interview again before it happens. So.
Well, then I think happy birthday is acceptable.
Well, thank you, Peter.
For anyone who may not know, Purse is a Twitch streamer, a real good boy, and the only person other than me to have a song about them on my Stream Deck. Also a speedrunner extraordinaire, and can drink more shitty beer than anyone you know, except maybe Sue's.
You know it. That is something I'm really proud of, by the way.
Purse, how are you? Oh, sorry. Purse, my mother has made a specific request.
Yeah, what's that?
Just hold on. Hey, Purse, you're not dead yet. Hey, Purse, you beat the bets. Everyone was gambling that you'd die, but you're still here. Oh my, it's almost your birthday. You're not dead. Oh, no. Put a crown up on your head. It's your birthday soon in 9 days. Everybody that I know says, happy birthday, Purse. Happy birthday, Purse. Happy birthday, Purse. All right, that was for my mother, but also for you.
Thank you. That was fucking beautiful.
She literally said, she texted me, literally said, "Sing one of your birthday songs."
You got a vault of them, I'm sure.
I mean, I just don't believe in "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." You know, it doesn't
too
boring,
speak to me.
Man.
Yeah, too boring.
Purse, thank you for being on the show. It means a lot to me. Hello.
Thank you for having me, man. It means a lot that you even thought of me to have me on this. This has been so fun to watch since I popped in tonight. I've been loving watching you interview everyone. You're a natural at this.
I'm so glad. Are you feeling a little, because you said you were feeling a little wiped out from your stream?
I just was doing a bunch of shit around my house today, and then by the time I got on stream, I was like, yeah, I've got no energy. So I ended really early tonight, which is not normal for me, but I'm doing fine.
I'm curious because you stream. How many hours a week would you say you stream, on average?
Well, I stream 6 hours a night, and I stream Monday through Thursday. So
okay,
24 if I can do math correctly.
That checks out.
I used to try to fit in streams on Saturdays too, but I'm terrible and forget to do it. And I try to make plans with people.
What does that mean, you forget to do it?
Well, forget to do it more like I make plans with people because I've been in my house alone all week. And then I'm like, oh yeah, it's Saturday, isn't it?
So you don't forget to do it. You prioritize other kinds of self-care over work.
I guess.
I promise this interview is not just going to be me yelling at you for being hard on yourself, but it does. I find you to be so delightful as a human being. And I worry about you because it seems like you frame so many of your actions in terms of like, I fucked up and slept for 8 hours and ate 3 meals a day. I really fucking blew it. Sounds like you're taking care of yourself, man.
I am very hard on myself a lot.
Why do you think that is? Let's get into it.
I don't know exactly. I've always kind of been like that. I've always wanted to strive to do like really great things, and anything I do, not even only with streaming, but with streaming, I always feel like I'm not doing enough because I always feel like I can do better than what I do.
When you say always, how far back are we talking? Like young adulthood, childhood, forever?
I guess as a child it wasn't so bad. Growing up I was really, really big into film, and my like whole life I wanted to do something with acting or film or theater related or anything like that. So
did you do acting as a kid?
No. I would constantly like I tell people this all the time. I had a camera like glued to my hand for just like years of my life. I filmed everything. I had my friends be like actors and all these little films I'd make and stuff. And I think that was a big reason that I got into Twitch, because it gave me a place to do that a little bit. Not always, because it's hard to constantly be putting on like little productions and shows and stuff. I do them every few months. I've done some like live action kind of show stuff, but most of the time, yeah, it's playing games just because it's easier to hang out with people and just talk to them.
Sure. It's a totally workable format.
Yeah, absolutely.
What kind of when you would make sort of like pre-produced stuff, what kind of stuff was it?
Oh man, let's think back. Mainly a lot of stuff that me and my like friends would. Oh god, whenever we were kids, we used to watch so much like dumb stuff on TV. Let's think like always thinking Jackass was so funny whenever we're like 8 years old, you know.
Sure.
And obviously we were not doing anything of that caliber, but we used to just do a lot of dumb things and film them, and nothing illegal, I swear, but things that we were trying to be like that. Obviously nowhere even near it. But that's not it. I mean, I used to write down scripts and stuff for stupid little. I tried to film horror movies all the time.
And did you film any of those?
Yeah, they're scattered across multiple VHS tapes now.
Sure.
I thought about showing them to like the community sometime.
You should.
I'm terrified of it.
What are you terrified of?
Just embarrassed of my younger self.
What? Okay, I'm not. This is not like a leading way. What would be embarrassing about it?
Just me being a dumb kid. I don't know.
Do you think that people who watch your stream currently think that you weren't a dumb kid?
Well, I mean, you make a great point, right?
I mean, we were all dumb kids. Name a smart kid. You can't do it. They don't exist.
It's scary to do things like that live on a stream as well, because due to people recording it and reminding you of it and sending it to you all the time.
Yeah, but what happens if they send it to you? You know you made it.
I mean, that's true.
It's not new information.
It's true. I don't know why my brain works that way. It's really interesting.
I mean, I think it's worth like spending some time with that thought. Like when you imagine, like, all right, when we have fears, it's a fear of a bad thing happening.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if we let that bad thing happen in our minds and then just keep playing it? What happens after that? You show your childhood horror film on your stream, and let's say your worst fear happens, everyone's like, so fucking stupid. What happens after that?
Nothing, I guess. So that's why it's like, it's thoughts that don't.
Well, I'm not trying to. This isn't a gotcha moment. I
know.
It could be that there is something that happens after that you're afraid of more than the initial response. Would you be more afraid to put out current content because the older content was ill received?
No, I guess it's just the embarrassment of it. I just get embarrassed really easily, unfortunately. I think that's it, though. It's not really, I don't know. It's not really anything besides that. Just being embarrassed of showing stuff that like it goes back to a thing of like something I was really passionate about. And now I look back on it and I'm like, oh God, this is so like silly. This is so goofy, but it is like what built me up to the person I am today, so I shouldn't be embarrassed by it, really.
Well, I mean, again, I don't want to blow anyone's mind, but I'm not a therapist. Like, I'm saying this just is like, you know, some dum-dum on the internet. Like, what is embarrassment? Right? It's the feeling that people will look down on something that you look up to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when I was a child, I thought this thing was good, but now people think it's bad. And that means that I must have been wrong to think it was good. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm not like delivering a sermon. Like this is something I struggle with embarrassment constantly. And I also ask myself, like, what is it?
Yeah. It's it's really interesting. That's the thing, is because like nowadays, if it's say it's something I did like 2 years ago, something stupid I did on my stream, I'm not embarrassed by that. So I don't.
That's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. It's
So
really,
things that are closer to what your output is now,
yeah,
which like theoretically are quote unquote better.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, quote unquote better. That's
Well, I don't mean that
definitely what-
derisively. I just mean that, like, who fucking knows?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't put that much out there yet because my Patreon hasn't been around for that long. But I have a feature where once a month for a certain tier, I post something from the Peter archives, something I did years ago.
Oh, cool.
And I've gone through a lot of my old files, like pulling out shit that I can, because who knows, I might have to do this for years. Like, and I've definitely made decisions like, okay, this is something I feel comfortable sharing. It's not great, but it's not going to humiliate me.
Right. Yeah, I get that. And I think I could do that too. It would be a matter of me maybe going through like the tapes first and like seeing what's on them before I
Sure.
show them and being like, hey, I don't mind showing this to you guys.
And I
But
mean, is it a
don't-
question?
it's-
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say it's more the reception of it, I think, that worries me. I don't know why I'm so worried about that. I worry way too much what other people think of me.
Well, I don't think
constantly,
that's
so-
mysterious, man. Like, you and I both have a job where other people's approval of us is explicitly linked to our economic survival.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
that was something I did want to talk to you about.
It's not. I think that there is stuff that we can get into about why anyone is embarrassed about other people's approval. I think it's an incredibly dense and complex topic. But I think that it would be asinine to not acknowledge that for people in our line of work and many other people, not just Twitch streamers, but plenty of jobs are like this. I mean, fuck it, being a waiter or a bartender. Like, there are tons of lines of work where whether or not people like who you quote unquote are determines whether or not you can pay your gas bill. That does a very specific thing to a person.
Yeah, it definitely does. I tell people a lot of people just think like, oh, what, you just play games and like talk to people and that's it. But
Right.
I try to tell people it's being a streamer is like way more on your mental health than you would think.
Sure.
It's keeping a whole community together whenever they have bad days. I want to make sure they're okay. I want everyone to be happy. I want to be putting out stuff that I think is up to my standards. I want everything to like go perfectly constantly. And sometimes that's just sometimes you'll hit a day where you're like, I just can't deal with anything today
Yeah.
and I just need to rest. And I did that last week, like in the middle of the week.
I was talking to Elliot, 8-Bit Elliot, earlier tonight, and we didn't talk about this tonight, but it's something that I remember he tweeted months ago. And it was such a simple thing, but it was like what I needed to hear at that moment. It was just, every stream can't be your best.
Yeah.
Like, by definition, not every stream could be your best. And it doesn't mean that you're fucking up if you have a slow week or a low energy week or month. Like, it's at this point I'm extrapolating beyond his tweet, but it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
But the dopamine hit of the immediate feedback of the sprint is so powerful.
Yeah, absolutely.
That if you miss out on that, if you lose out on that, I was just talking to one of my mods earlier about how like my channel's been growing very slowly, but it is growing. And now I'm at this weird point where like, oh, that was a shitty stream. I didn't get that many people. then I
It's
look at the
awful.
numbers, and it's better than I could have dreamed of doing a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fucking the fucking hormone feedback in the brain or whatever is just constantly changing, and it's so easy for us to be hyper hard on ourselves.
Yeah, it is really, really hard because you, just like you said, one day you'll have like really good viewership, and the next day, say it's like half of what you had the day before.
Mm-hmm.
You personally, for me, I start going, okay, what am I doing wrong tonight?
Right. What did I do?
Yeah, when most of the time it's not even your fault. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, I mean that's something that like has been a big central point for my therapy for years. Is like most of the time when you think it's about you, it's not actually.
Yeah.
Like you're not nearly as important as you think you are.
Yeah, I mean
something else is happening.
Sense. Yeah, you always like to think about yourself first because you're thinking, oh, this must be something with me.
Yeah. Well, especially when it's a Twitch channel where like it's your name, it's your face, it's
absolutely,
at least superficially, it seems to be so linked to you. Well, I guess at first, I'm going to ask a question to close it out, and this is a big question, and it's totally fine if you don't have an answer for this, because I don't know that I have one necessarily.
Okay.
If you were to try and think of a goal for your channel in the next year that has nothing to do with numbers or performance, like nothing to do with metrics.
Okay.
Just something, some project or some, I don't know, thing that you'd like to do with your platform. What would it be?
That is a tough question. I feel like I want to try to get an answer out for it though.
I don't want you to, dude. Don't rush for an answer. I That's a huge question that if someone threw that at me, I don't know what I would say. This is the joy of an unscripted interview.
Yeah.
Is sometimes the interviewer is an asshole.
I can say I have been missing doing more of the bigger projects. I did those bigger cooking streams.
Yeah.
The Twitch Jeopardy, stuff like that.
I wish I could have seen more of that Jeopardy stream.
I want to do more stuff with that. I think that's kind of what my goals are going forward. I want to keep an environment where everyone feels welcome and just keep doing stuff that makes me and everyone around me happy. So that's basically my goal going on.
Well, Purse, it goes to that saying that I think you can do it. I think it is well within your reach. I don't think there needs to be a rush or a timeline. I think that, like, you already know you can do that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And I do really adore you, and I love your stream, and legit, I've said this to the other streamers that were on here tonight, and it's true for all of you, like, I legit admire what you do, and, like, seek to kind of try and bring my stream up to your bar. So thank you for doing what you do.
I do gotta say, I want to thank you for everything you do for me as well, because a lot of the time I should say there are times that I have been, maybe times where I've had lack of energy or just doubting myself and stuff, and coming into your stream and just seeing you with all this energy and just being happy and your amazing community. Everybody in your community is so awesome. And I just wanted to remind you that you do a lot for me, Peter. So thank you.
Purse.
everything.
I am grateful constantly to have met you through this platform. It's like when I started doing this shit and I was like, what are my wildest goals? I never anyone was like, maybe I'll meet some people that are really cool and I'll like be friends with them. But here we are.
I know.
That means a lot to me.
One of the best parts of streaming.
We got to do that PvP stream, man.
I know.
Balls 3D.
Balls 3D. I'm gonna have to look up footage of this game because every time you say it, I laugh.
Purse, thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. Thanks for staying up after the end of your stream. If someone asks me, like, can I interview you 2 hours after you go offline, I'm like, I will be in a catatonic trance. Absolutely not.
No, I was excited for this, so thank you so much for having me on, Peter.
I obviously everyone should follow. I don't know if anyone, if I or anyone else gave you a shout out, but if anyone here is not following Purse, I swear to God, if you like my channel even a little bit, you will go ape shit for Purse. So please give him a follow. Is there anything else that you want to plug while you're here?
Yeah, I'd like to plug Here's Peter on Twitch.
Oh my God, I'm gonna hang up on you, man.
Guy.
I'm hanging up on you.
I'm gonna need you guys to throw him some love.
All right, bye, Purse.
Bye, Peter. Love you.
Love you too. Okay, folks, I am going to pee. When I get back from peeing, I am going to call my parents. That's legit. What's up? That's the only way to describe what's gonna happen. This is me talking over what I'm doing logistically to make it seem like a seamless transition. I am going to pee so quickly. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry I've kept you waiting. I am legit about to call you. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Damn it!
Properly harnessed.
No!
And with great responsibility, horniness can be a force for good.
Where's Peter? I guess he walked out of the frame. Where's Peter? And will he ever play this game? Where's Peter? Maybe he's gone to get a beer. Where's Peter? He isn't gone, but he's not here. Where is Peter? Where's Peter? Where's Peter?
All right. I am back. It is time, my friends. It is time. Let's see if this works. Lord of Moses. No, stop that. Stop. The grand finale, folks. Here we go. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Good morning.
Aha! It's my parents. It's Yanni and Jim.
And we're still not dead.
They're still not fucking dead.
Not to that cut either.
Hello, welcome.
We're waiting to speak to you.
After this, no.
No promises.
Yeah, it could go really any way. After long last, I finally tricked you onto coming onto my show. How does it feel?
It feels great because it's not, what time are we here? It's not 4
o'clock in the morning.
3:30 in the morning.
At 3:30 in the morning is like mid-afternoon to me, man.
Well, the other choice would be calling from Chicago and be 2:30 in the morning for us.
You should call your vampire parents.
And it's,
Oh, you mean Sal's parents? Sal's parents have been dead for centuries. They were never turned.
Oh, that's too bad. What about your robot parents?
Well, I'm talking to them right now. That's a deep cut. Do you want to tell the chat about my robot parents?
No.
Oh, okay. They'll never find out, and that's fine. See, now they'll get to find out where my contrarian impulses come from.
That's right. And your grandfather.
So to officially introduce you to the stream, these are my parents, Yanni and Jim. Yanni is an educator, a public health coordinator, and never learned what is too scary in terms of traumatizing her children.
Absolutely.
Jim is a high-energy physicist, a beer aficionado, and is one of the most stealth, undercover, funny people I know. You'll never see it coming, and it'll just shut your shit down.
No kidding.
Yeah, you know I feel that way about you.
And Peter is our publicist.
That's right. You're a very underpaid publicist.
Yes.
So we've talked about this a bit in a roundabout way. You two currently live in France.
You're right.
And why is that?
Because it's a great place to live, and because I work at CERN.
And for people who might not know, can you fill us in on what CERN is and what you do there?
CERN is a originally European high-energy physics lab, now a much more global high-energy physics lab, and sort of the center of the universe for high-energy particle physics. And I'm working on the design of an upgrade to one of the major experiments at the Large Hadron Collider.
And he goes to 1 million meetings online every day.
So I've heard. What stage is this upgrade in these days?
The upgrade, this particular piece of the upgrade is still in the somewhere between R&D and engineering design.
And where do you fit into
this is my stealth funniness coming out. You can tell.
Well, no, you're building up the smoke screen so that later on, when you drop a fucking bomb, no one sees it coming.
That's when he tells you about the transporter beam that he's building.
Should we tell her about? Shall I tell her about your other favorite project?
No.
Okay.
Wow, Yanni doesn't want to share shit. Yanni
No.
wants to drop clues and then fucking deny us.
I can see your gestures on my phone,
I
so
know.
don't try anything funny.
I know, I'm aware.
And
Yanni is
eyes.
absolutely. You know, we had a conversation on the stream maybe a week or two ago about how Jewish I feel that I am or are not. And someone was like, well, do you think your mother is the Jewish mother stereotype? And I was like, well, not in some ways, but she does know how to withhold. She's a master at
but
picking the
not
moment.
to retain.
Why? Well, I feel like the lack of memory. That I mean, from Sylvia to you, and eventually it'll come to me. We'll all lose our minds.
That's true.
It's a blessing, ultimately. Yanni, how has it been for you to be in France, having been taken there by someone else's profession?
Well, we've been here for 4 years.
And not for the
this is
first time, I think
time-
it is worth saying.
Excuse me?
Not for the first time, I think it's worth saying.
This is the third time.
Yes.
But this is the longest stay. And when we came here, it was the first time that I was not working at all,
Mm-hmm.
pretty much in my life. So that was a big shock. Also, for your listeners, they should know we don't live in the France that they're imagining.
This is not Paris.
This is tiny town France.
Yes.
Within
Walking distance.
within 1,000 meters of the runway of the Geneva, Switzerland airport.
And about 5 minutes or 10 minutes walk from Switzerland on footpath. So I actually was very disoriented and kind of feeling separated from friends and family when we first got here. Then I got very involved in lots of things, and things were going fairly well. And then COVID came.
Yeah, how's that been?
Well, it's very quiet. It's like the other people you talk to. I mean, we go outside, we walk, but we don't go to Switzerland, although I walked in Switzerland yesterday.
Other than for things like doctor's appointments.
And we don't see most people face to face. We see them on Zoom. We live in a little apartment house with about 20 other people. So we see some of them and chat, but it's quiet. You know, we see people in our village, in the grocery store, the market. But one of the reasons we're moving back is we're very isolated now.
Sure.
And also when we first came, we could travel a lot and we had great trips. We went to Portugal, we went to Ireland, we went to Italy for...
Pop over to Thailand.
Right, always. And for
It's
those
an old
reasons.
family joke.
So it's time for a change, and it's time to see the grandchildren.
Now,
So have you interviewed your nieces on your show?
Well, not a formal interview, but Nora and Rebecca have appeared on the show many times. And probably will be back on I hope we'll be back on the show this Sunday. So I'm doing a marathon with my standard special guests.
You know, it's one of their most favorite things.
It's one of my most favorite things. I mean, they're stars of the show. You know, it's one of my great this may seem counter to the standard perception of me as an egocentric diva, but I love having people. What?
Diva is feminine.
Yeah, we'll
Would
talk
you
about
be
that.
a divo?
You know, I'm not ready to get into that right now.
How about a DV?
How about we talk again in 6 months?
Okay.
How about I talked about this in therapy
You have time
today?
to work out your sexuality by then.
Well, not sexuality. It's a different spectrum, but that's all right.
Just
Just your gender.
Your D's.
That's right.
Your
that's
gender
right.
identity, your pronouns.
They're trying their best, folks. They really are trying.
Okay, despite your image as an
I do
egocentric diva,
love having other people on the show who are more charismatic and beloved than me. And, you know, Nora and Rebecca, who fits the bill better than that? They're incredible. I've also interviewed Matt and Kelly in sort of the occasional, you know, this whole stream is an expanded format of a periodic segment I've been doing.
Yes.
So yeah, they've been on there. I'm curious if I may stay with a previous thread of conversation, and this is something that we actually have not talked about off the air either. And I hope you guys know. I don't know how long you've been listening.
We can decline any question.
Great, just say next, and we'll move on. I'm curious, Yanni. You talked about how it was a big system shock to not work when you went to France this most recent time, and I believe I recall from conversations we've had that a lot of that was just sort of dictated by logistics and circumstance rather than inclination, right?
Well, yes, but not as far as work permits and things like that. When we all lived here as a family in the 90s, I was fortunate enough to get a gig with the UN Human Rights Commission.
Mm-hmm.
So it was not work. I mean, it was a gig, and it was extended of the 12 months we were here, I probably did it for half of that time. Mm-hmm. When we came back in 2008, I did lots and lots and lots of private English instruction.
I remember,
something
yeah.
I never did before in my life. But
didn't you do some of that on this most recent trip, or no?
No.
Huh.
I didn't teach English to anybody this time.
Okay.
I specifically chose not to do it. I'm sure I could have done it at least until COVID, when I definitely couldn't, because I did small groups or individual tutoring in people's homes.
Sure, yeah.
So it was partially that I chose not to do it. And also I was overly optimistic about being able to volunteer with some NGO in the human rights field.
Right, I remember
or
that.
in healthcare. And it's impossible. And now I know it's impossible for almost anybody, because in Switzerland and secondarily in France, even though our part of France has virtually nothing like that happening in it. But in Geneva, there is no structure for volunteers with any of these NGOs or the UN agencies or the schools. But I did get a volunteer gig in the English, this is what you're thinking about, the English National Program at the International School in Chennai.
Okay, that's what I guess that was something.
So that was fun, and that was with 6-year-olds, and that was in a classroom.
I mean, I'll play my hand. The big question I'm sort of working towards is, when you guys come back to the States, are you, what if anything is your plan to work? Is that something you're interested in doing at this point?
I'm not really sure. You know, I have, after years and years of working as a public health consultant in inner city health centers and health education programs, I know a lot of people.
Sure.
And I may actually choose to volunteer consult with some of the community health centers where I've worked in the past. I don't know. I think that might be a good thing to do. That might be a good community service thing to do.
Sure. Would you say that at this point in time, you're in the kind of mulling over phase? Have you put out any feelers? Like, where is that project in real terms?
It's on hold.
Okay.
But this is the land of packing here.
Sure. Although at this point, I mean, I don't mean to trivialize, but you guys got to be pros at this point, right?
Yeah, we don't have to do very much.
I've done
either.
this like 5 times.
Yeah, we don't have to do very much. We just have to sort things out. We have to do the bureaucracy. You know, c'est la France ici. Nothing is straightforward.
Sure.
Yesterday, I spent a good chunk of the afternoon writing our official, legally mandated, registered letter giving notice to the management company that we're leaving our apartment, taking it to the post office and having it sent comme une lettre recommandée avec avis réception.
Accused of reception.
Yanni, I don't mean to downplay French bureaucracy, but to me it just sounded like you went to the post office and mailed a letter and got and paid 50 cents for a receipt confirmation.
No, actually not.
Okay.
Actually, I went to the post office. I filled out 2 forms. I spoke to 2 people, and then I paid €6
in an automated machine.
Yes.
All right. I rescind my snark.
This is so we get a receipt showing the letter has been received. So it's not just a receipt that we mailed it.
It's not a big deal. It's just that things take longer here.
I understand. I rescind all snark. And so, Jim, when you come back, will you still be working on this LHC upgrade?
Yep. I mean, the first order I have been working from my home office since the beginning of March.
Which is
in 3 meters from here.
That home office. I thought you meant
Fairmont. I just keep doing the same thing except from Oak Park. And instead of my my work day kind of slowly getting going around 10 or 11 in the morning and running until 7 or 8 at night, we'll start some mornings at 6 a.m. and I will kind of slowly taper off in the mid-afternoon.
I find that so interesting that I don't, because of course that makes sense to me, kind of intellectually, but to me it raises the question of well, why be in France at all?
Because France is cool.
Well, sure.
There are a number of reasons. One is because it is a nice place to live.
Mm-hmm.
Nicer for me because I'm employed. But,
sure, that helps.
And people talk to him all day long.
There are, but they talk to me on Zoom,
right?
In a delocalized kind of way. But the way this is a collaboration that is dominated by Europe and the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the main meetings start at about 2 in the afternoon here, 7 in the morning in Chicago, with occasional meetings starting earlier,
mm-hmm.
and run until sort of 7 or 8 in the evening, which is 12 or 1 in Chicago.
Sure.
There are people also on the East Coast and the West Coast as well as the Midwest, but I picked Chicago because that's where we live when we're there. One of the features of being here is that the morning here is a little relief time when the people who do live here can have smaller meetings that don't need to involve the people in the
Sure.
U.S. And I will have, I'm in the leadership team, shall we say, of this project, and so that's the time when the 3 or 4 of us who are here tend to have our every few day chats to keep ourselves up to date and coordinated. Sure. And we'll have to find another time to do it because I should check my email. We were talking about maybe having a meeting that would start in about 10 minutes from now. And,
okay.
I'm not getting up at 3 in the morning for such things when we're in the U.S.
Sure.
Whether the guys here, I'd be perfectly happy to have those private little meetings at at 4 p.m. Chicago time after all the
Sure.
normal meetings during the overlap hours ends. But I don't know if these guys want to meet at 11 at night. We haven't worked that out yet. But
So
we'll work it.
maybe instead of smashing atoms together, you should be trying to figure out a way to eliminate the concept of time zones. That seems like
Well,
a real
that's what I
obstacle.
think. A transporter beam is the answer, or no
Oh,
time
you just
zone.
want the transporter beam so you don't have to get up and pee in the middle of the night.
No, that's the P-O-matic.
Does that not include transporting? I thought the whole point
No,
was that it had to be based on
the
transporting.
the P-O-matic does not disrupt or move your body in any way.
No, it just transports the pee out of your body.
Yes, but a transporter beam, that would bring me to New York to see you instantaneously.
I understand, but it's got to be the same technology.
Bypassing all viruses and pandemics.
With or without pee.
Yanni, you have to understand that if we make a machine that can transport the pee out of your body into the toilet, it's surely by the way, the chat just lit the fuck up when we brought up the P-O-matic. You've got to understand it's a short step from there to any other kind of transportation. To say the P-O-matic is not a teleportation device is absurd.
I think the order of development is the opposite, because it's a much more refined operation.
I asked for the P-O-matic.
I'm not opposed to which order it goes in. You just have to accept that they are related projects and cannot be.
There's shared technology.
Okay,
I will acknowledge
thank you.
But I want you to know that early on,
The
when
chat,
Jim,
sorry, legit, the chat was like settling, like, oh, nice lull. We're learning about what it's like to be an international physicist. And then, like, oh, what are we talking about? Okay, let's get into it.
when Jim and I fell madly in love in a 2-week period in Berkeley, California, long, long ago,
Actually, it was before that, but
I asked for a P-O-matic then.
and now she's counting on Nora to give it to her.
Now Nora, the future is with Nora for the P-O-matic.
Of course.
I've written off Jim, his entire generation. I've written off Matthew, his entire generation.
Same.
It's to Nora.
We're done, man. We're fucking
Yeah,
done.
no pressure on her or anything.
We're all canceled. Yanni, Jim, before I let you go, we have a question from the chat.
Yes.
And I will accept one answer from both of you, but ideally it'd be one from each of you.
Okay.
From the chat, it's a very open-ended question. J-Dubs asks, I want to hear what was your favorite memory about Peter as a little guy?
Oh my God, that's a hard one.
I know. I was
Is
such
this
an entertaining
favorite
child.
as in poignant, or favorite as in?
Whatever you want.
I think
I'll
it is open to interpretation.
I will say my favorite memory is when you did the solo in Guys and Dolls after the other guy was thrown out of the theater group because his grades weren't high enough, and you were drafted into a role. And we rehearsed it by you singing it in all kinds of different versions. The rap version, the opera version.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
The rock and roll version, until you could sing it in any style possible.
Oh, I forgot
and
about
when you
that.
got up on the stage all alone with the spotlight on you, you just belted it out.
Roses, I could give you, and there's something to the thing.
It was better than that.
Yeah, well, I've lost my chops. For anyone who's familiar with Guys and Dolls, I was Arvide Abernathy, the old man who ran the mission that Sarah What's-Her-Face was a part of.
So you were typecast as the old guy in
all those shows.
But that was the beginning. That was my first old guy role.
And when I went to the pre-prime time run for the teachers and the people in the school some afternoon before you actually opened, the teachers around me were all crying as you sang.
I think I can't remember if I've told this story on stream before, but I have told this story just like of my mother telling me everyone was crying, and I was like, because it was good. And she was like, Not because it was bad. I was like, all right, that'll give me a complex for the rest of my life. Cool. Awesome. I love it.
That's a job of a mother.
They were overcome with emotion.
You have to understand, people in the chat, you have to understand, I was so tiny.
You were so tiny.
The woman playing Sarah was at least a foot taller than me. She's sitting down during this number, and she's still taller than me. I'm wearing a suit. My hair, which yes, I did have at the time, is spray painted silver. We're in front of the proscenium fire curtain. It's literally just like me singing to this gorgeous woman who's a year older than me and a foot taller than me, who's sitting on like a fucking apple crate or something. Roses I could give you.
Okay, it's Jim's turn.
Jim.
I have no idea.
I knew it. He doesn't love me. You heard it here first, folks. My father doesn't love me.
What? I didn't say that.
Yeah, but that's what I heard.
Fake news.
He's dumbstruck.
No, let's see. There could be you holding forth in some church, maybe even St. Mark's, about the...
oh, no, that was in San Gimignano.
Okay, I knew it was in Italy. Of the Bible stories on the in some piece of art, and collecting a little crowd around you. This is you.
You went from fresco to fresco, explaining the Bible stories in the pictures, and there were. And remember, you put the coins in to turn the lights on.
Yeah.
And all these other tourists joined to listen to what you were saying. And after about 3 pictures, Matthew looked at me, rolled his eyes, and I said to him the most important words of his Italian tourism, gelato? And we left and went into the square. And you and Jim came out much later. You had been expounding in there for quite a while.
Well, I was 9 years old, and you guys had dragged me to every church in Italy. I knew all the stories.
Yeah, you actually were into it at that moment.
You were totally
of course, because I found a way to translate your boring education into something where people would pay attention to me.
Okay, whatever works. I'm glad that through whatever twisted route I brought you to happiness.
Yanni and Jim, my parents, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we just got raided by the wonderful 8-Bit Elliot. With 80 people, the Pixel crew just landed with full force onto this chat at 4 a.m. Elliot, hello. I'm sorry, Yanni, Jim. I have to do a whole thing right now.
We'll watch you do it.
BCat, Smilos, thank you for following. Elliot, thank you for this raid. TROY, the redhead, I can read things. Jesus Christ. Pub Rules, Emma, thank you for following. Pirat, also hello. We are at the grand finale, folks, of I'm just gonna say it right now because it's my channel and no one can stop me. Maybe one of my most successful streams of all time, just in terms of like, this has been incredible. I've been interviewing people all night. We currently have Yanni and Jim, my legitimate, as far as I know, mother and father on the phone. Although my mother did many times.
One never knows for sure.
They did tell me many times that I was raised by wolves.
Robot.
No, I made the robot thing. You told me I was raised by wolves.
No, you didn't make the robot thing. All those ads that we bought and all those show programs.
Wasn't that my bit? How did that bit start?
I started it.
What was the bit? How did that start, though?
We are the robot parents.
Okay, that's not an explanation. That's just you doing a funny voice. I do enjoy it, but it is unsatisfactory in terms of historiography.
Ooh, that's a big word.
Yeah, well, I'm very educated. It's all I have. It's all I have. Is that your meeting?
No, that is someone on our French phone calling to sell us window treatments.
Well, you better get it. Now's your last chance. You're about to be, out of that joint.
I appear not to have a 10 a.m. meeting.
Oh, then we can talk for another hour.
No.
Yeah, I also don't want to do that, but I'm now at the weird moment where I've just been rated by a very wonderful person with a huge audience. I'm like, well, now I feel like I gotta keep streaming, but the fact is, we're out of guests. And I've been doing this for 8 hours.
So we could say goodbye.
Yanni, Jim, do you have any final question? What do you think was the one thing you did while raising me that fucked me up the most?
Absolutely nothing, but perfect.
I think it was the shrimp chips.
No. That wasn't great, but that's for you at least, Yanni, that's not the answer. I know the answer for you. For Jim, I don't know the answer. I'm sure there's something.
Who knows?
This is so uncool. This is so inappropriate. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm not. This is terrific.
We do not have to play this game.
Well, I will say that when I was a very small child, my mother was like, no. I accidentally did a weird thing on my computer. My mother was making dinner, some sort of stew or a broth, something that she was stirring on the stove, and I was in the kitchen, and she looked down at me. I was very small, and she said, I am making a witch's brew or some shit like that. And I looked up at her, very small, and I said, Mom, don't. That's scary. At which point, a good mother would have been like, I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. But Yanni is like, no, I'm going to boil your bones. I was like, Mom, stop. I don't like this. She's like, and I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. That was the day I stopped trusting grown-ups.
Well, that's a good thing.
You should never trust grown-ups. See, it was good. It was anticipatory guidance.
Look at you twisting history to suit your crooked goals.
I think the shrimp chips were worse.
The shrimp chips ended up fine. I eat shrimp. It's fine. I'll tell the shrimp chip story some other time.
Yeah, save it for when you have to fill a lull.
I hate to leave when I've just gotten this incredible raid, but you know what? Sometimes that's just the way it goes. You'll have to wait to hear the shrimp chip story. Wow, Elliot's calling you Mom of the Year.
Oh, great.
But you know what? This is perfect because I've been looking for a reason to cancel Elliot, and now I got it. Look, we'll do another interview stream. This has been wonderful. Yanni
I need to go walk in the village where there are no people.
In our quaint little French village.
God, that really is your dream come true, isn't it?
Yeah.
I should tell you, there was an absolutely spectacular sunrise over the Alps this morning.
That's wonderful. I don't have a response to that. It's just beautiful.
It was beautiful.
It was. And
No, I meant you, not the sunrise, dum-dum.
Well, the sunrise is beautiful.
I'm sure it was, but not as beautiful as you.
No, that's true.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to go.
I'm going to hang good because I'm hanging up.
Good, it's daytime here. Bye.
Wait. Say goodnight to my chat. I insist.
Good night, chat.
Good night to your chat.
Yeah. Bye.
Sleep well.
Bye.
Oh my God. All right, folks. We did it. It happened. Somehow I survived the interview stream. This has been absolutely wonderful. Elliot, seriously, dude, thank you so much for bringing this raid in. I do sincerely wish that I had more content to entertain your fine folks. how is Stardew? I love that game so much. I don't know if you know this, but Stardew Valley was one of the first games that I personally ever streamed. So I was very excited to see that you are doing some hot Stardew content. Oh, Elliot, you're too good. You're too kind to me. Folks, what a joy. What a joy. This has been truly, and I'm not bullshitting at all. This has been a stream like no other. I know you're here, Kat. I'll interview next time. I have to go lie down and eat a chicken tinga tostada. This has been so wonderful. We're gonna, in the future, I already interviewed Elliot. In the future, I'll figure out how we're gonna schedule this. But in the future, we're going to do... I'm going to plan at least 2 upcoming interview streams. One of them for sure will be an all-viewer interview. Fuck these special guests. What are you talking about? Fucking politicians fighting for justice. My parents. Artists. Fucking witch lawyers. Fuck those boring assholes. Interview the viewers. We're going to do a viewer interview stream, and we'll do another special guest stream where I give more time and longer interviews. If you missed part of this stream, I seriously encourage you to look at the VOD. I think I probably will. I think I'm going to put this up on the YouTube for free. It'll be on the Patreon, obviously, also. But I think this stream has been special enough that I want to put it up on the YouTube stream, the YouTube channel, which, again, by the way, is youtube.com/Here's Peter. Why did I get that custom URL? I didn't deserve it, but here I am. And tomorrow night, Spiritfarer, a game people have been pushing me to do for quite some time. I'm very excited. Wednesday, Yakuza 0. Thursday, Maze. We're going to return to that fucking mystery corn game. Friday, Dark Souls 3. And then Sunday, folks, Sunday, Hades Marathon, starting at noon Eastern, going till 4 a.m. 16 hours of Hades. Why am I doing it? Because I have not managed to meet my bills this month, and I need to raise some money, baby! So I'm going to raise money by playing video games for a very long time, and I hope you'll be there, and I hope that you have a breakfast and a dinner, and like lunch is good if you can make it happen, but you know, don't push yourself. And honestly, at the end of the day, you've really just got to ask yourself, what does your body need and what are you about? And it's gonna be great. It's gonna be a 6-day week next week. This week, well, yeah, I guess 6 day, because it'll be Sunday to Friday. So sure. I gotta raise that muns, baby, because I live in a city with high rents. It does, Kat. In a weird, fucked up way, it does. I'm terrified to say it, but yes, that is true. Thank you again to all of my guests. The Film Reroll crew, Lane Moore, Jon Miller, Scott Aiello, Lisa Kopitsky, Tim Nolan, Paulo Quiros, Andy Hoover, my Twitch idols, 8-Bit Elliot, Purse, Nico Tengoku, SamWithoutAPlan, my dearest college friends, Kate Stahl, Siobhan Gilbert, Fred Jennings, my actor collaborators, Miranda McCauley, Clara Kundin, fucking people fighting for the rights that people needed the most in New York City, Alejandra Carabello. I was really terrified I was going to fuck that up. And of course, the people who gave me life, my motherfucking parents. It's been incredible. If you join our Discord, I will have plugs and info about all of our guests tonight that I'll put up in the next couple days. Please, if you enjoyed this content, come back around. We do shit all the time, either games or interviews. We're just a bunch of dumb folks. I'm losing my mind. I've been talking for so long. Katherine Howitt. I forgot Katherine Howitt. Fucking maniac Katherine Howitt. Okay, be good to the chickless. I love them so much. Thank you. Good night, good night, good night, good night. I'm sorry I didn't say good night to you individually. Good night, good night. Hype for boy! Good night, Fod Babies!